Chapter 1548, Li Qiye only smiled and patted Huayu's head after seeing her indignant expression. Go play outside. Lurue looked at her daughter with pity and said, I need to talk to young noble Li. She was still a little girl after all. Despite feeling wronged earlier, she immediately cheered and ran outside. She was curious about all the new things since she used to stay with her mom in a remote location. This was her first time visiting a lively city like Renowned and a big clan like the Wenren. Thus, this outside world was new to her. Lurue became sad again and sighed after seeing her excited daughter zooming outside. She calmed down and told Li Qiye, young noble Li, you can still leave now before seeing my father. Leave? Why should I? Li Qiye sat down and calmly said. Lurue looked at him and slowly explained, no need to pretend. We know that this is only a misunderstanding since my silly daughter dragged you into this problem. Though I can't leave, I still have a way for you to escape safely. No rush. To have a beautiful wife and cute daughter out of nowhere is a nice development like a pie falling from the sky. It would be a shame if I don't eat it. He leisurely smiled. Lurue became angry but she didn't know whether he was kidding or not. She took a second look at this ordinary man with an extraordinary calmness. It was as if he was a majestic mountain and nothing could move him. She had a hard time gauging his intention. Nevertheless, he didn't look like a scoundrel. It seemed that whatever he did, he would carry it out in a leisure, natural, and elegant manner. Young noble Li, even a pie falling down from the sky might not be a good thing. She said slowly, you are throwing your life into this mess if you keep on pretending. It's just that you have no clue what is going on. Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh, though I don't know what is going on, I can still easily guess. This is the age-old story of a rich daughter running away from marriage. Lurue was surprised. She didn't expect him to still be so calm. There was no opening from his expression and gestures. He continued on, this is all too common so it's easy to guess. To put it simply, your Wenren clan and another clan had a marriage alliance but you didn't wish to marry so you ran away with your man before giving birth to a daughter. Am I right? She had no response because he was completely right. Let me guess what kind of man he is. Li Qiye glanced at her and smiled, since you ran away to be with him, it shows that you love him very much. But your daughter still takes on her maternal surname instead of her father, there are three possible explanations for this. First, the father's name is Wenren too. Second, his background is extremely humble, not worth taking his surname. Third, your clan knows who he is so you don't want others to find out his last name. He paused for a bit at this point, however, if you dared to do this, it shows that you don't look down on him that much. In Renowned, there is no second Wenren clan so the only explanation is the third, he is someone your clan knows. Her expression shifted because he was right again. He realized this and said flatly, if it is the third choice on top of you running away and hide, it shows that your father and brother know who he is. Since you took all of this risk, it shows that you are a courageous and daring woman. Thus, how could you be afraid of your clan knowing your lover's name? Nevertheless, you chose to do so. This shows one thing clearly. This person is very important. You are trying to protect him and his position and reputation. So, if he is a strong man in a prestigious position, there's nothing wrong with him marrying someone he likes. Moreover, from what you've told your daughter, he is extraordinary and single. But the most important thing is that your daughter has never seen her father, at the very least from when she began to have memories. It shows that the two of you haven't been together for at least 5 years. You two dared to birth to a daughter but why not stay together? One plausible explanation is that he was working hard to win the recognition of your clan so that the two of you could make your relationship public. He smiled and stared at the shaken woman. What kind of man would want to win your clan's recognition on top of being powerful and prestigious? Let me take a guess, it must be a disciple from your Wenren clan, but his last name isn't Wenren. She turned pale after hearing this. Li Qiye knew that his guesses were right so far and continued on, I'll keep going. Your daughter's name is Huayu, so it's as clear as day that your lover's name has the word Yu in it. You gave her this name because you miss him. With that, he looked at the white flower in front of her dress and said, to add to all of these speculations, I know that there is a particular group in the Grand Sea, a branch of the dragonfish belonging to the demon race. This race is elusive due to inhabiting in the depth of the sea. It has a particular tradition. When a member of this race dies, his family, every 5 years, would wear a spectral flower to remember him. Your daughter is 7 now and you are wearing this special flower, it means that your husband came from the dragonfish branch. Moreover, he has died 5 years ago. Your appearance in renown means that he was buried here. You brought your daughter here to commemorate him. Furthermore, he was buried in your clan's cemetery. That's how you were spotted. Lurue was indeed frightened and took several steps back with her wide-open eyes staring at Li Qiye. Who sent you here? He got it right completely. Li Qiye chuckled and denied, does someone need to send me? Rich experience, extensive knowledge, and some bold guesses. Not that hard to figure out. She looked at him as if he was a ghost and felt that there was no place to hide before his peering eyes. Under his calm eyes, she seemed to be completely naked. It took her a while before she removed her glare. This Li Qiye knew too much. Don't bother. He saw her eyes slightly moving and knew her intention, trying to silence me is very unwise. If I dare to sit here, it means that I've never been afraid of you or anyone for that matter. She eventually took a deep breath and regained her wits. What do you want? What do I want? He shook his head. Why does everyone think I am plotting something? To be frank, you have nothing worth my effort. In terms of beauty, you are indeed a little pretty, but if I want women, I just need to signal and women 10 times as beautiful as you would come running to serve me. As for treasures, you don't have any worth mentioning, same with your clan. Lurue had no response. She might not be a supreme beauty, but she was definitely number 1 in renown and enjoyed great fame. Moreover, her clan was quite prestigious, but Li Qiye spoke as if it was not worth a single coin. Chapter 1549. In this short moment, Wenren Lurue stared at Li Qiye in astonishment. She couldn't gauge him at all. In her eyes, this seemingly ordinary man was an unfathomable abyss shrouded in mist. No one could see just how deep he was. She became afraid. The closer someone stood to him, the closer they found themselves standing on the precipice. A careless step would result in falling down, never being able to escape again. Don't worry, I won't expose you by telling your father and brother. Li Qiye chuckled, you can protect his reputation and status. After a long time, she calmed down and took a deep breath. Since you know already, why are you involving yourself in this trouble? Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh. Trouble? This matter might seem insurmountable to you, a problem that could swallow up the sky, but in my eyes, it's no big deal and can be easily solved. And as for why? He continued, I am only coming through here by chance and I'm bored enough to find some entertainment. Lurue became quiet again and didn't know what to say at all due to the mystifying nature of this man and her own unawareness. Li Qiye looked at her and said, I'm actually curious, was he your senior brother or junior brother? She eventually sighed and had to respond, he's my eldest senior brother and was taken in by my family at a young age. Since Li Qiye guessed everything completely, Lurue didn't feel the need to hide it any longer. She might as well tell him everything. Our Wenren clan has been in an alliance with the Dongfang clan all this time. Moreover, it is a marriage alliance as well. Only when our two clans are together that we are able to oppose the ambitious Soaring Hawk state. Because of this, I was engaged to the Dongfang clan's eldest son when I was still a child. her clan dominated renowned while the Dongfang clan ruled over a city named East. The two clans were quite close with their marriage pact. Meanwhile, the other ruler in another territory within the island chain was Soaring Hawk. It was much stronger than the two clans, so in order to contend against this third faction, the two clans needed to form an alliance. No alliance bond was stronger than a marriage. Wenren Lurue was betrothed to Dongfang Tsong, the eldest son of the Dongfang. Alas, she hated this marriage, the source of her internal conflicts. Moreover, as she grew up, she found herself liking her eldest senior brother, Gu Qiu. The two were childhood sweethearts and were together all the time. Naturally, feelings eventually arose and turned into love. Gu Qiu was taken in by the Wenren clan when he was a child. His talents were exceptional on top of being diligent, resulting in his great cultivation. Though he couldn't become the successor for the clan, he would be one of its pillars in the future. He knew that his junior sister was engaged to the Dongfang clan as well. Because of this, he didn't move forward in spite of their feelings for each other. However, as time continued to pass, the marriage date was fast approaching. In spite of Lurue's protest, the marriage was decided by the ancestors from the two clans. It wasn't something a young lady could oppose nor control. Even her father couldn't object to this marriage. Her disgust with the marriage only worsened since she had someone else in mind as well. She garnered courage out of nowhere and actually left the clan to escape out of renown. The Wenren clan naturally became angry when the marriage was so close and the bride was nowhere to be found. If anything happened to this marriage, the pact between the two clans could crack. Because of this, it sent out many disciples and tried its best to find Lurue. Of course, the eldest senior brother shouldered this responsibility as well. He and Lurue grew up together and had feelings for each other, so he understood her quite well. He knew where she was hiding, so he was one step ahead of all the other pursuers. His mission was to take her back to the clan, but he couldn't do it when actually staring at her face to face. In the end, he helped her escape into a very remote area. During the perilous getaway, they finally took the next step and became husband and wife. After settling her in, he came back to the Wenren clan and guaranteed her that he would publicly win her hand in marriage. However, it was easier said than done. He needed to contribute greatly to have the chance. 5 years ago, during a skirmish between Soaring Hawk and the Wenren, Qiu wanted to be the shining example, so he rushed into the battlefield to kill many opposing experts. Alas, though the Wenren clan won that battle, Qiu also died on that day. He couldn't wait until the day when he could marry Lurue, and she couldn't wait till his return any longer. After the 5 years anniversary, Lurue snuck in with her daughter to commemorate her husband, but the disciples there unexpectedly found her. She had to run away and managed to meet Wuxia. Love is difficult. Wuxia said after hearing her story, "What is your plan?" She mused for a bit before answering, "I'll apologize with my life towards the Dongfang clan so that Huayu can live on." "No, you can live on instead of treating your life so frivolously." Wuxia shook his head, "It's not that desperate yet, no need to think about dying." "You don't understand." She disagreed, "Someone has to die for this matter to end. The Dongfang clan requires an answer from my clan. Otherwise, the alliance might break and they could even become enemies." Wuxia simply smiled. He has seen this many times before with a runaway bride. Both the clans thought that they have lost all face from this. Thus, something has to be done for the alliance to stay intact. "Don't worry." He smiled, "As long as the two sides work together and talk, there will be a turnaround." She smiled bitterly in response, "There's nothing to talk about. My father can't be in charge either. Even if the ancestors in the clan want to protect me, it will still be impossible. The best method is for me to die as an apology." She took a deep breath and solemnly said, "I have expected this end long ago. As long as father and the others can protect Huayu and that my death will end this feud, I don't mind dying. You should know now that no good thing will come from involving yourself. A scapegoat is necessary, so if you continue to pretend, our Wenren clan will be more than happy to oblige. With that, she spoke with good intent, not wanting to implicate Wuxia. It's not too late to make a decision now. Once the people from the Dongfang clan come, then you won't be able to escape death at that point. I can't die even if I want to. Wuxia couldn't help but laugh. Such attitude left her speechless. It looked like he didn't care for her goodwill. Your region must belong to the Crouching Dragon continent. Wuxia asked leisurely while she stood there in a daze. Yes, all of the island chains belong to this continent. Our two clans and the Soaring Hawk State are all under the jurisdiction of the Crouching Dragon Cliff. How many locations are under the control of the cliff now? Who is currently in charge? He asked again. This sudden question surprised her, since it was common knowledge to any cultivator at Crouching Dragon. Chapter 1550, Wenren Lurue's wits returned after a short stupor. She nodded. The 28 countries on this continent are under the jurisdiction of the Crouching Dragon Cliff, including small factions like our two clans and Soaring Hawk. 28 countries? Looks like the cliff's power is growing. Wuxia smiled and said. Lurue nodded. Ever since the Sky Dragon King took over the cliff, it continued to grow. Recently, after the king came out from isolated cultivation, she shocked the entire mortal emperor world with her unfathomable power. Many great powers in the Grand Sea were convinced by her and became friends with the cliff. Sky Dragon King? Who is that? Wuxia found this surprising. Lurue gave him a strange stare, because not just in the Crouching Dragon continent but all of the Grand Sea has heard of the Sky Dragon King. Someone who hasn't heard of her must have been a complete rookie. The Sky Dragon King is the current sect master of the cliff. Her name is Wulongxian. Lurue eventually replied. Wulongxian. Wuxia smiled and said, Sky Dragon King, a dragon presiding over the sky, quite a domineering title. The Dragon King's prestige is considerable. Some say that she is the strongest in the cliff, so of course, her title is domineering. In the contemporary, she and the Heaven Suppression Goddess of the Citadel are known as the two supreme geniuses of the Grand Sea. Everyone says that she is qualified to compete for the Heaven's will. Lurue said with a longing expression. She once desired to be someone like the Sky Dragon King or the Heaven Suppression Goddess, able to walk freely in this world. If she had such power, her fate wouldn't have been at the mercy of others. Unfortunately, she could only think about it. Though the Wenren clan was a mighty power compared to ordinary citizens and cultivators in renown, they were only a tiny sect compared to a behemoth like the Crouching Dragon Cliff. Moreover, Lurue's constitution wasn't bad, but it was no match for real geniuses. Because of this, she knew that she would never become a character like the Dragon King. A dream it shall remain. The heavens will, huh? Wuxia only chuckled. Lurue eventually returned from her yearning and said solemnly, Young noble Li, run now. This is all I can do. No rush. Wuxia said flatly, on the contrary, I don't have anything to do right now, so I can join in on the fun. I'm the type who becomes a bit agitated when there's nothing to do. Lurue couldn't convince him any further. In the end, she looked at him and wondered what was his plan for joining the fray. She eventually sighed and left with Huayu. The Heaven Suppression City wasn't far from him. At this moment, he was wondering if that city was ready to meet its fate. However, this prompted him to think even more carefully about whether he was ready to massacre the place. Of course, he knew that Gu Zun would never give up and would never leave the city or stop coveting the treasury. Lil Blackie, though you have promised someone before, I won't show mercy this time. If Gu Zun tries to stop me, I'll kill him mercilessly as usual. Don't blame me for not being considerate. The city is also the culmination of your effort and mine as well, but if it tries to stop me too, it will turn into ashes. I won't mind massacring them all. His leisure eyes gazed towards the far distance and became quite profound and emotionless. Anyone would piss in their pants after seeing this glare. In this lifetime, I shall not yield for anyone and will never allow them to cross my bottom lines. Lil Blackie, you need to pray for the fool to wise up. I have spared him once already, this was already merciful beyond my own creed. He could enter the city now if he wanted to. However, he was still hesitating on whether he was mentally prepared to kill them all. Of course, massacring was trivial to Wuxia. The act itself wouldn't be difficult at all. However, the Dragon King spent too much effort on this city. This was someone who had absolute loyalty and paid too much for him. This was the reason for his hesitation. Otherwise, he would have already taken charge of the city. In the afternoon, just like Lurue has said, Wenren Jianshi came again with 2 experts behind him this time. Brotherly, father wishes to see you. He was still very polite towards Wuxia. Well, as the saying goes, even an ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet her in-laws eventually. I should also see my father-in-law. He chuckled at his own joke. When he stood up, the 2 experts behind Jianshi immediately came forward and pushed down his arms. If you don't remove your dog hands, they shall fall on the ground. Wuxia leisurely told the 2 of them. Their expression sank and was about to become angry, but Jianshi immediately smoothed things over. Don't worry, Brotherly won't run away because if he wanted to, he wouldn't wait till now. Having said that, he stared implicatively at Wuxia. The furious experts couldn't do anything but to let go and stood to Wuxia's left and right. Let's go then. It's nice to be able to see father-in-law. He leisurely said. Finally, under the escort of 2 experts and Jianshi leading the way, Wuxia entered a chamber and saw the Wenren clan master, Jianshi and Lurue's father. Jianshi's group left right after bringing Wuxia here. The clan master was a dignified old man wearing a large robe while sitting in the master chair. He had the bearing of a leader. His old eyes were fixated on Wuxia the entire time. They were sharp to the point of seemingly flaying meat from his body. Wuxia didn't mind at all and coolly sat down. What is your name? The clan master spoke coldly, just like his demeanor. If he wasn't maintaining the style befitting of a clan master, others would actually think that he might cut down Wuxia's head at sight. Of course, he was already polite and merciful enough to not kill someone who impregnated his daughter. Surnamely, no need to say the rest. Wuxia smiled while looking around. Such big tone. The clan master angrily shouted after seeing his attitude. I've always been like this. If you have something to say, go ahead. After all, I know that you don't want to kill me right now since my life is still useful to your clan. Wuxia nonchalantly replied. You. The livid clan master glared at him while clenching his fists. Sure enough, if Wuxia didn't have some use left to them, he would have killed him already. In the end, he suppressed his anger and said, You are courageous indeed, no wonder why my daughter likes you. Wuxia couldn't help but smile. There was no doubt about the clan master's lack of knowledge regarding the situation. But your courage is misplaced. The clan master coldly said, Seducing my daughter and breaking this marriage alliance, this is a crime deserving of death. No one will be able to save your life. Is that so? Wuxia was still unperturbed. The clan master started to feel a little strange after seeing the calmness in Wuxia. He wondered where this brat was getting his courage from. There was no sign of nervousness or shock at all. There's no repentance for your crime. Our Wenren clan still hasn't killed you because we are merciful. I can also forego your mistake, the clan master said slowly. Chapter 1551, Wuxia waved his sleeve to interrupt the clan master and said slowly, Clan master, no need to go in a circle, get straight to the point. I'm waiting to listen. You, the clan master became furious. This brat seduced his daughter and broke their clan's marriage plan. He had plenty of reasons to kill the brat, but now, the guy was still so rude and arrogant. He really felt an urge to strangle the brat. He stared at Wuxia intensely and eventually subdued his anger once more. After a while, he spoke again. Remember, brat, your sin is worthy of death. I know. Wuxia smiled. As the one causing this trouble, you want to hand me over to the Dongfang clan to absolve your own of any problem. That's right. The clan master repeated, breaking our marriage alliance is an unforgivable sin. The fact that you can still prance around in front of me right now is because I'm merciful enough. Really? Wuxia didn't mind at all. He was only killing time by joining into this mess. The clan master took a deep breath and said, Lurue has made a great sacrifice because of you. She gave up her noble status from her own clan, giving up the chance to become the mistress of the Dongfang clan as well as Eastern City, and giving up staying in renowned, all of this just to risk escaping with you. She's still thinking about you right now and plead earlier so that I would let you go. Are you trying to convince me? Wuxia chuckled. He could understand why she pleaded for him since he was only a stranger being caught up in the storm. You can see it that way. The clan master spoke frankly. You must know that a marriage alliance between two clans has grave importance. Once broken, it must be cast again with blood. I understand. The perpetrator must die. You are afraid that I won't admit to it, thus all of this persuasion. Wuxia was still all smiles. The clan master scowled, not liking his blatant reveal. Just like Wuxia said, though they have captured Wuxia, there was no evidence. The Dongfang clan wouldn't simply believe their words that Wuxia was the one breaking the marriage. At that moment, what if Wuxia changed his mind and decided to bite them back? The relationship between the two clans would deteriorate to an unfixable level. The relationship was already awkward due to the failed marriage. If the Dongfang clan were to think that the Wenren clan used a scapegoat, there would be nothing left of their alliance. You must understand that you have to pay a price if you still love Lurue. This isn't only for the Wenren clan but also Lurue and your daughter. The clan master coldly said. So you are still trying to protect your daughter? Wuxia said with a smile. The clan master hesitated for a moment before maintaining his cold tone. The Wenren clan can only try its best. As for Lurue's fate, further deliberation is necessary with the Dongfang clan. However, if you agree, we can guarantee you that your daughter will be safe. Is that a threat? Wuxia inquired. The clan master answered him with a cold stare. In fact, they understood that their only cards were Lurue and her daughter. Even if you don't care for Lurue, you must think for your daughter since you're the one bringing her to this world. The clan master added. What do you want me to do then? Admit that I'm the one breaking the marriage? Or let me put the blame on Soaring Hawk, that I'm a spy sent by this power to seduce your daughter in order to break the ties between the two clans? The clan master found it hard to reply because of Wuxia's demeanor. He was unsure of the kind of person he was speaking to. Looks like you haven't made up your mind either. However, since you want to hand me over to the Dongfang clan, so be it. I'll take a trip with you guys to that place. Wuxia smiled. In his opinion, since he was already involved, might as well go all the way and finished a good deed. The clan master took a deep breath and felt relieved. He was waiting for Wuxia to say this. Very well. Just be aware of your own choice. I can't guarantee anything else, but your daughter will definitely be safe. The clan master finished. Wuxia chuckled and said flatly, Don't worry, I am a man who always picks the right choice. He left after saying this. The clan master's eyes turned cold. Everything that has transpired so far has escaped his expectation. In the past, he would think that Wuxia would be panicking after being caught, especially when his daughter was in the hands of the Wenren clan. However, this ordinary brat was too calm and completely indifferent to everything. This made it quite difficult for the clan master to have a grasp of the situation. He really wanted to use the hostages to force Wuxia to admit that he was a spy from Soaring Hawk. With that, the storm would subside quickly and the relationship between the two clans could be mended. Moreover, that was a great opportunity for their clans to join against Soaring Hawk as well. However, Wuxia's attitude was too bizarre. The guy was too calm, as if he has predicted everything. Such nonchalant attitude made the clan master question whether he should recklessly implement this plan. In his mind now, it was good enough for Wuxia to admit fault. As long as they handed him over to the Dongfang clan, that would be considered an appropriate answer to this whole mess. Go, inquire meticulously about who this brat is and where he came from. The clan master eventually ordered the disciples from the clan. After Wuxia returned to his place, he found the place swarming with Wenren disciples. It was on lockdown with patrols everywhere. Of course, it wasn't to protect him, only to stop him from escaping. Wenren Jianshi came to him and said, "Brotherly, I'm afraid it's too late for you to leave now. The chance is gone. I haven't thought about escaping." Wuxia smiled and said, "Plus, if I wished to escape, your clan wouldn't be able to stop me." Jianshi's eyes slightly batted. He couldn't see through this man at all, so he didn't know whether the guy was a master or was just putting up an act. "Tomorrow, the Dongfang clan will come and take you back to their clan. Though we'll be going there with you, you need to take care of yourself then," he said solemnly. "Do you think I'm your brother-in-law?" Wuxia asked Jianshi, who was about to leave. Jianshi gave him a playful smile. "If you're not my brother-in-law, why do you insist on staying here? Why not deny it? Makes sense." Wuxia smiled back. "To your clan, whether I'm the real thing or not isn't important as long as I admit it to become a scapegoat. Your father might not know, but you certainly do." Jianshi slowly said, "Brotherly, you can't blame me for this. I wasn't trying to implicate you and gave you opportunities to leave. The way I see it, you're the one who has an ulterior motive by wanting to stay here." "Well said, I don't blame you." Wuxia laughed. "I actually wanted to join in this trouble, just having some fun." Jianshi became quiet. His father didn't know that Wuxia was fake, but he knew the truth. However, they were already riding the tiger, and as Wuxia has said, they needed a scapegoat. Chapter 1552, Jianshi turned to leave again, but Wuxia suddenly asked, "Do you know who your brother-in-law is?" His body froze for a bit before turning around again with an unnatural expression. "Isn't it you, brotherly? Both of us are only saying that towards outsiders. I won't reveal it and you won't either, but you know that I am a fake." Wuxia chuckled. It was an implicit understanding of sorts between the two to keep this a secret. "But it is brotherly at this moment." Jianshi smiled back. "You know that I didn't force you at all. You agreed to this." "That's true." Wuxia replied. "Let us go back to the topic of your brother-in-law. Though your lil sis is tight-lipped about this matter and probably never told you, you probably have guessed it being her brother and all. I'm not all-knowing. I don't know if Lurue doesn't tell me." He shook his head. Wuxia laughed in response. "Your little trick is of no use in front of me. Even if your sister doesn't tell you, you know the father of that child. I also want to know, but there's no place to start." Jianshi firmly denied. To which Wuxia laughed. "Is that so? I know that you know after seeing your expression towards Huayu. You don't mind the child at all and even like her a little." He paused for a bit before continuing. "Just think about it, a man suddenly breaking the marriage alliance between your two clans and even had a daughter with your sister. This is a big scandal, and as the future clan master, you wouldn't want something like this to happen at all. Say, you love your sister so you can accept her mistake, I can understand this. However, from the perspective of the future clan master, you will not be able to accept a bastard into your clan even if you love your sister. But surprisingly enough, you adore the little girl and could accept her without any difficulty. What does this mean? He smiled mysteriously and stared at Jianshi. It means that you can accept her identity and bloodline. On a deeper level, it shows that you know who her father is, but it even goes further than that. You must have had a deep relationship with him. If it wasn't for this marriage alliance, perhaps you would have been happy to have him as a brother-in-law. Jianshi was shocked after hearing this and staggered backward with waves surging in his mind. Though his sister really didn't reveal the father, they grew up together, so when he saw Huayu, he immediately guessed everything, including the identity of the father. Just like Li Qie has said, a bastard child shouldn't appear in the Wenren clan. However, he didn't mind at all and could accept her. One could even say that he was very excited to see his niece and was ready to assume the responsibility of being an uncle. Despite his guess, he didn't tell anyone, not even his father, because he didn't wish to besmirch the reputation of a hero. After all, he made illustrious contributions and gave up his life for the Wenren clan. He thought that no one would know this matter outside of Lurue herself. Who would have thought that Li Qie would know everything? There was an impulse manifesting in his eyes. He didn't want this news to spread. Don't bother thinking about it. It should be clear that I'm not afraid of anyone since I am sitting right here without any stress. Li Qie leisurely smiled. Jianshi took a deep breath and smiled. Brotherly, you're overthinking it. It would be good if I were to know, but it doesn't matter right now since you are my brother-in-law. I won't deny it. Li Qie said with a smile. The Dongfang people will come soon. I think you'll be departing tomorrow, so take care then. Jianshi said. That's no problem, I can handle taking the blame. However, you need to tell your father that if he wants me to be a scapegoat, Huayu must stay in my sight. If I am her father, I shall have the final say in her fate. Brotherly, I'm afraid I can't do that, but I can assure you that she'll be safe. Jianshi considered for a moment before shaking his head. You missed my point. Li Qie said flatly, I'm not negotiating with you or your clan. You only have one choice, and that is to follow my wish. His aggressiveness changed Jianshi's expression. Brotherly, that was too arrogant just now. Jianshi took a deep breath and said. Li Qie smiled back, what do you think? Do as I say and take her along. I don't want to let the child see too much blood, understand? Jianshi's demeanor changed rapidly several times in a short period. Though their clan wouldn't be intimidated so easily, but Li Qie was here alone and completely at ease. He couldn't tell what the guy was capable of. I'll tell them about your request. Jianshi made up his mind. Sure enough, Li Qie was taken to the Dongfang clan on the second day. In fact, the Wenren clan had no choice. The moment they took Lurue back, the Dongfang clan has gotten wind of this as well. Right now, the Dongfang needed the Wenren to hand someone over. As in-laws, they might not do anything to Wenren Lurue, but an outsider like Li Qie seducing their bride? There was no chance for forgiveness. Both clans wanted to deal with this in a low-key manner. The Dongfang clan found out very quickly, so the Wenren clan had to hand Li Qie over. In fact, the Wenren clan master had no control over this matter. They could only hope Li Qie would shoulder the blame, then they could deal with it quietly and defuse the misunderstandings. There were many people waiting outside when Li Qie was escorted out. Outside of Jianshi and his father, a bunch of experts from the clan was responsible for him too. In addition, there were several old men from the Dongfang clan. They immediately sent out unfriendly gaze at him right away. Two experts wanted to take his arms in order to subdue him. Li Qie didn't become angry at all and repeated the same phrase with a smile, you want to keep your dog hands? Leave it. Jianshi ordered. He knew that Li Qie wouldn't run away at this moment. He would have done so long ago if there was any intention of escaping. A carriage slowly came about with Wenren and Lurue inside. She was silent with a haggard complexion since she didn't know what fate was awaiting her at the Dongfang clan. The thing she was worried about the most was not herself but her daughter, Wenren Huayu. Alas, she alone couldn't protect her daughter. The carriage was in front under the escort of the Wenren clan's experts. "Brotherly, it's time to hit the road," Jianshi politely told Li Qie. He even deliberately let Li Qie stay close to Huayu. His intention was obvious. If the Wenren clan has agreed to Li Qie's condition, he must also not go back on his words and shoulder the blame. "Good, I also want to take a trip." He smiled and said, "Let's go fast, I have to leave after dealing with this trivial business." With that, he trotted forward. Chapter 1553. There were many islands in this particular chain with large tracts of land. On a huge island next to renowned was Eastern City, ruled by the Dongfang clan. A total of 3 powers reigned over this region, the Dongfang, Wenren, and the state of Soaring Hawk. However, the 2 clans weren't a match for Soaring Hawk, thus they had no choice but to work together. Because of this, a marriage alliance has been the long-running tradition. It forged a bond of steel that could last for a long time. However, because of Lurue running away from her wedding, a crack appeared in the alliance. The 2 clans almost turned into enemies. This was why the Dongfang required a reasonable answer from the Wenren clan and demanded the culprit right away. However, Lurue has been missing for the last couple of years. It became a cyst since the misunderstanding wouldn't go away. For the Dongfang clan, Lurue was still the beloved daughter of the Wenren, so they couldn't do anything to her. However, the other adulterer wouldn't be able to escape. Both clans wanted to use the blood of this adulterer to wash away their grievances. Of course, the Wenren clan deliberately concealed the existence of Wenren Huayu in accordance to Jianshi's wish. Because of this, she didn't go together with her mother but stayed by Jianshi instead. Eastern City wasn't far from renowned, so the group arrived in just a short time. A youth personally greeted them outside of the Dongfang clan's mansion. He was very handsome and noble with a body like gold. "Brother Jianshi, the travel must have been hard." He came up and greeted the escort unit. He was especially polite towards Jianshi. This was the elder young noble of the Dongfang clan, Dongfang Tsong, who was once Lurue's fiancé. In fact, Dongfang Tsong and Wenren Jianshi had an extremely good relationship. They weren't brothers but were even closer. Because of this, both clans had high hopes for them. After Lurue married into the Dongfang clan, the clans would have grown even closer. However, the relationship soured after Lurue's debacle. Nevertheless, the two's friendship was still strong, but they were stuck in an awkward position due to their clans. "Thank you for your hospitality, brother Dongfang." Jianshi gave Dongfang Tsong a big hug. They sympathized with each other since they played the same role in their clan. Wenren Lurue came down from the carriage as well. It was interesting that Dongfang Tsong didn't become angry when his fiancée ran off with another man. Despite having a grudge about it, he maintained the demeanor of a noble. "Sister, long time no see." He could only sigh after seeing her haggard appearance. He was helpless in this matter as well. There was no reason for him to be angry since the marriage was decided by the seniors. He could understand that she didn't want to marry him. However, it was meant for the future of the 2 clans, so they weren't in charge of their own outcome. Lurue sighed in response and bowed deeply. "Brother, this was my fault, so let it end with me." In her eyes, it wasn't because of Dongfang Tsong's lackings or flaws. She simply didn't want an arranged marriage and already had someone in mind. That was the reason why she chose to run. If she had another chance, she would still make the same choice without regrets. The only thing she hated was her lack of agency while being stuck between the 2 clans. The ancestors will decide. Dongfang Tsong stated. Dongfang Tsong looked at Li Qiye carefully. He wanted to see just who Lurui's man was. He couldn't see anything special about the guy. Meanwhile, Li Qiye leisurely nodded as a greeting towards Dongfang Kong. Dongfang Tsong didn't wish to talk and said, "Let's go in." The Dongfang clan didn't wish for a big commotion, so they kept it very quiet. It was a mess for both of the clans, so there was no need to publicize this matter. The clan immediately convened a meeting in order to make a decision with the fastest speed in order to calm the storm. After all, their clan didn't wish to turn against the Wenren clan either. Moreover, if the alliance were to fall, Soaring Hawk would take both of them down eventually. The sooner they could solve this, the less complication. Afterward, both clans could maintain the alliance of past. After making the decision, the ancestors from both clans summoned Li Qiye and Wenren Lurue. This was only to tell them the result. The two saw the ancestors from both clans. Jianshi and Dongfang Tsong were present as well with a solemn expression. She gently sighed and knew that it was about to come. However, she was ready to meet her fate. As long as her daughter could be fine, she was willing to pay any price. Li Qiye glanced at the ancestors and only smiled. He actually walked up to the master chair and sat down with wanton regards. Such arrogant attitude made the ancestors ugly. Both sides angrily glared at him. "I'm already a dead man in your eyes, can't a dead man get to sit down?" Li Qiye nonchalantly laughed after seeing the glares. The people present here snorted at this attitude, but at this moment, they were more concerned about him acting as the scapegoat. This was more than enough. Wenren Lurue took a deep breath and bowed, "Dear ancestors, this is my fault. All the blame is on me. I have shamed both of our clans, so I'm willing to bear all the sins. May my life eliminates the grievances." "Lurue, you don't need to speak for this Li guy's sake." One Wenren ancestor shouted, "Your mistake can't be forgiven. Because of this, the clans have decided to imprison you in the inner tower for the rest of your life." Both Jianshi and Tsong were shocked to hear this sentence. Tsong stepped out and addressed the ancestors. "Ancestors, she is indeed at fault, but it is only out of youthful ignorance. Just let this marriage pass and our clans can still be allies. There is no need for a life sentence. Tsonger, stand to the side." A Dongfang ancestor spoke coldly, "The laws must be upheld." With that, he turned towards Li Qiye, "And you, purposely breaking our marriage pact and alliance, seducing a married woman, a crime deserving of death. You shall be decapitated to set an example. An agreement has been reached between the two clans. If Lurue escaped with someone else, then the fault was on her. However, if Li Qiye was purposely breaking the alliance by seducing her, then it would be a different story. He would bear the bigger burden of the crime." Both clans chose the latter version in order to kill this scandal as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Li Qiye smiled and casually picked up some fruit on the table nearby before leisurely taking a bite. This made the ancestors nearly vomit blood from anger. They felt an urge to kill him right away. Chapter 1554. After finishing the fruit, he threw the seeds on the tray before wiping his hands. This only further enraged the ancestors with fire in their eyes. They wanted nothing more than to tear him to pieces. "Would you like to hear my opinion?" After cleaning his hands, he calmly said, "I'll go ahead. Why bother killing and seeing blood because of this?" Ultimately, both clans still want to keep the alliance, not wanting to break all pretense since you still need to face the lurking Soaring Hawk. If this is the case, then let bygones be bygones. The sky wants rain and a child wants its mother, just let them be. He paused for a bit before continuing, "Your clans are still in a marriage alliance, at least from the last generation. Thus, why the need to break a couple and force a loveless marriage? As for your Dongfang clan, will you feel better after killing me, the adulterer?" You still won't be able to get a Wenren girl into your clan as a bride. As for the Wenren clan, would you feel better by imprisoning your own daughter, never letting her see the sun again? In the end, your Dongfang clan will be responsible for this imprisonment. The grudge will still be there after the punishments are carried out. Li Qiye said with a smile. Junior, don't bother trying to spout your nonsense. A Wenren ancestor furiously shouted to shut him up. In this complication, the Wenren clan was at fault, so they hoped that everything would be over with. Nonsense? Li Qiye shook his head. I'm only showing you the correct way. It's not like the alliance won't be there without a marriage. The powerful foe will still be there. Your alliance is not predicated on benefits, it is necessary to combat the existential crisis. No matter how you looked at it, your two clans need to stay together. When the mouth is open, the teeth will be cold. Since it is so, why not be more benevolent and just let this thing pass? Don't let this failed marriage leave a knot in your mind. Killing me and imprisoning the daughter from the Wenren won't solve anything. Let's be honest, both sides do not like the current situation, but everyone should let it go for the sake of the future. Li Qiye's spiel was endless and made the ancestors quite angry. However, Dongfang Tsong stood up and said, Fellow ancestors, I feel that this makes sense. Our alliance is not because of the marriages. We have been close for many years now with ties as deep as the ocean and vast as the mountains. Even without the marriages, our friendship still has roots from the past. Since this is the case, why should we turn a wedding into a funeral? Why not just let this pair be together? It will be a happy commotion instead if we can see past this. Everyone will feel better and it won't affect the friendship between our clans. Dongfang Tsong carefully articulated in a solemn manner. Tsonger, don't listen to his nonsense. One Dongfang ancestor immediately stopped him. Li Qiye, on the other hand, started clapping. Good, well said, what a prodigy. Your attitude is worthy of being in my sight. With such a heart, there is no fear of not accomplishing great deeds. How presumptuous. The Dongfang ancestor could no longer stop himself from shouting, Junior, we still haven't torn you to pieces because we respect the Wenren clan, but you dare to run your mouth? Take him outside, kill him. Some experts immediately rushed towards Li Qiye. For both of the clans, leaving him behind would only cause more problems. Why not just kill him now? Li Qiye simply smiled and still remained seated as the experts headed for him. Wenren Lurue could only sigh. She couldn't help him at all since she was having trouble protecting herself, let alone assisting him. Suddenly, loud commotions came from outside. It sounded like fighting. What's going on? The ancestors here were surprised and didn't want further complication. Ancestor, not good, Hai Yangying is here. An expert from the Dongfang clan rushed in with sorry appearance. The ancestors were alarmed after hearing this. Even the experts wanting to catch Li Qiye stopped and looked outside nervously. What's going on? I'm visiting in good faith but was faced with swords. This is the hospitality of the Dongfang clan? A hearty laughter came from outside. Next, a youth came in with a vigorous aura and a pair of sharp hawk eyes, capable of piercing through everyone. 2 rows of experts accompanied him. It was clear at first glance that they were quite formidable and aggressive. Hai Yangying. Everyone's expression darkened outside of Li Qiye after seeing the youth. Dongfang clan master, you greet guests with swords? Yangying smiled and said after rushing into the chamber. The clan master and the ancestors here weren't happy. However, since he claimed to be a guest, they couldn't express their displeasure. In fact, everyone here put on a serious expression as if they were about to head into battle. Yangying was the crown prince of Soaring Hawk. Rumor has it that he was about to take over as the next king. Moreover, his talents were quite great. He had the potential to become the strongest in the state of Soaring Hawk. Jianshi and Tsong in the same generation were no match for him. Nephew Hai, it must have been a long journey. Please go rest in our esteemed guest quarter. The Dongfang clan will treat a guest well. The Dongfang clan master replied. Though there has been constant friction between the clans and Soaring Hawk, they were small-scale skirmishes. An all-out war has not broken out, so not all pretension and formalities were broken. His sudden intrusion into their deliberation chamber was only met with swords. This was already very polite of their clans. He looked around fiercely and aggressively. After seeing Wenren Lurue, he smiled. Miss Wenren, long time no see. I heard you have been missing for a long time now after leaving the Wenren clan and running away from your marriage. The experts from both clans didn't like this. They had a bad feeling with Yang Ying's appearance right before they could quietly end it. Lurue interrupted him. Prince Hai, you're mistaken. I'm born a Wenren and will die a Wenren. Oh. Yang Ying revealed a sarcastic smile. He turned towards Li Qia instead. You must be Miss Wenren's husband? Lurue became quiet after hearing this. This development was out of everyone's expectation. Li Qia didn't care at all about this new intruder. He picked up another fruit and took his time eating while leisurely watching the situation. Yang Ying withdrew his gaze and smiled. I came in order to see a trial of the adulterer. It seems like I have come at the wrong time. Young noble Hai, please leave. The Dongfang clan master lowered his tone. Yang Ying replied, Clan master, I'm not here to interfere with your internal affairs. However, I received news that your clans have secretly captured a cultivator from our Crouching Dragon continent, so I came to ask about this specifically. No such thing is happening. The clan master denied right away. But I have received information that this person is a cultivator from our continent. Yang Ying was confident and pointed at Li Qia, but now, he is captured here. Why are your clans secretly capturing cultivators? I'm waiting for an explanation. The people here were alarmed after hearing this. It meant that Yang Ying deliberately wanted to make a big deal out of this publicly. Chapter 1555. While the experts in the Dongfang chamber were shaken, Hai Yang Ying continued, Clan masters, we are three great powers belonging to the Crouching Dragon continent, so we are responsible for maintaining the peace in this land. If your clans are capturing cultivators without just cause, this would lead to public unrest. Because of this, we need the Crouching Dragon Cliff to preside over this situation. This didn't bode well with the clan members. The participation of the cliff might end badly for them. Nephew Hai, you are worrying too much. This is our internal affairs, not some secret detainment of cultivators from the continent. The Wenren clan master lost his cool and said. Is that so? Yang Ying smiled, I think the opposite. If this person belongs to your clans, then I won't be interfering. However, if he isn't, then this is an improper capturing of cultivators. He pointed at Li Qia. The experts glanced at each other. Li Qia naturally wasn't a part of their clans. They wanted to kill him today, but this sudden development caught them off guard. In a short time, everyone stared at Li Qia and hoped that he would admit to being part of the two clans. However, they knew that it was impossible since they wanted to kill him. Anyone would grasp onto this sliver of hope and immediately deny. However, Li Qia continued to eat his fruit in a nonchalant manner, content on watching the fun. He didn't admit to being part of the clans, but he didn't deny this either. At the very least, this made the clans heave a sigh of relief. Nephew Hai, this is our business, please take your leave. An ancestor from the Dongfang clan spoke coldly with a firm attitude. Yang Ying wasn't too surprised. He wasn't afraid of this ancestor and smiled back, I definitely wouldn't interfere with your internal affairs, but what if it isn't? Recently, Her Majesty has been patrolling the continent. I have just received news that not long from now, she'll come to our island. If she were to learn about this secret detainment, what would she do? How will your clans explain it to her? I'm not trying to be an alarmist, but I'm sure the cliff won't sit idly by and tolerate such a thing. He sneered at this point after making his threat clear to the chagrin of the listeners present. Even if they could chase him away, when the Sky Dragon King did her round, he would report negatively to the king about their clans. At that time, they wouldn't have the chance to defend themselves. The experts here were in a difficult position that could lead to a disaster. If the clans aggressively chased Hai Yangying away and kill Wuxia, then the guy could still report this to the king and bring about her wrath. What do you want? Wenren Jianshi uttered coldly. Yangying smiled in response, nothing, I just want to maintain the peace of our islands. If your clans aren't secretly capturing cultivators, then fine, give him a public trial then. This will decide right from wrong. If he is an adulterer who seduced the bride to break the arranged marriage, then that's worthy of death. I hate this type of scum the most as well. Moreover, this will prove your clan's innocence and provide closure as well. This was not what the clans wanted to see, since they didn't want to show the skeletons in the closet to outsiders. Even if Wuxia were to admit his relationship with Lurue for some reason in an open interrogation, it would lead to everyone knowing about their issue and they would lose all face in the process. Moreover, there were too many uncertainties with a public trial. What if Wuxia decided to change his mind and bite back? That would have an even greater impact on the two clans. At this time, the Wenren clan made up their mind. One ancestor spoke coldly, "Nephew Hai, please leave. No need for you to worry about our problems, we can deal with this ourselves." Yangying disagreed, "I'm only doing this for the peace of our island. If your clans wish to do this by yourselves, very well, my Soaring Hawk and the surrounding sects will invite Her Majesty here to maintain order. I heard she has just arrived at Distribute Country, so she could be here in a jiffy." He wouldn't leave so easily after coming here, since his goal was to disturb this matter so that the two clans wouldn't be able to take care of it. Nothing could be better for his state than having the two clans at odds with each other. The clan members weren't happy with this comment. If Soaring Hawk were to team up with the other sects to invite the Sky Dragon King, the situation wouldn't be favorable for them. However, there was no way back. Why not? Wuxia, who was eating his fruit, spoke with a smile while the clan members were stuck in a dilemma. I feel that if he wants a trial, then give him a trial. No need to leave him out, right? I think we should go to the field of Dragon War for this trial. That place has a good view up high so the heaven can listen to the trial. Plus, how could we not have an arbitrator for this great matter? Invite the Sky Dragon King as the judge then. No. Members from both clans unanimously rejected this idea. They couldn't accept a public trial at all, especially not with the king presiding over it. Clan masters, the involved party has agreed to a public trial, so the two of you shouldn't refuse anymore. Hai Yangying smiled. This was a great chance to attack the two clans. The clan members were naturally angry and scared. They couldn't allow for this to happen. The Wenren clan master repeated, "Nephew Hai, this is our internal affairs." "No, that's not the case, it's my problem too from now on." Wuxia interrupted him, "If I am not a disciple from either of your clans, there should be a public trial." "Okay, we'll go with that." Clan masters, any other comments? Yangying gloated, "Since he's not your disciple, he has to follow me now since I'm responsible for his safety." "Who the hell are you?" Wuxia casually said while Yangying was feeling quite content with himself, "You're not giving any order here. Go, tell the Sky Dragon King to come to the field of Dragon War." "You." Yangying's expression turned quite ugly. "Okay, everyone can go now. Your two clans don't have any other choice, so we'll do it like this." Wuxia laughed and left before anyone could react. At this time, the clan members couldn't do anything, not even capturing him again. However, they were relieved to find that he wasn't trying to escape and was still staying happily at the Dongfang clan. The meeting dispersed with the Wenren clan master furiously leaving. Wenren Jianshi and Lurui's group left as well. He caught up with Li Qia and said coldly, "Even if you don't care for your own well-being, think about your daughter." Li Qia said flatly, "If you are smart right now, you will keep your mouth shut. At the very least, your son is much wiser than you in this regards." Chapter 1556, The Wenren clan master was becoming livid. This was quite a bad strings of misfortune for their clan, so they became quite unhappy. "Father, let me talk with Brother Li." Jianshi immediately pulled his father back and persuaded. In the end, the clan master scowled before waving his sleeve, then left. After these experts left, a Dongfang guard came in and spoke coldly, "Crown Prince Hai wants to see you." This disciple didn't like Li Qia at all. If he wasn't under orders to only stop Li Qia from leaving, they might have tried to teach him a lesson. "No, tell him to scram." Li Qia was disinterested and waved his hand. The disciple was caught off guard. Even Lurui and Jianshi found it strange. If Li Qia wanted to stay alive, his best option was to work with Hai Yangying, but he chose against it. Nevertheless, after the disciple left, Yangying rushed in. He even dared to rush into the main chamber, let alone this place. "I am upholding justice and saving your life. It's one thing if you don't show gratitude, but to even refuse an audience." Yangying spoke aggressively with a stern demeanor. "Scram. You're nothing." Li Qia didn't bother looking at him. Li Qia naturally knew the guy's objective. He wanted to persuade Li Qia so that during the public trial, he would lambaste the two clans. Once successful, the clans wouldn't be able to prove their innocence before the Crouching Dragon Cliff. "You." Yangying didn't like this response. In his eyes, Li Qia was a nobody. If Li Qia wanted to live, the guy must rely on him and beg. Even if Li Qia was 10 times more courageous, he still wouldn't dare to go against him. But now, Li Qia actually insulted him. This made the always imperious Yangying have a murderous flash in his eyes. "Crown Prince Hai, since Brother Li is going to attend a public trial, you should leave now." Jianshi raised his voice. "Oh? Wenren Jianshi, you want to oppose me too?" Yangying laughed in response. "If your clan's Gu Qiyu were alive, he might be able to fight me for a couple of moves. But you? No chance." Jianshi's eyes turned cold before such arrogance. Lurui also stared angrily at him. Gu Qiyu used to be the Wenren clan's eldest martial brother who happened to be Huayu's father. "What if I join?" Dongfang Tsong walked in and spoke with a heavy tone. Yangying looked at the two of them and laughed. "So just like the rumors, you two are quite close. I wonder if you can stay this way after this storm." Jianshi and Tsong's expression slightly changed, but they didn't react. Yangying ignored these two and sneered at Li Qia. "If you want to survive as a cultivator of Crouching Dragon, don't rely on these two clans. Only my Soaring Hawk will be able to uphold justice for you." His intentions were clear while saying this in front of Jianshi and Kong. Anyone who wasn't utterly stupid would pick the right choice. Even though Yangying was running his mouth before them, Jianshi and Tsong couldn't do anything. "Scram already." Li Qia interrupted him. "If you want to live, go tell the Sky Dragon King to go to the field of dragon war." Yangying instantly became livid with a murderous urge. Though Tsong and Jianshi weren't Li Qia's friends and resembled his enemies even more, they felt quite good to see Li Qia's disdainful response towards Yangying. "Crown Prince, please leave. Brother Li does not wish to see you." Jianshi seized the opportunity and said. Yangying snorted and gave one last glare before leaving. Meanwhile, the duo stared strangely at Li Qia. At this moment, they were quite confused. During the meeting earlier, they thought Li Qia sided with Yangying in order to save his life. However, he didn't give the guy any face at this moment. This matter was simply too bizarre. Dongfang Zong asked him with a serious tone, "Brotherly, I don't understand what you are planning, but you surely know that Hai Yangying won't save you. He's only using you and couldn't care less about your well-being during the trial. Even if you leave the trial alive, he'll definitely try to kill you to keep things under wrap. Is that so?" Li Qiye smiled casually while sitting down comfortably. Dongfang Zong had no words to express Li Qiye's current attitude. It was as if he was the boss in this place. He looked at Jianshi and found the guy just as confused. What could Jianshi say right now? Li Qiye only wanted to have fun while the Wenren clan needed a scapegoat. But now, the development has gotten out of the two clans' control. If he knew this was going to happen, he wouldn't have brought Li Qiye here. Of course, both clans were surprised at how things have escalated. The Wenren clan wanted to kill Li Qiye, the so-called adulterer, to give the Dongfang clan an answer. On the other hand, the Dongfang clan needed the blood of this guy to wash away this problem. They wanted to solve this issue as fast and as silently as possible. However, Hai Yangying came out of nowhere. Dongfang Zong still didn't know that Li Qiye was fake. Only the brother and sister knew. Who knows if the Wenren clan master was aware of this either. In fact, even if he did, it wouldn't have mattered. Li Qiye involved himself in this matter and was the perfect scapegoat. Zong stared at Li Qiye and took a deep breath. "Brotherly, let the past be gone with the wind. The marriage alliance isn't something the juniors of the clans want. However, it has escalated to this level. The situation isn't good for the clans and for you or Miss Lurue either. Have you thought about when the world all know about this, where will you go to find peace? What's your opinion then?" Li Qiye became interested. Dongfang Zong took a deep breath and said, "Brotherly, I can convince the ancestors in the clan so that you can marry Lurue and the clans won't pursue this matter any longer. With that, you'll be one of us and Hai Yangying won't have a reason for a trial. A bit interesting. However, that's not what I want." Li Qiye looked at him and couldn't help but smile. "Then what do you want?" Zong asked. "You'll find out when the time comes." Li Qiye revealed a mysterious smile. Zong couldn't do anything about it. Li Qiye has seized the initiative. Even though he was staying at their clan, they were completely at his mercy. Due to Yangying's interference, it's not like they could kill him now. This would give Yangying more firepower to frame them before the Sky Dragon King. That's when the big trouble would come. Brother Jianshi and sister Lurue, you two should convince him. It'll be better for our clans. Zong told the other two. Their clans wanted to take his head in order to end this private scandal, but now, they had no choice but to compromise. Jianshi stared strangely at Li Qiye and said helplessly, "If it wasn't for your attitude earlier, I would be thinking that you're a spy sent by Soaring Hawk. You think too highly of that state." Li Qiye chuckled. "Brotherly, it's my fault for letting you become a scapegoat." Jianshi said earnestly, "Just like Brother Dongfang said earlier, as long as you are willing, we can end all of this. I can convince our ancestors so that we can all have a better outcome." Li Qiye leisurely responded, "Why should we end this? The show has only just begun. It can't end just yet until I want it to." Chapter 1557. At this time, Jianshi had an indescribable dilemma. Their Wenren clan had to please Li Qiye now. Both the clans didn't want a public trial. Regardless of the result, it would end well for them. "Brotherly, will you go easy on us? Just tell me whatever you want and I'll discuss it with the ancestors." Jianshi was on the verge of begging. He could be considered the starter to this whole mess since he knew that Li Qiye was fake. However, the guy was only doing this for fun while the Wenren clan was in a hurry to end this. He didn't expect this reckless decision would eventually reach an uncontrollable juncture. "Why do you think that this must be a bad thing?" Li Qiye smiled, maybe this is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity for your clan. I don't see that at all. He smiled wryly. If something goes wrong, our clan will face a disaster. I'm the one at fault here. If you want revenge, just do whatever you want to me. I hope that you can go easy on our clan. It'll be very benevolent of you. All right. Wuxia gently waved his sleeve. I know what you are saying. Just wait to see the actual outcome before crying doom and gloom. You'll see soon. Such a response only further perplexed Jianshi since he didn't know what Wuxia wanted at all. Sis, you talked to him too. In the end, he placed all hope on Lurue and took his leave. Lurue didn't know what to say either. In fact, she knew as much about Wuxia as her brother. Jianshi thought that Lurue knew him and could perhaps convince him. Young noble Li, what are you looking for? Jianshi said seriously, if you are willing to stand by the Wenren's side, I can give you my life. He chuckled in response, have you thought about what will happen to your daughter after this mess is over? Will I stay as a fake forever? When will she find out about her real father? Does she even know now? Lurue became dejected after hearing this since she knew that this secret shouldn't be revealed. It's simple. If this matter is quelled, your daughter will never have the chance to come out. Even if the Wenren clan accepts her, she'll only be a bastard, a mortal, someone who will spend her life under disdainful glances. Even if you could take her away from this clan, what will she do? Follow you for the rest of her life without knowing her father? Even if she does, she can't claim him either. He said flatly. Lurue took a deep breath and looked up. I know that it's all my fault. I've brought this on her. But the Wenren clan is still my family and her father's family. Given the chance, both of us will pay whatever price to protect it. I know. He spoke again, however, your daughter has a fateful connection with me, so I don't want to see her being chastised as a bastard, spending the rest of her life while keeping her head down. Thus, I shall give her a chance. I don't understand. Lurue was dazed. This is her fortune. Wuxia continued, it's just that you don't know your daughter's worth and potential. But, she said, a public trial is not good for anyone. It'll bring downfall, and the only one laughing, in the end, will be Soaring Hawk. I'll be the only one laughing in the end. Soaring Hawk is nothing. Wuxia said with a smile. Lurue became quiet from not knowing Wuxia at all. Young noble Li, that state might invite the Sky Dragon King. At that point, even if you have a plan, I'm afraid you can't control the situation. No one can change the king's decision. She slowly speculated. We can satisfy your demand and end this problem first before dealing with other issues. She requested earnestly. She tried her best to protect the Wenren clan since she would always be a part of this family. Thus, she was willing to give up her life when necessary. Why do you think the ruling of the Dragon King will be unfavorable? Don't have such a pessimistic view. He laughed. Young noble Li, maybe you don't know too much about the Crouching Dragon continent. In this place, our clan is only a small sect, not even part of any top ranking or be considered a second-rate power. Even the Soaring Hawk is only barely considered a country. You think the Dragon King will care about a sect like us? Maybe Soaring Hawk and their allies could use this opportunity and get the king to destroy us. She spoke seriously. The failed marriage was their own matter in her eyes. This only related to the Wenren and Dongfang clans. It didn't matter how much of a scene they made, an alliance would still be there in the end. However, the situation has escalated outside of their control. They didn't mind being enemies with the Soaring Hawk. After all, tension has always run high. Moreover, their clan's territory has been verified by the Crouching Dragon Cliff. Nevertheless, they feared the involvement of this sect since they were only insects in comparison. Not to mention the Sky Dragon King, just any character of the elder level would be able to annihilate their clans. In the trial, even if the king could issue a fair verdict, they would lose all face afterward. The king might even have a bad impression of their clans and abandon them or even remove their status in the continent. No big deal. We'll talk after the king is here. He casually smiled. Wuxia then waved his sleeve. Let's go. I have already decided what to do. Oh right, tell your brother to take good care of your daughter or I'll hold him responsible if anything were to happen. Lurue understood that there was no persuading Wuxia. She sighed gently and left. Wuxia smiled and looked out the window. Pretty Xian, you have been interested in your cliff's bloodline, right? Then I shall give you a chance. An ancient lineage shall surface again from the depth. With that, he closed his eyes as if sleeping. Today, both clans received the news that Soaring Hawk and several great powers demanded a trial for Wuxia. It was an official message as well. This country worked quite hard. In just one day, they made several powers send a letter to the Sky Dragon King and ask her to preside over this problem. She was on a patrol tour across the continent nearby. To everyone's surprise, she actually accepted right away. In fact, even Soaring Hawk found this astonishing. Their country has been wanting to complain to the cliff about the clans several times. Their goal was to rely on the cliff's attitude to gain a favorable position before destroying the clans. However, their complaints were always dismissed. They didn't have that much hope this time either. However, a positive reply left them in disbelief. Meanwhile, the ancestors of the two clans were frightened after finding out that the Sky Dragon King will personally take charge in the trial. These old men were completely helpless in this incoming crisis. Chapter 1558, Field of Dragon War was actually a deserted island located inside the chain. It was very special because the bottom half was smaller than the top, just like a large lingji mushroom growing on the ocean. It wasn't easy to enter this type of terrain, especially for mortals who would find it hard to climb. Because of this, this island has always been deserted. The surface above was a grassy plain resembling a battlefield. It could accommodate more than 10,000 people, so it was a suitable location for a public trial. There were many cultivators from the nearby sects arriving at the plain even before the start of the trial. Of course, the two clans and Soaring Hawk couldn't be the reason for so many people to participate. After all, they were only minor sections. Only a few powers would care about this trial. However, it was a different case when the Sky Dragon King was personally presiding over this matter. She was in charge of the Crouching Dragon Cliff at this moment, on top of being a renowned master in the Grand Sea. Meanwhile, the cliff ruled the entire continent. All the sects within were under its jurisdiction. The problem of a small sect like the Wenren clan wasn't worthy of the king's personal visit, but she was indeed coming. This changed the atmosphere completely. Because of this, so many sects came to participate in the trial. Even some sect masters came early. In fact, her coming was outside of Soaring Hawk's expectation. In the beginning, Hai Yangying only wanted to intimidate the two clans using her prestige. Not in his dream did he expect the king to agree to this trial. Yangying became quite elated and proud of this success. In his opinion, this was a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity. It looked like the cliff has a good opinion on his country. He thought to himself, could it be that the capital itself has heard of my reputation? He knew that he was a talented youth, the #1 expert of Soaring Hawk. Moreover, he had a noble air on top of being extremely handsome, with many fans back in his country, the star in the heart of many young ladies, the lover in the mind of many women. Could it be that even the Sky Dragon King fancy him? Yangying felt as if he was floating on air after thinking about this. Everyone in the northern region knew that the Sky Dragon King was a peerless beauty on the same level as the Heaven Suppression Goddess. If the Sky Dragon King were to fancy him, it meant that he would be able to soar to the sky. Yangying was having a grand old time fantasizing this. He could already see the day when he could embrace the beauty and become world-renowned with great authority. He turned a bit silly and started to grin. It was understandable that he was having this thought. In fact, many sects were surprised as well. Why was the Dragon King wasting her time on such minor sects? Because of this, the sect masters and royal lords at the field became quite polite toward Soaring Hawk. The Soaring Hawk royal lord, Yang Ying's father, personally led troops here to maintain order and to be his son's backing. If they could impress the Dragon King, their sect could rise overnight. Royal Lord, congratulations, a tiger never has a dog cub. Your son is excelling like a dragon among men. One day, he'll rise towards the sky and the world shall heed his name. A few sect masters and royal lords were talking to the Soaring Hawk royal lord with the intention of flattery. In the past, this tiny country wasn't worthy of their flattery. However, many were speculating that the Sky Dragon King might be wanting to groom this sect. Moreover, Yang Ying was indeed a talented prodigy. Maybe he could earn her favor. Please, gentlemen, I don't deserve such kind words. The royal lord was beaming with this great opportunity for his country to shine. Needless to say about Yang Ying, his confidence has grown to an unprecedented level. He felt as if he has just obtained some great influence. Who is the trial for this time? Someone asked. In fact, they didn't really care about the trial. The main focus was to present themselves in a favorable manner before the Sky Dragon King in order to get her notice. I think a disciple from the Wenren clan. An expert who has caught some wind of this matter answered. No. Yang Ying immediately corrected, not someone from the Wenren clan. He does have some relationship with them, but he's just a disciple from our continent. However, he had a relationship with the Wenren daughter and ruined the marriage alliance. Because of this, those two clans wanted to secretly dispose of him. Many people could understand this. Marriage alliances were common among clans, but this Li fella seduced the Wenren daughter. They felt sympathetic that the two clans wanted to deal with this privately. As members of the Crouching Dragon continent, we have the responsibility to maintain peace, but the two clans are secretly apprehending a cultivator, even intending on killing him. This would only result in mass unrest. Thus, we have to uphold justice. Yang Ying spoke sternly with a righteous appearance. The crowd didn't disagree with this conjecture either. However, they understood that he was only using this type of rhetoric to push his own agenda, but no one bothered to say anything. The disciples from the two clans finally made it to the field as well. Wuxia was part of the group with experts on his left and right. They were actually protecting this time, since if something were to happen to him, there was no chance for them to defend themselves. Due to the congregation of masters in this place, the clans became quite nervous, evident by their serious expression. Not to mention the Sky Dragon King, just these great powers alone rendered them out of breath. Alas, there was no other choice. If they didn't bring Wuxia here, it was the same as opposing the Dragon King. Doing so would result in unimaginable consequences at the Crouching Dragon continent. Wuxia didn't look like a prisoner as well, since they almost regarded him as their ancestor with respect to their current treatment. They hoped that Wuxia could at least stay civil during the trial towards their clans. After stepping on the field, Wuxia looked at the sea around and smiled. The entire continent looked like a giant beast lying on the sea. If one were overlooking from above, they would find that there was a mountain range crossing through the entire area just like a dragon. Its head seemed to be diving into the ocean. Meanwhile, this particular island looked like a dragon head sticking out. He smirked, for this was his goal. The trial was only out of convenience in order to calm this storm so that the brat named Huayu could have a bright future ahead. Chapter 1559. After seeing the arrival of Wuxia and the two clans, Yang Ying couldn't help but smirk. This so-called trial was only a tool used by him to break down the Wenren and Dongfang. He didn't care for Li Qia's life. In fact, even if Li Qia could survive the trial, he would kill Li Qia if given an opportunity later on, since the guy has offended him. The royal lords and sect masters are all here. You can start by telling them about how the Wenren and Dongfang clan have abducted you. Hai Yangying wanted to take charge before the Sky Dragon King was here, so he told Li Qia. The experts from the two clans grimaced. This was their business, but Yangying has told the rest of the world now. It was quite a humiliating ordeal. Abduction? What are you talking about? Li Qia laughed at the complacent fella. Li Qia's answer made the clan members heave a sigh of relief. The ancestors asked Jianshi and Lurue to go beg Li Qia. In their eyes, Li Qia was Lurue's husband, so he might go easy on them. In the past, his attitude was completely unclear, so the two clans were afraid that he would bite them back during the trial. This came as a pleasant surprise to them. I'm talking about the two clans wanting to quietly dispose of you after they captured you. Yangying hurriedly said, "Don't worry, you're not part of their clans. Any cultivator at the Crouching Dragon continent is free from such injustice. They don't have the authority to detain or judge you. Just tell the truth and the sect masters and royal lords here will protect you." The ancestors' expression became quite ugly. The Wenren clan master couldn't help but yell, "Crown Prince Hai, this is our own business." Is that so? The involved party is present, why don't we listen to him? Yangying sneered. That's right, we'll take care of this, go ahead and talk. When Her Majesty gets here, she'll give you a fair trial as well. One sect master helped Yangying. Oh. Li Qia smiled, but if I am the Wenren clan's son-in-law, am I still an outsider or am I a disciple of the clan? Such words surprised the crowd, especially Yangying. The Wenren clan master immediately echoed, "That's right, this is our internal affairs, no need for a trial." When did you become the Wenren clan's son-in-law? Yangying turned serious and coldly said, "The daughter from that clan is betrothed to Dongfang Tsong, everyone knows this, so where did you come out from?" What does that mean then? Humph, it means you are purposely breaking a marriage alliance by seducing an innocent woman, an unforgivable crime of an adulterer, intending to break the peace of the continent. The world does not tolerate someone like you, so if you are truly this evil, you should be burnt slowly at the stake to set an example for those who dare to disturb the harmony of Crouching Dragon. Villains in this place will be punished severely. Yangying's eyes were full of murderous intention at this point. Another sect master shouted, "It is true that a deliberate sabotage of a marriage alliance should be punished severely. A death by fire isn't unreasonable at all." They weren't interested in any secret arrest from the Wenren clan. In fact, many of them were guilty of this. Yangying was only using this as a starting point for his own plan. However, seducing someone else's fiancée was a completely different story. All great powers used this type of alliance and no one wanted such a thing to happen to them. Because of this, more leaders were willing to burn Li Qia to death. This was a warning and an example to all the playboys who want to break alliances. Yangying continued, "Though I don't know what the clans have offered you, but if you claim to be part of the Wenren clan right now, you are still an adulterer who should burn at the stake." His threat was very clear at the moment. If Li Qia were to take the Wenren clan's side, Ingyang and his supporters would kill him. However, if he were to bite back at the clans, there was a chance for him to survive. Anyone else would know what choice to pick at this moment. They would implicate the clans for self-preservation. After all, these clans wanted his life in the past. Li Qia smiled and said slowly, "You are nothing, stop prancing around in front of me and scram before I become angry. Tell the Sky Dragon King to come and see me." Even the leaders here took a deep breath after hearing this, while Yangying was astounded. The disciples from the two clans were naturally frightened pale as well. This guy dared to bluster like this? Telling the Sky Dragon King to come and see him? Ignorant fool, I'll take care of you now. Yang Ying was livid after being humiliated before everyone and immediately reached for Li Qie. Bang! Before he could grab onto anything, Li Qie slapped him flying and smashed all of his teeth. Both teeth and blood gushed from his mouth. Such a sudden change shocked and stunned everyone. Little animal, you want to die? Go, get him. The Soaring Hawk Royal Lord was furious and came together with several hundred experts to surround and capture him. In this instant, a declaration came like the thunder, Her Majesty, the Dragon King, is here. Everyone quickly kneeled down. Even the Soaring Hawk Royal Lord ignored everything else and prostrated as well. Greetings, Your Majesty. All those present at the field were kneeling, outside of Li Qie. Lurue and Jianshi saw that he was still standing and became frightened. Lurue quickly tugged on his sleeve and signaled for him to kneel down only to be met with his smile. A woman descended from the sky. Her appearance engulfed the small island with an aquatic aura. The water dragon beneath her feet made her even more dignified. 2 old men accompanied her. Lights shot out from their eyes that would frighten any spectator with a glimpse. Her eyes swept by the field and suddenly stopped on Li Qie, who was smiling at her. Your Majesty, please support us. Hai Yangying rolled and crawled to the front before telling her, this Bratli relies on the Wenren and Dongfang clans and think he can do whatever he wants, boasting without shame and even besmirched you. I wanted to protect your prestige and went to stop him. At this time, Yangying was exaggerating in order to frame Li Qie and the clans. It was hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. The clans were scared out of their mind. It was over for them if Yangying could obtain his goal. Meanwhile, the other leaders were indifferent. They wouldn't speak up for these minor clans. No one would care for their existence. The Sky Dragon King stared intensely at Li Qie while he stared back with a smirk. Lurue's soul almost left her body. She kept on pulling his sleeve while almost crying. If Li Qie didn't kneel, a disaster would befall their clan. Your Majesty, this contemptuous person has no respect for your prestige. Allow me to capture him for you. The Soaring Hawk Royal Lord noticed her stare and thought that she was unhappy with him. He assumed that this was a chance to win some merits. Because of this, he and his group of experts instantly came for Li Qie. Boom! With just 1 kick, he sent them flying while spraying blood. He didn't bother looking at them. He smiled and sat down on the throne that was originally prepared for the Dragon King. Chapter 1560. As Li Qie was sitting on the throne, the leaders on the ground were gasping. Who the heck was this brat, daring to act all arrogant before the Sky Dragon King? The Wenren clan, in particular, was completely pale. It was as if they could see their own destruction already. This wasn't only acting presumptuously before the king. He was even sitting on her throne. It was virtually treason, a crime worthy of death regardless of the location. It could be a 9 clans extermination as well. The worst part was that Li Qie was more or less related to their clan at this moment. They would be dragged down in this mess as well. Brat, cease your disrespectful act. One sect master shouted loudly in order to win some points in front of the king. Li Qie continued to sit there without a care and looked at the Dragon King. My beautiful Xian, I came all this way to visit you, where's your hospitality? Some leaders were jolted at this moment. Now, the guy was even teasing Her Majesty? Their king definitely couldn't stand this. Who would dare to tease a top expert of the Grand Sea with an exceedingly high position? He was simply tired of living. However, the Sky Dragon King surprised everyone since she responded with a kingdom-toppling smile. The people have never seen her smile like this before. I knew you were visiting, brotherly, so I personally brought some tea from my cliff. Please, take your time. The Dragon King said. This was Li Qie's old acquaintance, Wulong Xian. A perfectly brewed deep-sea tea is worthy of a taste indeed. Lucia nodded and smiled. At this time, the two old men prepared a stove for the tea, then ignited the fire. The enchanting woman came forward with a peerless posture. She sat before the stove and personally controlled the fire. She poured some spring water inside to boil her tea. A while later, smoke came out with the fragrance of the tea. The whole scene was silent outside of the kindling wood. The leaders here were astounded and watched in disbelief. Who was the Sky Dragon King? She was the supreme ruler of their crouching dragon continent. It was hard for them to see her once. However, their king was brewing tea for this ordinary man sitting on her throne. Before they knew it, he looked like the master of the 9 heavens, the greatest of all existences. Meanwhile, their king was only a tea maid. This scene was too much to take in. The members of the clan felt their jaw dropping to the ground. They never expected for something like this to happen. The goddess in their mind, the deity in their heart, was actually brewing tea for this man. After the tea was finished, she personally brought it to him. Such a treatment was unbelievable. Who else could enjoy this service from their king? Lucia sipped a mouthful and clicked his tongue. Good, good. However, there is still a gap compared to the tea from your progenitor. So you have tasted our ancestral tea? Wuxian smiled and asked with her autumn waves eyes. Lucia didn't answer and put down the teacup before staring at the leaders on the ground. Stand up. In just a moment, all these kneeling leaders were frightened. The ones who criticized him earlier were even more aghast and became paralyzed on the ground. Even their king brewed tea for this person, yet they dared to act pompous before him. This was a sect destruction sin. If young noble Li has forgiven your rudeness, stand up. Wuxian glanced at them and said. She had the bearing of a master at the moment with the prestige of a king. Her reputation wasn't just all talk. After hearing her, the leaders slowly got up. They felt their legs shaking with fear at this moment. I am someone who likes to hold grudges. Lucia drank his tea again and chuckled. Hai Yangying, drag him out, decapitate. The two old men didn't wait for Wuxian's affirmation before pulling Hai Yangying outside. They knew of Lucia's identity. This was someone who exiled even the soaring immortal sect. These leaders were mere ants before fierce. Your Majesty, please show mercy. Yangying was scared out of his mind. His beautiful dreams earlier all shattered. Only an impending doom was coming. Your Majesty, please spare him. The soaring hawk royal lord also begged for mercy on the ground. I will only kill your ignorant son. Wuxian gave him a cold look. If young noble Li has to do it, he'll annihilate your country. Your choice. The royal lord dropped down on his butt and became stunned. Crack. The two old men didn't hesitate and chopped off Yangying's head. This was only a nobody. Provoking Lucia could even end with their cliff's destruction, let alone a tiny sect like Soaring Hawk. Lucia didn't care at all and continued, Wenren and Dongfang clans, come forward. The same fear emanated across the clan members. All of them felt their soul leaving their body. They quivered while walking forward, while the other leaders here didn't dare to breathe loudly. They were afraid that the slightest misstep would bring about calamity to their sect. Brat, come here. Lucia waved at the kneeling Wenren. She looked at her mom while the clan members couldn't help but stare at her. They felt a bit hopeful since Lucia was Lurui's husband after all. Of course, Jianshi on the other hand only sighed. He knew this wasn't the case. Eventually, Lurui nodded and Huayu finally walked forward. Lucia patted her shoulder and spoke flatly to the Wenren clan master and ancestors, I don't care about the marriage alliances. However, this girl has a fateful connection with me. She has the right to know who her father is. Young noble, the Wenren clan master shivered for half a day and didn't know what to say. Alright, clan master, I don't care if you are unaware or is just playing dumb. I am only a scapegoat, not your son-in-law. This lowly one doesn't know anything. The clan master and the ancestors hurriedly kowtowed. Wenren Jianshi, you should speak now. Li Qiye slowly told Jianshi. Jianshi was also scared as well. He looked at his ancestors, then the Dongfang clan's members. In the end, he gently sighed and revealed, Huayu's father is our eldest martial brother. Gu Qiyu. Not just the Wenren members but even some Dongfang members were stunned. Yes. Lurue lowered her head and openly admitted. Jianshi looked at Dongfang Tsong apologetically and then solemnly spoke to Li Qiye, young noble Li, brother Dongfang, this is all my fault. I shall face the consequences. My life is in your hands now, young noble Li. Dongfang Tsong sighed as well. He understood Jianshi's intention. The Wenren clan needed a scapegoat right now. Li Qiye ignored him and smiled at Wulongxian. What do you think about this child? After seeing Crouching Dragon, Wulongxian probably makes more sense. Chapter 1561, Wulongxian smiled at Wenren Huayu and said, not bad. Truth be told, there were far too many people with similar talents as Huayu in Crouching Dragon, so the assessment of not bad was already quite generous. Good. Li Qiye smiled back. I'm not taking any disciples, so let her join your sect and revere you as her master. Wulongxian was taken aback. Even if she wanted a disciple, how could someone like Huayu possibly be a candidate? She could only be a disciple of the cliff at best. Alright, if you think she can be my disciple, I'll take her in. Wulongxian solemnly nodded after returning from her thoughts. Putting aside Li Qiye's current status, just the fact that he was her savior in the past was enough for her to take in Huayu. Brat, go greet your master already. Li Qiye ordered. Huayu was quite sharp. It didn't take long for her to understand the situation. She immediately kneeled before Wulongxian. Master, allow me to bow my head. Wulongxian smiled after seeing the clever girl. She took out a treasure and tied it around the girl's neck. This is Master's greeting gift for you. She was too young, so the value of this gift naturally eluded her. Nevertheless, she was still very happy and bowed again before standing to the side like a well-behaved child. Such a development left everyone dazed. The Wenren clan master and the ancestors didn't expect this at all. It was something they didn't even dare to think about. Becoming a disciple of the cliff meant soaring to the sky and bringing honor to the family. Such an achievement was already incredible. But now, Huayu had just become Wulongxian's first and only direct disciple. But it was indeed reality. To the Wenren clan, this wasn't just bringing honor to the family, it was a carp crossing the dragon gate to become a true dragon. Huayu's position at the clan has changed dramatically. She was no longer a bastard and no one would dare to point their finger at her. She was now the jewel and pride of the family. All the leaders watched in shock with naked envy glimmering in their eyes. They would be wild with joy if any of their disciples were to enter the Crouching Dragon Cliff. Becoming the Sky Dragon King's disciple was a lifetime of glory. Dongfang Tsong, come forward. Li Qiye took another sip and said slowly. Tsong came forward without slight and slowly kneeled there without uttering a single word. You are a victim in this storm, but I like your heart and consider you a talent. Because of this, compensation shall be made. I will bestow you a heavens will secret law from the azure mysterious ancient kingdom. Dongfang Tsong's eyes widened in shock since he could hardly believe his own ears. Everyone from the Dongfang clan was stunned as well. They wouldn't dare to dream of a heavens will secret law. However, such a good matter had just fallen down from the sky and landed on them. Tsong couldn't express his feelings. What are you waiting for? thank young noble Li already, Wulongxian spoke in his stead. Thank you, young noble. Song bowed his head repeatedly. After bestowing the merit law, Li Qiye spoke again, Wenren Jianshi, come forward. Jianshi followed Song's footsteps and didn't dare to say anything while Li Qiye grinned at him. Being stared like this by Li Qiye left Jianshi frightened. He didn't know whether it was a blessing or a disaster. The rest of the Wenren clan held their breath as well. Do you know your mistake? Li Qiye smiled and said. Jianshi was scared speechless. Li Qiye shook his head and explained, you might be a bit unwise but is still reasonably sensible. Today, your Wenren clan can survive thanks to you. Very well, since this is also a type of fate, I shall grant you an imperial law from the Azure Kingdom. Everyone from his clan was at a loss for words. Imperial laws were out of their reach until this bestowment. Thank you, young noble. Jianshi gratefully bowed his head. Li Qiye gently waved his sleeve, leave now. The play ends here today, let bygones be bygones. No one dared to utter a single word. Wulongxian waved her hand and everyone left including the two old men accompanying her. Only Li Qiye and Xian were left at the field of dragon war. Brotherly, if you are giving out rewards, shouldn't you give me a few treasures as well? The imperious Wulongxian smiled charmingly. She looked a bit playful this time around. Due to the origin of your cliff, you have no lack of treasures and merit laws. Plus, I have already given you a grand gift without asking for anything in return. This is already courteous enough. He shook his head in response. Xian was startled for a moment. You're talking about the kid? She was intelligent enough to understand his underlying intent. That's right. He chuckled, Huayu will be very helpful to your cliff in the future. She could even bring about a glorious age. I'm not quite clear. She said, the kid's constitution is okay but we have many like her at the cliff. After seeing you again, not only has your cultivation gotten better, your bloodline has improved as well. However, there is still one more problem before truly reaching the peak level of your bloodline. Li Qiye said with a smile. You mean, the child's bloodline? She keenly reacted. Li Qiye denied, no, she's not a dweller of the sea. Her father came from the dragonfish tribe so she has that bloodline. Dragonfish? Brotherly, just tell me already, no need to build suspense. Wulongxian was taken aback since the dragonfish tribe wasn't an amazing one at all. She had a coquettish act at this moment. Someone as lofty as her playing around like this was quite enchanting. Anyone would feel their heart beating faster. Seems like you don't think this bloodline is significant at all. However, you should know that their tribe comes from the depth as well. Their progenitor's origin is similar to your own. More important, Huayu is showing sign of atavism. Atavism? She didn't see it at all. Of course, it's normal that you couldn't detect it because she's too young and had not cultivated. Her vitality is too weak so the signs aren't clear. Later on, you'll see it. From a bloodline perspective, hers isn't as precious as yours but there is a lot of room for it to change while yours is having a hard time. Because of this, the stronger her cultivation, the faster her transformation. It will have an incredible significance and show you the way when you want to reach the top of your own bloodline in the future. Really? Xian was shocked at this revelation. Do you think I need to lie to you? The child is worthy of your tutelage so do your best. Her blood will not only show you the way. More importantly, when she reaches the top, there's a chance that she might have the bloodline of a true dragon. Don't forget, a dragonfish is still considered a branch of the dragon race. Even if it is to a negligible level, the origin is virtually the same. I see. She murmured in a daze. In the beginning, she took Huayu in as a disciple in order to please Li Qiye. After all, someone of Huayu's talents could barely enter the cliff, let alone becoming her disciple. This was no longer the case after listening to Wuxia. Chapter 1562, Wuxia enjoyed the sea and smiled while basking in the breeze. This was very pleasurable for him. Wuxian sat next to him and carefully examined this man. They hadn't seen each other for a long time after parting at the Buddhist funeral plateau. In the present, Wuxia has deterred the entire mortal emperor world. His notorious reputation still remained despite going silent for a long time. After so long, this man didn't seem to change at all. He looked quite ordinary and unadorned like a primordial state. He was still as nonchalant as ever, as if he would never change regardless of how much time had passed. It wouldn't leave any mark on his body. But then again, she found that he had indeed changed, but she couldn't pinpoint the exact details. She felt that he was even more simple than before, that he couldn't get any simpler and common. Alas, such characteristics gave a feeling of being extraordinary. He was a common pebble that was the same millions of years ago and would still be the same millions of years after. It would still be like this for billions of years into the future. So many things have happened under the polishing of time. People came and went, but Wuxia wouldn't change. It was this common aura that made Wuxian think of an old saying: if heavens and earth are ruthless, they treat the myriad creatures as straw dogs. The common man ahead was just like the heaven and earth. Under his ordinary state, everything else in the world was merely straw dogs. Beauty, got a good look yet? Wuxia finally withdrew his gaze from the sea and smiled. I know that I'm crazily handsome, but don't be so infatuated with me. Wuxian gave the egotistic fella the side glance that was quite intoxicating in appearance. Brotherly, you haven't changed at all. Her voice was tinged with emotion, but we have. No matter how brilliant we are, we still can't withstand the grinding of time. You have changed indeed. Wuxia smiled. You became even more powerful and wise. This is the treasure given to you by time. Wuxian smiled after hearing his sweet praise. You suddenly appeared in my grand sea after being gone for so long. I'm actually very surprised and flattered if you actually came to dote on me. That does sound nice. Maybe I should really dote on you then. Wuxia teased while caressing her beautiful face. She let him touch her face while staring softly at him with her sparkling eyes. You have been silent recently, so many have been asking about you. No need to investigate. Yes, I was not in mortal emperor since I took a trip to heaven spirit to end some things. Wuxia chuckled in response. I didn't try anything, you're the one telling me. She blinked wittily. Wuxia withdrew his hand and leisurely sat on the throne. You really changed this time. Not just an increase in cultivation or becoming more insightful. The most important growth is your mentality, since you have let go of your baggage. I can feel your comfortable aura sitting next to you. It shows that you don't have any repression in your mind. She relaxed after hearing this and stretched. This amorous scene was too much to take in. She would only show this lazy appearance to him. This natural and comfortable demeanor ended with her leaning on his shoulder. About that, I need to thank you. That's too much. I did give you some pointers about your bloodline, but no need to be so serious. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. Wuxian smiled faintly. I'm not talking about this. It's just that with your existence, my burden is gone. After seeing you in action, I knew right away that I won't have the chance to become immortal emperor. All geniuses in this world are mere worms before your 13 palaces, can't reach the apex. I know that I won't be able to keep up with you. In the past, I was ambitious. Though there were many exceptional talents, I still thought that I could fight regardless of the final outcome and participate in the Heavens Will competition. She sighed at this point, but with you, the outcome is already determined. No one will be able to surpass you, so I gave up. No matter how peerless I might be, I won't be a match for you. Because of this, Cultivation is my own business now. I don't need to compete with anyone and will only walk on my own path while striving for personal improvement. I enjoy this process, so there is no more burden in my heart. After realizing this, I became different. She closed her eyes while leaning on his shoulder with a peaceful smile. It's a good thing to let go. Wuxia said with emotions, you'll be open-minded and find everything else easy to accept. Life will pass by easily, but unfortunately, I can't see that, so I have to force myself to go forward until the day I die, regardless of the obstacles. Logic will be gone if someone like you gives up. She opened her eyes and shook her head. You are different from us. We are frogs under the well while you are a dragon on the horizon. If you give up and can't go any further, the world will become bleak. Someone like you should open a new golden age. It doesn't matter if this is your mission or responsibility, you just need to continue forward because you are qualified and blessed with this power. If not you, who will embark on this path? She gently stared at him. Wuxia looked at the sea after hearing this. In the end, all he could do was smile. Mortals have the happiness of a mortal while immortals have their own pain. So many people want to become immortals, but can they find happiness after success? Can one really live an everlasting life of happiness? Who knows? She smiled charmingly. I'm not qualified to become one, all I will be is an ordinary cultivator. If you're ordinary, what about the rest of the world? He gently combed her hair with his fingers. I'm ordinary compared to you. She has abandoned her imperial prestige at this moment. Wuxia only smiled without responding. When you were gone, the Soaring Immortal sect wanted to hear about you the most. She revealed. Soaring Immortal. Wuxia didn't find this surprising at all. Though he banished their pathway back then, they indeed had the strength to come back to the mortal emperor world after so long. They won't let this go. She said softly. It makes sense. If they could let this go, it would be too wise of them. Wuxia said with amusement. This was completely understandable. Just think about the prestige of the sect. It had 5 immortal emperors. They had enough resources to look down on the 9 worlds and frightening means. Moreover, they had countless experts and numerous god kings. The sect was a crownless king that has never experienced such indignation before. So many disciples were massacred on top of being banished. They wouldn't be soaring immortal if they could swallow this anger. Not just the sect, but even its successor has arrived. I heard this person claims to be invincible with a grand completion soaring immortal physique. Grand completion? Wuxia wasn't afraid at all, not bad. I'm sure the world will tremble after I slaughter a grand completion user. I'll be waiting for soaring immortal to come and find me. She wasn't surprised by his tone either. This man ahead challenged the Buddhist funeral plateau and expelled the soaring immortal sect. He was the only person in history with 13 palaces. Even a grand completion immortal physique couldn't scare him. You will have many opportunities. Their entrance is actually here at the Grand Sea. She said. Here? They are talking to the Heaven Suppression City? His eyes became serious. You are as wise as the sea, brotherly. She nodded. I heard a heaven-defying character from the sect has come into being. Rumor has it that when this person came to Heaven Suppression, even their invincible ancestor, Gu Zun, personally greeted him. It might be an alliance, but no one knows if it is true or not. Nevertheless, the Grand Sea and even the entire world is worried about it. She said with emotion. An alliance between the Soaring Immortal sect and Heaven Suppression City would indeed shock the entire 9 worlds. Chapter 1563, Soaring Immortal had 5 emperors, so there was no need to elaborate on its power. Meanwhile, Heaven Suppression City had a monster that reigned for 3 generations. It was full of experts like lairs of dragons and tigers. The 9 worlds trembled during the Black Dragon King's era. If the two sects joined forces, all the 9 worlds would tremble, not just the mortal Emperor world. Who could actually stop such an invincible alliance? Guzun. Li Qie chuckled. Others might not know what this guy was up to, but Li Qie did. After so many years, Guzun was finally tempted into revealing his fangs. Wulongxian quietly leaned on his shoulder without dwelling on this matter. There was no doubt that Li Qie was prepared for this, so no need to waste words. "Brotherly, why did you come to the Grand Sea?" She eventually opened her pretty eyes and asked him. "I can't just visit. I'm not necessarily someone who only comes for a reason," he said in response. "But that's exactly who you are. You're not idle enough to go around needlessly. Furthermore, this place is only a desolate island and you picked it out of all places. I don't believe you're here for no reason. My beautiful Xian, you are quite discerning." He touched her nose and said, "You are right, I'm here with a goal in mind." "What's special about these islands?" She sat upright and looked around. In fact, she didn't see what was particular about them despite being attentive the moment she got here due to her suspicion. "It's not this island. The entire Crouching Dragon Mountain range is special." Li Qie stood up and smiled. "Our mountain range?" She was surprised to hear this. This mountain range was the largest on their continent and spanned for 1,000,000 miles. It was the main vein of their continent. "Yes." Li Qie nodded. His fate palaces opened with clanking noises as laws emerged. Clank. Nailing noises resounded. A golden law resembling a divine chain pinned deep into the soil. Whoosh. A complete chapter with many floating runes appeared in the soil and instantly rose to Li Qie's height. He pushed it down with his right hand. With the movement of his hand, the runes rearranged themselves before disappearing again. Next, a large plate appeared in his palm, seemingly cast from some ancient bronze metal. Boom! The plate fell to the ground and disappeared into the earth. Right at this second, the entire earth quaked with tsunamis ravaging the ocean as if a gigantic creature was turning underground. Buzz! A portal around the size of a window appeared on the ground. When it opened, an extremely majestic aura of the world oozed out. It was completely endless and thick, almost taking a liquid form. The opening of this portal made the essences in the deepest region of the world ooze out. This is the worldly essence of the Crouching Dragon vein. Xian cultivated at the cliff since youth. Her sect had control of this particular earth vein, so she was very familiar with this essence energy. She became dazed and said, You have opened a hole in the vein. Keep in mind that their ancestral ground was built at the end of this particular vein. Logically, only their sect could truly control this energy, but this didn't seem to be the case right now. Correct. He chuckled and reached into the portal. It gave the illusion that he was reaching into the deepest location in the earth. The greatest mysteries couldn't hide from him, all were within his grasp. Rumble. The continent quaked again to the dismay of the experts. Even the cliff didn't know what was going on. Wulongxian felt something was being ruthlessly dragged out by Li Qie. Boom. Finally, he took out an item from the portal. It was shrouded in primordial energy that wouldn't disperse. This item seemed to have been gestating with this energy. The portal disappeared right after and the worldly energy disappeared as well. Everything returned to normality outside of the extra item in his possession. You took something from our Crouching Dragon Mountain range. She blurted out in shock. To be more precise, I took back something I hid there. He carefully looked at the item and smiled. You hid it there and used the earth vein to gestate it. She knew what was going on instantly. Her shock was understandable. Their cliff was the master of this continent and had a great understanding of the mountain range. But now, they were completely ignorant of someone hiding a treasure in their territory. Don't be surprised, there are many things you don't know in this world. He said flatly, this earth vein is very special and plus, it didn't belong to your cliff in the past. Furthermore, using an earth vein to incubate a treasure isn't rare at all. She eventually calmed down and took a deep breath. This man was too terrible to hide a treasure there for many generations without being detected by her sect. What is it? She took her time looking at the item and curiously asked. The primordial chaos surrounding it was still dispersing slowly. She could finally see its shape after all of this energy were gone. It was a bronze tube around 3 feet long and as thick as a large bowl. A faint glimmer flashed on the surface, but it wasn't made from a single piece of bronze. It was created from a series of precise and exquisite gears. Upon closer inspection, these gears formed 6 bigger gears embedded together to shape this perfect tube. There was a deep groove on one end of the tube. Who knows what it was used for? What kind of treasure is this? She asked again after finding the thing puzzling. It was more accurate to call it a complex work of art than a treasure. Netherlord Hexagear Launcher. He patted the item with great satisfaction. He has spent a lot of effort and resources in order to cast this weapon. Finally, after millions of years gestating in the earth vein, it has finally come out. Netherlord Hexagear Launcher? She has never heard of this name before. No need to think, the world has never seen this weapon before. He chuckled. What can this thing do? She inquired. Slay gods and devils. He answered flatly, one shot alone can turn your continent into ashes. Chapter 1564, Wulong Xian's mind trembled after hearing this. Just one shot could turn the continent into ashes? Just how terrifying was this? Keep in mind that the continent wasn't just a landmass. It has been worked on by their sect for many generations. The wise sages have spent many efforts to reinforce this land. Not to mention the entire continent, their ancestral ground alone could withstand an invincible attack from an immortal emperor. But now, this so-called Netherlord Hexagear Launcher only needed one shot to end them? Such power would cause anyone to shudder after thinking about it. She knew that he wasn't exaggerating. If he said one blow, then one was all it took. There was no need for someone as powerful as him to boast. So what exactly is it? She took a deep breath and looked at the weapon. He continued to caress it. In a certain sense, it's not a conventional weapon, not a life treasure or a foreign Dao artifact. It's more of a forbidden weapon. Forbidden weapon? She asked, it can only be used once? She naturally understood this classification. For the most part, forbidden weapons could only be used once and would become rubbish after or simply disintegrate. A few could be used several times, but there was still a limit. Despite this limitation, it was much more powerful than conventional weapons and easier to use. For example, an immortal emperor true treasure required a mighty vitality to empower it. One wouldn't be able to unleash an invincible blow if they weren't strong enough. However, this was not the case for a forbidden weapon. It didn't matter whether the user was a god king or a mortal, they could still use the strongest blow of a forbidden weapon. Wuxia chuckled, it's not a one-time only forbidden weapon. It can be used 6 times, one stronger than the previous. The second blow could be dozens of times stronger than the first. She became stirred even more. He said that one blow could annihilate the crouching dragon continent. So to say, if the next blow was even stronger, what would the result be? If the successive blows are stronger like you said, then how powerful is the 6th blow? She had to ask. He leisurely responded, I don't know since I haven't tried it before. I also want to meet an immortal emperor to test its power because ordinary people aren't worthy of the 6th blow. In fact, it would be a huge waste to use the first one on a god king. An emperor? You want to use it to challenge an emperor? She found it difficult to breathe. No, you misunderstood. He grinned in response. Not challenge an emperor, I want it to kill an emperor. After all, it is one and only in this world. It's not so easy to create a treasure like this. He patted it like a pet again. This weapon was created from the most terrible death blood in this world on top of countless corpses and lives, even a heaven's will. It has been gestated for millions of years by an earth vein. Its power was simply unimaginable. In fact, he was only speculating its power and hasn't tried it just yet. Now, Wuxian felt as if there was an invisible hand gripping her neck. Killing an emperor. Is it possible? She eventually calmed down and breathed again. She found such an endeavor to be impossible. In fact, most people in this world would share the same sentiment. Immortal emperors were invincible. Opposing one was hard enough, let alone killing one. This was simply daydreaming in the eyes of many experts across history. Who could kill an emperor? No one. What treasure could kill an emperor? Nothing. Many cultivators would answer these questions in this manner. But now, this Netherlord Hexagear launcher could potentially kill one? This was too astonishing. Nothing is impossible. Wuxia said with a smile, just because others can't, it doesn't mean that I can't. There are too many miracles in this world waiting for someone to make them happen. Common sense is just waiting for someone to break it. She had no response. Others weren't qualified to utter such words but not him. The original belief in this world was that 12 palaces were the limit. However, Wuxia had 13. He broke an eternal belief. Was there really a treasure that could slay an emperor? After all, not just anyone can become the Black Dragon King who has reigned for 3 generations. Ordinary people shouldn't be compared to him. Who created this weapon? She was very curious about the creator of this regicide weapon. A very ancient person that don't want others to know. Wuxia smiled and said. She didn't know she was looking at him. Of course, he wouldn't reveal it to her either since this was his secret. She gently sighed and didn't pry any further. After a while, she continued, if you are done with your business, why not come visit my cliff? Unfortunately, I have other matters to attend to in another place. He gently shook his head, when I'm done, there will be a chance to visit you later. I'm afraid this departure will separate us like the heavens and men. She sighed disappointedly before smiling wryly. My beautiful Xian, no need to be so pessimistic. It's not like I'm about to die. He couldn't help but laugh. She stared solemnly at him and said, I know, but it's pretty much the last time we'll see each other. She held his hand and intertwined her fingers with his before looking at him in the eyes, then spoke softly, I don't know what you are pursuing, brotherly. I'm not aware of your ambition either, but I know you are different from us. In my eyes, you'll leave eventually. If it comes early, it'll be in 3.5 years, if late, 8 or 10 years, I believe that you will soar above the 9 heavens and disappear from the eyes of commoners like us. There will be nothing left worth remembering in the 9 worlds for you, so I won't be seeing you again, hence the separation of heavens and men. The Grand Tao is endless. You are right, I will leave one day. He quietly nodded. I really hope that I'll be able to accompany you one day to see the scenes of the world. She continued, but I know with my abilities, I'll only be a hindrance. I hope that you can tread forward and stay true to your heart, then accomplish your goals in the future. Yes, I will. He gently patted her hair. She then leaned on his sturdy chest and could hear his powerful heartbeat. It seemed to be one with the heaven and earth. He embraced her waist without saying anything. She returned the gesture. The world came to a peaceful stop. Even the breeze has stopped blowing. The path towards the Supreme is too cruel. He said with a tinge of helplessness. She embraced him tighter and spoke softly, you don't need to be emotional because you are the supreme. Li Qie gently sighed. So many people have left their mark on his life. Brothers that he could trust and love as deep as the ocean. Alas, he couldn't stop for anyone. Wulongxian eventually loosened her grip in order to grab his neck for a passionate kiss. She was no experienced kisser, but there was an unrestrained boldness. He held her face and gently returned the favor by infiltrating further into her wet lips. They slowly separated after a deep kiss. Her complexion was red as if drunk. Go, only an even vaster world could contain your ambition. Only the endless Grand Tao is your true home. She eventually let go and said. Take care, see you later. He gently caressed her cheeks before smiling and left without looking back. This was his creed, never stopping for anyone. Wulongxian murmured while looking at his departure, Goodbye, my love. Only you are the one in my dream, the only one who can knock open my heart. Chapter 1565, Little Sea Village was a tiny fishing town, at least from the view of the main continent. It was located in a remote region in the Grand Sea, far away from the hustle and bustle of the cultivation world. This fishing village was still under the jurisdiction of Heaven Suppression City. There was nothing special about this village and its few residents. It seemed to be floating across the vast sea like a tiny boat, lonely and calm. As expected, fishing was the main way of life here. It seemed to be an entirely different world versus the distant cultivation world. However, this was not the case. Outsiders didn't know of the village and its secret. Even the inhabitants of this place weren't privy to all the information. After leaving the field of Dragon War, Li Qie headed for this tiny village because he wanted to take something from this place in order to complete his Netherlord Hexagear launcher, allowing it to exert its true power. Due to its nature of being a forbidden weapon, it was too easy to use. For safety reasons, Li Qie made necessary preparations after its creation by separating it into two sections. The main one was hidden beneath the earth vein while the other one was stored in this place. Of course, the village itself carried a greater significance to both him and Heaven Suppression. Nevertheless, this eluded all outsiders, especially someone like Gu Zun, since the Black Dragon King didn't trust him. Sentiment struck him the moment he set foot in this village after so many years. Many generations have gone by, but this tiny village still remained. There was only around 1,000 meters from start to end of this village, with wooden houses on both sides of the street. They were quite old, seemingly built for many years now. There were drying fish nets before each house and some boats. Some houses had strings of fish as well. A dog barked after seeing a stranger like him entering the village. In a short period, the people here came out of their houses to take a look. There were old men and women and some children as well. They carefully observed this uninvited guest. The village has grown accustomed to familiar faces coming and going. They rarely had foreign visitors, so a stranger like Li Qie attracted their attention. Everyone stared at him cautiously. Li Qie simply chuckled and leisurely walked on the small street towards the village's temple. He didn't get far before someone came to greet him. It was a muscular middle-aged man with a bright pair of eyes. It was clear that he has cultivated before, not just a regular fisherman. May I ask where you are from and where you are going? He was quite polite. From a faraway place to over there. Li Qie chuckled and pointed towards the temple. The middle-aged man's expression changed. His smile became forced as he shook his head. I'm sorry, that's our ancestral shrine, not open to outsiders. I know, but I'm not an outsider. I want to meet the old man from your village, the real one. To which Li Qie responded. The man's eyes moved a bit. The smile became a stern expression. May I ask for your name? He stared intensely at Li Qie. Li Qie. Li Qie calmly said. Li Qie. The old man was astonished while gauging him even more. Looks like you have heard of my name. Let me go see the old man now. Li Qia revealed a thick smile. The old man hesitated a bit and didn't know what to say. Is there a problem? Li Qia slowly asked. Well, the ancestors aren't in our village right now. The man said helplessly. Li Qia became serious and peered at him. What about Zi Queening, your heaven suppression goddess? The goddess isn't here either. He threw his hands exasperatedly in the air. They're all going to heaven suppression? Li Qia could faintly guess what was going on. You're right. He smiled wryly and sighed. Their group isn't back from the trip just yet. What happened? Li Qia inquired further. The man replied, I don't know, something about a great matter in the sect. The elders didn't tell me the exact details though. Not smart at all. Li Qia shook his head. Those old men can't contend against Gu Zun. Gu Zun is pretty much a wily demon by this point. He has waited for many generations, so when he takes action, victory is certain. Your old geezers aren't thinking to actually be running towards the city like bees losing their nest. Isn't this the same as helping Gu Zun, allowing him to catch everyone with a single net? The ancestors were pretty confident about it. The man said. Li Qia couldn't help but laugh. Damn geezers. What the hell did their ancestors teach them? Maybe it's because Gu Zun hadn't shown up for many years, that's why they think he's so easily bullied. Compared to Gu Zun, your geezers are still too inexperienced. He's a fox that has lived for 3 generations. Your old men are no match for him. How do you know? The man's eyes widened. I calculated with my fingers, not hard at all. Li Qia lightly said. Of course, the man didn't believe Li Qia. However, he was worried indeed since the group has been gone for a while now without any news. Nothing came from Zi Queening either. Well, since you know who I am, take me to the ancestral temple. Li Qia commanded. The man eventually made up his mind and left. He eventually returned with a key to the temple. Squeak, squeak, he unlocked and opened the heavy wooden gate. The two of them entered and were greeted with an incense fragrance. Judging by the incense burner in the middle, the people here have never stopped worshipping and honoring their ancestors. Despite being a small fishing village, this temple was quite large. Others would actually think that it was a temple from a great clan. There were many rows of memorial tablets to the astonishment of the spectators because there were more than 10,000 here. How could this be the temple of a small village? More importantly, there were very few new tablets. The newest was around 2 or 3 years ago. Some of the older ones had indiscernible origin date. The ones at the forefront couldn't even be read. They were left here for a long time now, so the writings have faded. Li Qia quietly sighed after seeing the tablets at the very top. Have you been to heaven suppression? How many elders are still in charge there? Li Qia stared at the tablets for a bit before asking the man. Well. He scratched his head in response. I haven't joined the sect for that long, so I don't know too much. I just know that the goddess is in charge of the city right now. That's just Gu Zun's strategic guise. He purposely tricked the old men into thinking that they still have some authority, that they had control over the entire situation. That's a wily fox for you. Li Qia smiled and shook his head. Chapter 1566. The man scratched his head again while being at a loss for words. He had heard the old men from the village talk about Gu Zun often, but he didn't know much. He was aware that Gu Zun was an extraordinary character at heaven suppression, and the old men were very vigilant about this person. Go and get some incense. Li Qia ordered the dazed man. He calmed down and hurriedly grabbed an incense stack and lit it up before handing it to Li Qia. Li Qia accepted them with both hands and worshipped the tablets ahead, especially the ones without names. He finally placed the stack of incense into the burner. Smoke slowly curled like a landscape painting, ethereal and mysterious. The middle-aged man was surprised to see this. In the past, the villagers would also worship their ancestors on the right date with incense sticks. However, no one has ever had smoke turning into a painting like this before. It was too vivid, with trickling streams and branches swaying to the wind. The cattle and sheep were on the move. In a short period, all of the things in the painting seemed to be coming alive. Phew! Wuxia blew towards the painting and the smoke engulfed the front row of tablets. They lit up with animated runes that eventually flew out of the tablets. The runes floated in the sky, gathered into a sphere, to the astonishment of the man. Despite growing up in the village, he never knew about this unbelievable secret in this place. The formation of a sphere was greeted with the opening of Wuxia's palaces. A law shot out like an arrow and pierced through the runic creation. Boom! This sphere resembling a transparent leather ball being shot. All the runes fell down like water everywhere. This surprised the man. He wondered why Wuxia shot through this sphere. Rumble. Splashing noises came about. A golden spring suddenly surged from the earth. He looked closely at the ground to see if there was a crack. The temple was paved with tiles, but there was no gap on the ground. This golden spring was coming out of thin air. The current was pushing something up. It was also made from bronze with a strange shape. It looked like a gunstock with a handle and trigger. At the very least, the man had never seen something like it before. Wuxia smiled and grabbed the object. With a loud blast, the golden spring fell to the ground and disappeared without leaving a single bead behind, as if nothing has happened. The man found it to be unbelievable. Wuxia then took out the Netherlord Hexagear launcher and attached the barrel-like object. With a clicking sound, the two locked together. Now he finally had the complete launcher in his possession. It looked just like a bizarre pistol with an unreasonably large barrel. Click. 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 The gears inside the weapon began to turn. After a certain extent, the 6 larger chambers slowly moved as well, with a rhythmic and magical sound like a musical instrument. Such miraculous technology that isn't available in our epoch. Wuxia said with emotions while holding the weapon. The materials alone were shocking, but the casting process was incredible as well. The technology behind its creation was completely different from the rest of the world. Such art didn't exist in this particular epoch, since it came from the most technologically advanced machine world. Wuxia was the only one who knew about it now, after a long period of accumulation and research. This weapon was its highest culmination, at least in Wuxia's eyes. The middle-aged man was surprised to hear the clicking gears. What is this treasure? Netherlord Hexagear launcher, the supreme weapon. Wuxia smiled happily. After so many years, the complete version was finally out. Meanwhile, the man didn't expect for their temple to be hiding this treasure. It seemed that it was waiting for Wuxia to come and take it. The world has never seen a destructive weapon of this magnitude. He commented while patting his weapon. He was quite excited at this moment and wanted to try the power of this weapon. Of course, he needed to meet a worthy foe first, or it would be too wasteful. After all, there were only 6 shots. Because of this, he wouldn't use this precious weapon until he meets a worthy foe. I hope someone in the 9 worlds will be worthy enough for me to test it before I leave. He thought to himself while grinning. The middle-aged man didn't know Wuxia, but he was creeped out by this smile from Wuxia. In the end, he put away the weapon and left. The man closed the gate and quickly chased after him. You are friend with the goddess? She has mentioned you before. That's right. Wuxia nodded. The man rubbed his palms awkwardly and didn't know how to phrase the next line. Wuxia glanced at him in response. Don't worry, the old men won't die for now, and nothing will happen to Z Queening either. Before having absolute control over the situation, Gu Zun will leave himself a path of retreat. He's not only a fox but also a very cautious one, preparing an escape path after every step. I want to go to the city to take a look at the ancestors, but I have to protect the village. His face grew red with helplessness. Even if he wasn't very clever, he still knew that something has happened since the ancestors have been gone for so long. Alas, he couldn't leave the village and had to anxiously wait here. It's no use even if you go. Gu Zun isn't someone a junior like you can deal with. Don't worry, since I'm here, I'll take care of it. Li Qiye gently shook his head. The man heaved a sigh of relief. Despite not knowing Li Qiye, he has heard the goddess talk about him before, so he was confident. He then asked, just how powerful is Gu Zun? Gu Zun was a popular topic in the village. Each time talking about Gu Zun, the ancestors became very cautious, so Gu Zun left a deep impression on him. Not just strong. Li Qiye chuckled and stared towards the distance. His talent is incredible, only better than the Black Dragon King, not worse. I'm afraid few can be his match in the present day due to this. Chapter 1567, That's preposterous. The man blurted out and didn't believe Li Qiye. In his mind, the Black Dragon King was a supreme existence with an unparalleled position in everyone's mind at heaven suppression. But now, Li Qiye said that Gu Zun was even more talented than the Black Dragon King. How could he accept this? Li Qiye smiled in response, a better talent isn't everything. For many ages now, there have been many wonderful prodigies. Some even had immortal bones, but so what? It's not like you need to have peerless talents to have supreme achievements. He paused for a bit. The Black Dragon King's achievements weren't because of his talents, just his determined Tao heart. After so much pain, he was able to create a new life after each generation. His tireless pursuit towards the grand Tao is the thing most worthy of pride, not his talents. The man nodded, but who knows if he actually understood. Li Qiye chuckled and said, "Go now, the old men will return sooner or later." With that, his body flashed and disappeared. The man could only sigh and quietly prayed for the ancestors to return safely. Li Qiye had left the village but not the island completely. He sat cross-legged on a shoal rock and watched the waves hitting it. This was a location not just anyone could enter. Seeing the waves hitting the rock up and down and occasionally filling the cave beneath left him absent-minded. After a while, he withdrew his eyes and murmured, "Lil Blackie, don't blame me for being merciless. The only thing I can do is to minimize the casualty when I slaughter the city. At the very least, I promise I won't turn it to ashes. That's the best I can do. It is your lifelong fruit, but it's not like I didn't spend a lot of effort too. I was the one who laid the foundation when you created it." He continued on, "All along, you couldn't bear to imprison Gu Zun forever and definitely not kill him. I know, you promised someone else to take good care of him. Unfortunately, the boy does not know the immensity of the heaven and earth. He had a bright future and could even become immortal emperor. It's a shame that he's too greedy. Back then, I threw him into the eye of the sea because you beseeched me to spare his life. But it's different now. In order to spare the city, Gu Zun must die. It's that simple. In this generation, whether you can come out or not, I'm telling you today that Gu Zun is finished regardless of your promise. You know that I have done enough by sparing him once." He was blabbering as if talking to himself. After some more time had passed, he smiled and said, "Blackie, your achievements are worthy of pride. It's also a shame that you can't surpass the particular blockade in your heart. Otherwise, your brilliant legend and shining figure would be up above the 9 heavens as well. Live by this belief, die by this belief, perhaps." Only the sound of the waves hitting the rock answered him. "It's time to end the issues at heaven suppression. I can't guarantee you about other things, but after Gu Zun dies, someone even more suitable will take charge of it. Your inheritance will continue to have a long history from then on." With that, Li Qiye stood up and instantly disappeared from the vast sea. The Grand Sea has been peaceful in recent years. However, this was no longer the case after the arrival of the soaring immortal sect. Everyone in the mortal emperor world knew that after being expelled by Li Qiye, it has been quiet for several years until the return this time. However, it seemed that the sect didn't dare to descend in the Grand Middle Territory but chose the Grand Sea instead. The atmosphere of this domain changed completely. Many great powers felt suffocated by this event. Just think about it, having a sect with 5 emperors looming above their head was quite an uncomfortable feeling. Just a slight misstep could bring about sect destruction. So many powers wished that Soaring Immortal would leave, but no one dared to open their mouth. However, the sect's recent actions, especially their interactions with heaven suppression, made the great powers understand that there was no way it was leaving any time soon. On this day, a shocking news suddenly spread. The successor of the Soaring Immortal sect, Long Outyan, proposed to the heaven suppression goddess. Everyone in this domain heard about it. Many great powers were frightened at this development. Before they could regain their wits, a second shocking news emanated: Heaven Suppression City has accepted the marriage proposal. Their marriage shall be the start of the alliance between the two sects. Can this be? Countless ancestors gasped and couldn't calm down. For the people of the world, it wasn't that Long Outyan isn't worthy of the maiden's hand in marriage. However, this marriage symbolized the alliance between Heaven Suppression and Soaring Immortal. No one wanted to see this powerful alliance in all of Mortal Emperor. Soaring Immortal alone was frightening enough. One sect with 5 emperors surely had enough resources. Meanwhile, Heaven Suppression has reigned for 3 consecutive generations. What was the significance of these 2 behemoths joining forces? The world was fully aware of the implication. It was an unstoppable union. Anyone who blocked their path would be instantly annihilated, even an imperial lineage. Who can stop them now? Many people lamented after digesting this information. However, many older characters coincidentally thought of the same person, Fiercest. In the present, this character was unbeatable and completely fearless. He even slaughtered the Soaring Immortal sect without any hesitation. What is Fiercest doing? He's been gone for so many years without any news. Could people be right? He had really left Mortal Emperor? One Big Shot emotionally wondered. Mortal Emperor has been quiet recently, especially the young generation. This was because Fiercest with his 13 palaces has completely suppressed all aspiring geniuses. Strangely enough, after the shocking battle back then, Fiercest disappeared completely without any news. It seemed he has vanished into thin air in just one night. Some people have visited cleansing incense to inquire about him, but this sect remained tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge his whereabouts. This prompted the outside world to speculate about Fiercest. Some believed that he was cultivating in isolation to perfect his grand Tao. The moment he came out, it would be the day of his ascension for the throne. Some guessed that he has left Mortal Emperor. For Fiercest, no one in Mortal Emperor dared to oppose him anymore, so he needed a new battlefield in order to train himself through massacres. In fact, it would be quite hilarious if Li Qiye had this name. Mary Sue would be the English equivalents. Long equals dragon, Ao equals arrogant, proud, overbearing, Tian equals heaven. Ao becomes a verb here when combined with Tian or a location. Something along the line of walking proudly and fearlessly across the heavens. As you can see, it's a pretty grand name. Almost as grand as Bao Tu. This is Kevin Durant joining the Warriors. SSSSSSSSSSS. But it's alright, Lonzo and LeBron will take the snack down. I apologize to all readers that are GSW fans. Chapter 1568, heaven suppression had great influence in the northern Grand Sea. There was even a saying in this place, "The world obeys the clarion call of heaven suppression." The strongest inheritance in mortal emperor was debatable. However, the answer was certain for the Grand Sea: it was heaven suppression. Under the leadership of the Black Dragon King, this sect reigned for 3 generations. The Black Dragon Legion had also swept through the world before. Even imperial legions would try to avoid it if possible. Though the king was no longer around in this generation and the leadership continued to change, the city's influence and prestige were still as strong as before. Its territory was still vast and difficult to calculate in its entirety. There was another belief in this domain. If someone were to divide the Grand Sea into 6 parts, the city alone would have full control of one. Thus, it commanded countless sects and kingdoms. The Pearl Archipelago was under heaven suppression's jurisdiction, a part of its main branch. Among the amazing number of sects and kingdoms under its control, there were all kinds of relations. Some were created by disciples of the city while others were erected by the descendants of the Black Dragon Legion's members. All of them more or less belonged to the city. This wasn't the case for the Pearl Archipelago. This location was very crucial and under the control of an important branch. It can even be said that there were times when the archipelago didn't need to listen to the city due to its special position. Just like its name, this was considered the Pearl of the Grand Sea. This archipelago gave birth to many talents. There were hidden dragons and crouching tigers everywhere, the paradise of experts. It had a territory of 1 million miles consisting of numerous islands. Looking down from the sky, the interconnected islands looked like a formation with an unbelievable level of complexity. They wouldn't believe that it was formed naturally. If this was the case, it would be too incredible. But on the other hand, a person capable of changing the terrain of this magnitude would be frightening as well. After leaving the village, Wuxia crossed through space and instantly arrived at the Pearl Archipelago. This particular trip was very important to him. In fact, coming to heaven suppression and killing Gu Zun wasn't too crucial. It was only part of the trip, a trivial matter. However, this wasn't the case for the Pearl Archipelago. He came here to take a unique and peerless item across history. Though he didn't hide it in this place, it was a very important node since it was the location of a fortified seal. In Li Qia's eyes, nothing could be used to measure its worth. In his millions of years, he paid the greatest price for this particular item. Immortal emperors and immortal monarchs would do anything for this item because it was worth it. It had an unfathomable power and could destroy everything. This item didn't belong to the 9 worlds. Li Qia mustered all of his abilities and traveled everywhere before finally finding this item. Afterward, he hid it in a secret region in the 9 worlds. For example, the Black Dragon King knew where he hid the Netherlord Hexagear launcher. Or, he would tell another emperor about the location of a different treasure. This was the only thing he kept to himself. He sealed it for an eternity so that he would be the only one who knew of its location. He knew full well that thing wasn't usable. Once resorting to it, everything would be over and only ashes would be left. Nevertheless, its destructive power wasn't why it was precious. The true value lies in its effect as a deterrent since he would never use it carelessly. He hovered above the sky and looked down at the archipelago. A smile came on his face the moment he saw the high pagoda and the familiar sceneries. Pearl Archipelago, what a fortress. Having said that, he landed on the ground. There were many islands but the most important was still the main Pearl Isle at the center. Pearl City in this spot was the core of the archipelago. The walls were built with divine stones. Even the most ignorant would understand how fortified it was. The city was being heavily guarded. Anyone entering would be subjected to a strict examination and questioning. Suspicious people were not allowed entry. In fact, this wasn't the case normally but it was different now. Sometimes, even the city lord herself would come for questioning. There were many people lining up outside of the city to Li Qia's amusement. It wasn't surprising for this to happen after the matter at Heaven Suppression. When it was Li Qia's turn, 2 guards stood in front and 2 behind him as if they were afraid of him suddenly causing trouble. "Where are you from? Which place in Pearl are you heading to?" one guard asked with a grave tone. "From where I should and to where I should." Li Qia chuckled and answered. Such attitude made the guards unhappy. The leader uttered coldly, "Don't run your mouth. What's your name?" Li Qia glanced at him leisurely and asked a question instead, "Who is in charge of Pearl right now?" "Who are you?" The guard's expression worsened. One guard was already pointing his spear at Li Qia. Li Qia didn't seem to mind at all and smiled, "I would like to see your boss." "Speak, who are you, which sect are you from?" The leader immediately shouted with his hand gripping his sword hilt. If Li Qia dared to move, he would cut him down instantly. Li Qia slightly raised his brow, but he was still in a relatively good mood. "Don't be disrespectful." A voice disrupted the high tension. This voice was clear and charming yet unquestionable as well. A woman walked out, dressed in a 5-colored skirt that accentuated her beauty. Her brows were sharp with eyes bright like the stars. She had a stately and dignified appearance despite the long skirt. This noble woman also emitted a 5-colored aura like a swaying feathery tail. She looked just like a beautiful peacock. When she spread her tail, it could attract everyone's eyes. "City Lord." The guards respectfully bowed after seeing her. No need for formality. She gently waved her sleeve. A royal aura accompanied her each and every move. As the guards were standing up, she glanced at Li Qia with a sword-like stare. Chapter 1569, Li Qia was unmoved by her sharp eyes. He responded by looking her up and down with a carefree gaze as if he wanted to see every inch of her flesh. Such wanton attitude enraged the guards. Their city lord was noble in their eyes, such disrespect was unacceptable. "I am the Pearl City Lord. May I ask why you want to see me?" she slowly said with a dignified and unquestionable tone. After gauging the woman, he smiled and shook his head, "Unfortunately, you're not who I want to see. If Lu Zhongsun is still around, I want to see him." Her expression slightly changed before responding, "If you have some business, it's fine to talk to me." She was the Peacock Bright Monarch, one of the strongest disciples from Heaven Suppression with a preeminent position. He only smiled and said, "Can I go in now?" She stared at him and eventually answered, "Yes, Pearl City is always open. You can come and go as you please." He entered without looking at her again. Meanwhile, her eyes became profound as she slightly tilted her head in contemplation. Despite the state of vigilance, the city was still very lively with people everywhere on the streets. The crowdy nature of the street naturally caused a lot of perspiration. It seemed that the city wasn't affected at all by the current situation. After all, this was the largest city in this sea region. Many cultivators and mortals were running around here for trading and gathering necessary materials. Li Qia leisurely strolled through the familiar streets. Eventually, he came to a remote location with only a few old buildings. The majority of them were ruined. It seemed that this place was prosperous once, but it has fallen for a long time with weeds growing everywhere. He made his way before a little courtyard with only 2 or 3 rooms. The architecture was very dated. There were 2 pine trees growing here, one on the left and the other right. They weren't that large but stood completely straight. Their barks were quite thick, like dragon scales. They looked like 2 young dragons with horns. He gently sighed again, lamenting the passage of time. Back then, he personally planted these trees here after taking them from a dangerous location. In the blink of an eye, they grew up so fast and have even become divine. He patted the both of them and was met with the rustling of their branches as if they were answering him. He smiled back at them. Though the world didn't always go as he wanted, some things still remained. The entrance consisted of 2 old wooden doors with many holes on them because of insects. Who knows how many worms have gotten their belly full throughout the years in this place. They weren't locked, so Wuxia pushed softly and opened them. He entered the little courtyard and they closed on their own. There was actually an abundance of flowers inside. Such a tiny courtyard actually had an impressive energy and gave off a comfortable feeling. He looked up and saw an old man noisily sweeping the leaves on the ground. The hunchback old man dressed humbly while holding a bamboo broom. He looked quite feeble, like a candle in the wind, but he was very meticulous in his cleaning. Not one leaf was left behind. There was also a fountain, but it was dried up now. No water was coming out as Wuxia walked closer. It was made from ordinary stones with many decoration pebbles inside. They scattered randomly as if someone had picked them up from a river and threw them in there. He smiled and squatted down to place the pebbles in a different manner like a playful child. He carefully arranged them together one by one. As he piled them up, the old man continued to sweep without looking over at all. It was as if the guy was deaf and didn't notice Wuxia. The two did their separate thing, so the courtyard became quite peaceful. It didn't matter how vast the world was or what was going on, it couldn't disturb the serenity of this place. This tiny location has escaped from the rest of the world. A while later, Wuxia finally finished placing all the pebbles. The neatly placed formation resembled an old picture depicting sparkling waves, as if this fountain was full of water again. Splash! Water suddenly gushed out of the dried fountain. It was a refreshing moistness, full of life. Just a little later, the fountain was drowned with water and rippling waves. He washed his hand carefully as if wanting to clean every single spot. After he made contact, an unbelievable change happened. The clear water suddenly became golden in its entirety. Anyone would think of the popular saying after seeing this, golden spring gushing from the earth. The old man froze for a bit and finally looked up at Wuxia. His muddled eyes became extremely bright, but this didn't last long. He put down his bamboo broom and walked into a room. A while later, he came out with a key in his hand while walking towards a different direction. Wuxia chuckled and followed him. The old man entered an alleyway with a small hut at the end. It was locked with a rusted iron padlock. It seemed as if just a bit of force could break this lock. With some clicking sound, the old man seemed to need all of his strength in order to open it. After accomplishing his task, he turned and left without looking at Wuxia at all. Wuxia didn't chat either. He pushed the wooden door open and went inside. It was dark inside this little hut and he walked straight into a wall. However, he kept on walking. Oddly enough, he immediately crossed through the wall. Before him was a majestic palace, the place where a king of the 9 heavens would reside. There was a chair decorated with draconic symbols in this palace. It was as if only the ultimate supreme would be able to sit on it. Wuxia didn't hesitate at all and sat down. He then turned the armrest of the chair. With a whooshing sound, he instantly disappeared. At the next moment, he turned up in a desolate region with a lone hill. Old vines grew as far as the eye can see, beasts were howling everywhere. He perused the scene and sighed to say, one of the earliest lairs, how many times have I slumbered here? His fate palaces opened and a Tao portal surfaced. It shined onto the hill and with a rumbling noise, half of the hill moved to reveal a cave. There were 3 words carved on this cave, All Heaven Grotto. Chapter 1570, All Heaven Grotto was one of the oldest and longest-lasting lairs of Wuxia. He had taken his slumbers here more than just once. It was very secretive and few people have found it. Arcane Guru used to be a mouse in this place and Wuxia later threw it out. It then cultivated into a demon using the Tao. Because of this, the guru was very interested in Li Qiye's stories and always researched more about him. The demon found many amazing things while tracing Li Qiye's path. The three characters lit up once Li Qiye came to the entrance. Rays of light locked around his head. Moreover, a terrible formation emerged on this hill with thunder tribulations refined into heavenly swords. Each sword could easily render god-kings into ashes. A true mantra came out from his palaces. With that, the rays locking his head disappeared along with the formation as if nothing has happened. In fact, that was very risky just now, at least for the outsiders. Without his true mantra, any intruder would be annihilated instantly. Click dash, the heavy gate of the grotto finally opened and closed after he came in. At the same time, the two halves of the hill came together again. No one looking from the outside would know about the existence of this amazing grotto inside the hill. The place itself was quite large while bathed in a gentle light. One would find rows of shelves made from sacred wood in this place. Decay was virtually impossible for them. Jade scrolls and boxes were everywhere on the shelves. The boxes came in all shapes and forms as well. Some were made from bronze, gold, or wood. Some were locked while others were left open, but they still emitted a faint glow. It came from the treasures themselves, not the boxes. A few of them didn't have any light, but when one got closer, they would feel a terrible and chilling divinity. There was no need to open them to understand that there were ominous weapons within. Without a doubt, the best artifacts were contained within all of these boxes. The jade scrolls were arranged in an orderly fashion as well. Some were covered in dust, but one could still see the words, secret laws, ultimate techniques, and heavenly arts. Li Qiye didn't look at these treasures. He was the one who gathered them, so he knew them all too well. Moreover, he didn't plan on touching this treasury either, since he had ample treasures and merit laws at this moment. In fact, he even left a few items to this place. Recently, after destroying the ancestral Terra and the other lineages, he had too many treasures. They had many generations of accumulation to come up with so much. Of course, he would welcome as many as possible. After all, grooming an immortal emperor wasn't so easy. It needed a great number of resources. This was especially true when creating a legion. Back when he was the Dark Crow, he wouldn't have been able to create invincible legions like Azure Dragon or Silver Fox without the necessary resources. Finally, he entered the deepest part of the grotto. There was a special Tao platform here. There was no portal, only floating runes. They were quite faint and didn't move at all. He raised both hands while standing on the platform, then poured his vitality inside. With this channeling, a magnificent amount of energy like a true dragon moved around the platform. It also contained the profundity of the Grand Tao, only this would wake up the platform. As the channeling speed increased, an explosion finally happened. The vitality in the platform soared to the sky and stained all the suspended runes red. With a metallic noise, all the runes lit up and came back to life. They started to fly around in a chaotic manner. He had to arrange the runes directly with his hands. He did this faster and faster before completely arranging them to his whim. A chapter was finally formed by the runes. After this chapter came out, a majestic power poured from the platform itself. With a loud bang, the complete chapter instantly shattered and the runes scattered down on the ground. In this split second, Li Qiye's body flashed and vanished instantly. He was teleported away. In an unknown space, there was another old Tao platform. It suddenly lit up and Li Qiye emerged in this place. A round mirror appeared in his mind. Of course, this wasn't a treasure at all but a type of astral platform. When his mirror illuminated on the physical platform, writings materialized on it and fused together with the writings on his astral platform. Buzz. A new secret passage suddenly appeared with the emergence of golden paths leading to all directions with unbelievable speed. These golden paths traveled as far as the eye could see and crossed through the entire world. It wasn't a real pathway since it was made from different nodes. This meant that each of the nodes represented a particular coordinate. Thus, it could lead to anywhere in the world as long as one found the right node. It was Wuxia's secret passage capable of going to any existing location. It took him several generations and countless treasures to create. In the beginning, he meant to use it for swift withdrawal and to avoid the ancient Ming's pursuit during their uprising. After the ancient Ming's destruction, he perfected this secret passage even more. In the past, it could only lead to safe locations, but now, it could go virtually anywhere. Due to its incredible foundation, it utilized a heaven-defying method to evade the boundary of the 9 worlds and create its unique space. This meant that even if the 9 worlds were sealed, the passage would still be unaffected. However, he wouldn't use it unless there was no other choice. Very few others knew about it. Even if he allowed for his trusted confidants to use it, he would only tell them a few nodes. He alone understood the nodes and their respective coordinates. In fact, this passage wasn't only meant for traveling. It also hid another astounding secret. A faint smile could be seen on his face while looking at the golden pathways leading everywhere. He instantly picked a node and chose the coordinates. With a buzzing sound, he disappeared again and was transmitted into the 9 worlds. This was a barren location with 1,000 miles of dry soil. It seemed there was nothing here, a clear lack of life and sound. The sand rustled as he dug the ground beneath him. There was a symbol down there that looked like a large dragon horn. It looked infused on the ground and would never disappear regardless of how much polishing was done. Chapter 1571, Chapter 1571, Peacock Bright Monarch. The dragon horn symbol put a smile on his face. A small law the size of a silk string with a faint glimmer came out of his finger. It drilled into the symbol like a spirit snake and emitted a golden glow, changing the symbol into the same shade. Wuxia nodded approvingly after seeing this before vanishing into thin air. The secret passage had teleported him again. In the next second, it was an area full of red and scorching lava with a temperature capable of melting everything. He pushed down on the lava surface and revealed an identical symbol of a dragon horn before doing the same action with his finger. Another small law came out and lit up the symbol again. This process was continued in many locations. One was a mountainous region and another was under the ocean. He even went into a large star. All of these places had the same symbol that was eventually lit up by him. They scattered all over the world. Finally, he came back to the secret passage and was transported to a large planet, seemingly occupied by a great dragon. He was standing on a platform with a large dragon horn. This was the real thing and looked like it belonged to a true dragon, surely a priceless treasure. If it was used to craft a weapon, the result would be as amazing as any immortal emperor true treasure. Whoosh! Wuxia blew on the horn. The melodious horn was powerful as if it could echo across the 9 heavens. Everyone could hear this clarion call. With this cry, the individual node transmitted the sound. In a short time, it seemed like thousands of true dragons were howling. Even god kings would piss their pants from fear. The symbols in all the different locations resonated as well, but they sounded like little whispers. In a short period, the same horn resounded across the world. Wuxia continued for a long time as if wanting to send a message. Eventually, he put down the dragon horn and looked at the secret passage with a sigh. I hope no one in the future will use this pathway again. Only a few old confidants of his knew about it. If anyone were to use it in the future, it would mean that they were experiencing a disaster, one that would threaten the 9 worlds, so they needed to run using this passage. It meant that a darkness has engulfed the 9 worlds just like the rule of the ancient Ming back then. He returned to the small courtyard at Peel City. The old man was now enjoying his time in a chair and basked in the sun. He looked quite lazy and comfortable. It was as if he was enjoying the twilight of his life, the remaining few moments of his life. Li Qiye sighed emotionally after seeing this. He wondered if he could enjoy the same treatment one day during his old age. He didn't disturb the old man and left silently. Before leaving, he couldn't help but look at the 2 pine trees again before leaving Pearl City completely. There were more than 10,000 small islands in the Pearl Archipelago. Most were inhabited by people but some were deserted. He was sitting in the southern edge of an uninhabited one. He watched the waves assault the shoal rocks with a forlorn gaze. After a long time, he said flatly, "Come out, you have been following me for a long time now since Pearl City." Once his words fell, a charming figure appeared nearby. It was the Pearl City Lord, Peacock Bright Monarch. She wasn't surprised at all and bowed elegantly yet not subserviently towards him. "I'm very curious about you so I couldn't help following. Please forgive me." This was an authoritative figure in the entire Grand Sea, so such words coming from her were very sensible. "If I took offense, you wouldn't be alive right now." Li Qiye glanced at her and chuckled before shifting his gaze back at the ocean. The monarch shuddered after hearing this. This seemingly ordinary man was anything but that. She couldn't see through him at all, completely unable to gauge his strength. "I'm curious about one thing too," he said, "as the Pearl City Lord, are you on Lu Zhangxuan's side or Gu Zun's? Of course, I know Zhangsun is no longer alive." This actually surprised her. She couldn't help but stare at him with a flash in her eyes. "Of course, I know you're not Zhangxuan's descendant or disciple, or you wouldn't be cultivating another supreme art from heaven suppression," he revealed while still staring at the ocean. This made her even more cautious, with her stare becoming more intense. She said slowly, "May I ask why you are here? Is it because of my Pearl City or heaven suppression?" "Both." Li Qiye chuckled and leisurely replied, "If necessary, I'll take back the 2 cities. Who are you?" She became quite alarmed and lowered her tone. "Who sent you here? The Soaring Immortal Sect?" Li Qiye shook his head in response. "The Soaring Immortal Sect is nothing. They aren't qualified to order me. No one in this world can." The vigilant monarch was stunned. Who would dare to utter such words in mortal emperor? It might bring about a sect-destroying calamity if the Soaring Immortal Sect were to catch wind of this statement. No, one person indeed dared to say something like this. However, she has only heard of his name. Li Qiye continued, "We'll talk about Gu Zun now. As the Pearl City Lord, have you actually seen him?" The monarch calmed down and hesitated in responding. "It looks like you're not quite sure either." Li Qiye smiled. "Tell me, what does Gu Zun look like right now? An old man or still a very handsome youth? Or a deity shrouded in a divine aura and visual phenomena?" She chose to shield her thoughts. "Young noble, this is our business. I can't answer." She became quite curious about his origin and intention. But as he has said, he came for both Pearl City and heaven suppression. Nevertheless, she didn't know whether he was a friend or a foe. "Okay then, tell me about your heaven suppression goddess. Where is she now? Inside heaven suppression, or did Gu Zun escort her to a secret location now?" Chapter 1572. With a changed expression, she glared at him and said slowly, "I won't talk to an outsider about heaven suppression." Li Qiye stopped and smiled at the ocean. It seemed that something there was attracting his unblinking gaze. The monarch followed his stare as well and found something amiss. There was a halo appearing in the horizon like a rising sun. However, it wasn't the sun because the real thing was hanging high in the sky. Moreover, this halo was very faint and not dazzling and intense like the sun at all. This faint light rose and darkened as it got higher. In the end, after reaching a certain height, it disappeared without a trace. A dark shadow emerged instead from the horizon and was coming towards them. From the distance, it looked like an island soaring through the waves. It seemed quite slow, but this was far from the truth. It was crossing through space at an unbelievable rate. It didn't take long before it appeared before the two, not far from Wuxia's position. The monarch finally got a good look at this island. It was shrouded in fog, so no one could actually see the real thing. Even if one could peer through this obscurity, they could only faintly see a mountain within. She was an incredible master, so she could sense something special. With her heavenly gaze, she found that it wasn't actually fog shrouding it. Space was the thing blocking all view because the island wasn't located within the common space. Even though it was right before them, it was separated by several different realms. This gap made it look like it was shrouded in fog. Though she could tell the spatial disparity, she couldn't see how far away it actually was. It's a different space. She understood that in order to board the island, they must cross through many different realms. It wasn't easy at all. She also realized that the halo earlier was the island was crossing from an ancient time and space to appear before them. Your perception is indicative of your great strength. Wuxia chuckled and praised. Buzz. A portal with rippling radiance opened just like the waves. He smiled and entered without any hesitation. When his foot set on the portal, his laws entered as well, allowing him to disappear. It looked like he threw himself into the fog in order to board the island. The monarch didn't dare to miss this opportunity and followed, but she couldn't enter at all. The portal repelled her completely. She didn't give up and shouted to channel her power. She created a grand Tao just like a peacock spreading its tail. The power of this grand Tao came crushing towards the portal since she wanted to force her way in. Boom! The end result was the same. She still went flying despite her considerable power. Her internal energy churned and she saw stars in her eyes. She tried several times again, but the outcome was still the same. The portal repelled her while she was completely helpless against its power. She finally gave up and knew that there was no way she could get in. Thus, she stood there waiting. There was no way for her to know that this was a portal of the immortal emperor level, so her strength was insufficient. This mysterious island piqued her curiosity. Just what was on this island that has crossed through time and space? Why was it here? Of course, she understood that it had something to do with that ordinary-looking fella. Perhaps he was the one who called for it. After entering the island, Wuxia climbed to another exceedingly high platform as if it could connect with the heaven above. One could pluck the stars while standing up there. This was an altar with boundless runes carved on it from immortal emperors. It has experienced blessing and empowerments from these beings. It seemed there was nothing else here outside of the imperial runes. No, there was a bronze loop fastened to a lid. There was nothing decorating this lid, it was just a bronze cover that has never been carved before. He was instantly attracted to the loop on the lid as if it was the prettiest woman in the world. He simply couldn't look away. He eventually commented with a tinge of emotion, "The ultimate weapon. I don't want that day to come, but I need a weapon capable of threatening everyone into backing off. Even the damned heaven would have to falter. I hope the day when I need to use it will never come, or the 9 worlds will turn into ashes. History will no longer exist." Having said that, he took a deep breath. Boom! His sea of memories emerged. Invincible auras gushed out and assaulted everything. Luckily, this was a separated spatial location, or the entire mortal emperor world would be trembling right now. One immortal emperor after another came out. Of course, they were only shadows encompassing the emperor's will, battle intent, supreme grand Tao, and imperial laws. Each of them was extremely mighty and could contend against the emperor's Tao avatars. Immortal Emperor Xueshi, Immortal Emperor Minran, Immortal Emperor Tun Ri, Empress Hong Tian, Immortal Emperor Qianli. All of these emperors came out of his mind. They each occupied a particular position to create a supreme formation. Even legendary god-kings would be quivering in fear before this ultimate formation created by so many shadows of emperors. This thing could suppress everything in the world. He grabbed the loop with both hands and said solemnly, "Let us begin and hope for an end in this generation regardless of the outcome. We won't escape from fate. This is our choice." Boom! All the emperors erupted with a massive aura. This power ravaged these temporal spatial realms. Finally, they channeled the altar with their unstoppable laws. All the runes there began to shine. Clank! Wuxia pulled the bronze loop and the thing sealed inside the altar was being pulled up slowly. Bang! He finally took the item out. It looked like a lantern post with a cover on both the top and bottom. The purpose seemed to be sealing the crystal column in the middle. The column wasn't transparent and resembled a white stone carving. However, it also seemed natural enough to be the original form without any alteration. Nevertheless, this opaque property didn't stop others from seeing a faint flame within. It was weak enough to be extinguished by the most gentle of breeze. Wuxia stared at the swaying and ordinary flame within with a grin. This was no ordinary flame, the thing inside could destroy everything in the world. Chapter 1573, Inside the crystal pillar was a flickering light. It was extremely horrifying but Wuxia was unaffected. He had already experienced the most terrible of ordeals and spent painstaking effort while sacrificing many items to obtain this item. Anyone else wouldn't have the same calmness right now. He held the bronze loop to lift the pillar before looking sentimentally at the emperors. A while later, the shadows of the emperors disappeared and returned to his mind. Meanwhile, the peacock-bright monarch quietly waited outside for him to come out. She wanted to know what he got and where the island came from. After all, she didn't want something beyond her control within her own territory. Wuxia finally came out and she walked forward to ask, what was inside? This thing. Wuxia slowly raised the pillar. She immediately froze the moment she looked at it. Her soul almost instantaneously left her body. This wasn't some type of immobilization art, it was an absolute suppression. Her cultivation, body, will, and even Tao heart were instantly repressed. She couldn't resist this ultimate suppression at all and felt that she was only an ant, can't reach the apex. Even the tiniest sliver of resistance disappeared. This was the most terrible thing about it. An immortal emperor could suppress anyone. However, the victim could still have the will to resist. This was simply not the case before this particular pillar. It wasn't due to her weakness but the flickering light inside was too much. Just a single glimpse left her helpless. She understood the implication, her fate was now in Wuxia's hand. She was a fish on the chopping board, completely up to his whim. Curiosity kills the cat. This does save me some effort so I don't have to pry it from your mouth. Wuxia chuckled at the monarch while holding the pillar. What are you going to do? She was terrified but couldn't move or resist at all. I want to see if you are the real Pearl City Lord. He smiled. I am, if you don't believe me, you can go to the city for verification. She hurriedly responded. No need. To which he shook his head, plus, the Pearl City Lord isn't appointed by heaven suppression anyway. With that, he unbuttoned her shirt, just the top 2 knots. With that, a scene of spring became exposed. Her snow-white skin below her neck was in plain sight in all its tender goodness. Out came her rounded and plump cleavage. Hands would sink deep into their snow as white texture and eyes would brighten as a result. Such beauty tugged at the heartstrings. Men would feel their blood boiling and heart palpitating. What are you doing? She was scared out of her mind and turned pale despite being a god king. Keep in mind that she was still an innocent woman yet to be seen by a man, hence her shock at Wuxia's action. More importantly, if Wuxia had any idea about her, she was powerless to stop him. Of course, his eyes weren't fixated on her breasts but rather the pendant on top of them. It had an oval crystal with a glimmer flowing inside. The light was as magnificent as fireworks and continued to change shapes. The string was made from a thin law, virtually undetectable. The key to the Pearl Tower is indeed in your possession. He smiled and said. She heaved a sigh of relief and no longer misunderstood his intention. I'm the city lord, so of course, I have the key. No, even if you have the key, it doesn't mean that you are the city lord since you could seize it. However, it's not hard to verify it. He placed his rugged hand on the pendant and her bare breasts. This triggered both embarrassment and anger, but she could do not. Buzz. The faint light in the pendant seemed to be entering her breasts without leaving any wound. He seemed to have taken control of her body at this crucial moment. Her mind opened. Keep in mind that no cultivator would ever allow for this key spot to be exposed, but it was no longer up to her. A little pagoda floated out from her forehead, only the size of a finger. It emitted a blinding light with a holy power as if it could wash away all the darkness in this world. Looks like your identity is real. Wuxia nodded and said flatly, the city lord's position can be bestowed and the key could be forcefully taken. Not the Pearl Tower though, one would need its permission. He pulled back and tidied her dress again. You might not be under Zhang Xuan's branch, but since the tower accepted you, he passed the key to you. How do you know all of this? This was the biggest secret of heaven suppression. Even those who knew that the tower could pick its master would have no way of verifying it. However, Wuxia's familiarity on this point astounded her. Of course, how could she know that he was the one who created the Pearl Tower? If he didn't know the method, no one else would either. What is there that I, Wuxia, do not know? He put away his pillar and clapped. Okay, you're free now. She shuddered for a bit before regaining control over her body again with the disappearance of the suppression. She became dazed as if looking at a ghost while retreating backward to keep a distance from Wuxia. You're hurting my feelings. Wuxia laughed and shook his head after seeing her scared expression. Am I really that scary? I'm not a devil with horns or anything, just a nice and compassionate person. The monarch thought otherwise. Anyone else would have escaped right away after regaining freedom, but her choosing to linger around was already courageous enough. Her face reddened after recalling how he unbuttoned and saw her bare breasts, but there was nothing she could do. She eventually calmed her raging emotions from past experiences of being an authoritative figure with a deep breath. His words echoed through her mind again and prompted her to blurt, You are Wuxia, young noble Li? Correct. He said with a faint smile. She didn't expect this ordinary man to be the notorious Wuxia. She has heard of his tales in the past and didn't think she would bump into him today. Being imprisoned by Fiercest wasn't shameful at all. After all, this was a god-slaying existence, a man who dared to kill members from the soaring immortal sect. Was there anything he couldn't do? Chapter 1574. The monarch took a deep breath and deeply bowed. Young noble Li, your fame is resounding like the thunder. To be able to see you is a great honor. Please excuse my lack of manners earlier. Wuxia nodded. I was rude first, so it's not your fault. I was only suspicious because you are not from Zhang Xuan's branch yet are still acting as the Pearl City Lord. Though Wuxia didn't have any impure thoughts, she still felt her face becoming hot again when the topic was brought up. She let go of this matter and said, Our sect master told me that you are worthy of trust. Are you here to help us this time? The sect master she was referring to was Z Queening. Well, since I'm here already, might as well finish the good deed. He calmly smiled. The monarch became relieved after hearing this. Recently, Gu Zun's branch had all the authority while she couldn't communicate with Zi Queening. This made her feel isolated. Perhaps Li Qie wouldn't deal with Gu Zun himself, but surely, he would act against the soaring immortal sect. Their appearance has made her city feel quite pressured. Though people said that it was an alliance between Heaven Suppression and Soaring Immortal, to be more precise, it was between that sect and Gu Zun's own branch. Recently, Zi Queening told her that if anything were to happen to Heaven Suppression City, she must guard Pearl. That would be their last stronghold. Zi Queening also said that in a hopeless situation with desperate needs for allies, others wouldn't be trustworthy. Only Li Qie from Cleansing Incense was reliable. She didn't understand back then why her sect master trusted Li Qie so much, but after this experience, she gained a better understanding of the situation. It wasn't easy for the monarch in the present. Heaven Suppression was pressuring her on top of Soaring Immortal. Meanwhile, she was the only one who could be counted on in Pearl City. Li Qie's appearance finally gave her a sliver of hope. It's really surprising. Pearl Tower didn't pick Zhang Xuan's disciple to be the new successor but an outsider instead. It looks like you must be exceptional in some ways. He looked at her and said. In the past, he created the Pearl Tower as a last resort in order to deal with Gu Zun taking over one day. If the Black Dragon King's descendants were incapable of fighting back, the tower would be of assistance. Among the disciples back then, Li Qie trusted Lu Zhongsun. Because of this person was in charge of the Pearl Tower. Li Qie assumed that his descendants would be the new successors. This was why he found this matter to be surprising. With a slight hesitation, the monarch eventually spoke, "I didn't come from the sacred ancestors branch. He took me in as a grand disciple later." The sacred ancestor in her words was Lu Zhongsun. He was the eldest disciple of the Black Dragon King. He earned the king's trust, and even the Dark Crow once gave this assessment: magnanimous and insightful, his only defect is having an overabundance of kindness. Nevertheless, the Dark Crow still left Heaven Suppression City to Zhongsun. Zhongsun really didn't disappoint Li Qie. Even when the Black Dragon King was no longer in this world, the city continued to grow. Unfortunately, he had two fatal mistakes. First, he didn't live as long as Gu Zun. This guy continued to grow younger while the opposite happened to Zhongsun. Secondly, he was too nice and didn't banish Gu Zun from the city or kill him. He cared too much about his master's feelings, and this gave Gu Zun a chance to mature. You might not be from his branch, but the tower still accepted you. This was why Zhongsun didn't adhere to the rigid tradition and still made you city lord instead of his disciple. He's a visionary indeed. Li Qie praised. The monarch nodded in agreement. Yes, that's what happened. I didn't come from any of the three branches from Heaven Suppression, but only a minor sect under its jurisdiction. I eventually joined at a young age and was taught many skills from the city by a regional master. The tower eventually accepted me, so the sacred ancestor broke the tradition and took me in as a grand disciple. Pearl City was very special in this sect. Its city lord didn't need to listen to orders from Heaven Suppression. Heaven Suppression was divided into three main branches: Lu Zhongsun, Gu Zun, and the Black Dragon Legion. The Little Sea Village was closely related to the Black Dragon Legion, but it had a pivotal role for the sect as well. In the past, Zhang Xuan's branch had control over Heaven Suppression. Gu Zun, on the other hand, was in a state of reclusion. Though he had his own disciples, they weren't eligible to take up any important role because of their relationship to Gu Zun. As for the Black Dragon Legion, even if it rarely interfered with the sect's matters, it would often help with important matters to great effect. Unfortunately, the Legion went on an expedition with the king. After this battle, it only existed in name. The ones left behind were weak, so its influence dropped to a minimal level. Another long period eventually passed with Zhongsun still in charge. In fact, it couldn't happen any other way. Zhang Sun was the eldest disciple and part of the orthodox branch. It was natural that he would be in charge. Of course, it helped that the city thrived under his rule as well. Nevertheless, Gu Zun never gave up since he believed that the city was rightfully his. Thus, he continued to gather power in the dark. At the same time, the kind and considerate Zhang Sun didn't do anything out of love for his master. This allowed for Gu Zun to have a chance to slowly rise within the sect. Once Zhang Sun died, Gu Zun has gained great influence. Because of this, the sect became divided between Gu Zun's branch and Zhang Sun's branch. As for the Peacock Bright Monarch, because of her great talents and intelligence, her humble origin didn't stop the elders from valuing her. She even carried out expeditions several times and contributed greatly during her youth. Her future should have been bright, but it was a shame that she wasn't from any of the three branches. Therefore, her limit would most likely have been an elder of the sect. After all, it wasn't easy for an outsider to reach the upper echelon. Who would have thought that when she visited Pearl City during a trip, the Pearl Tower unexpectedly chose her? This news came as a surprise to Lu Zhangsun as well. This allowed for her to rise to prominence as the new city lord. This position was much higher than the elder level. She had some decision-making power on top of being independent from heaven suppression. It was similar to the rank of an ancestor. How is Zi queening now? Li Qia asked. I haven't received any news about her, but she's fine for now inside heaven suppression. I'm certain she has her own plans. The monarch pondered before answering. Li Qia nodded and smiled. You people are really strange, allowing Gu Zun to take power like this. Forget it, you're all still too inexperienced to contend against him. She took her time responding, well, the truth is that Ancestor Gu Zun has never shown his face. The one in charge right now is Ancestor Yi. Yi Jiuzhou, right? Li Qia asked for confirmation. Yes. The monarch looked around before telling the truth. We're not really sure if this is Ancestor Gu Zun's will either, since Ancestor Yi had always been in charge. Of course you don't know. Yi Jiuzhou had followed Gu Zun since youth, so he is absolutely loyal to Gu Zun. Even if Gu Zun tells him to go die, he would do so without hesitation. Everything he's doing now is Gu Zun's order. He exists for Gu Zun. Li Qia stated flatly. Jiuzhou was Gu Zun's top disciple and had followed him for a long time. He also had a very prestigious position in heaven suppression. Chapter 1575. The Peacock Bright Monarch had trouble finding the right words. The only thing she knew about Gu Zun was his name. Few had seen Gu Zun before in heaven suppression since Yi Jiuzhou was the public figure. What about the others right now? Li Qia smiled. Others might not understand Gu Zun, but he knew exactly what type of person Gu Zun was and knew what the guy was up to. In the Black Dragon Hall. The monarch answered. A bunch of fools shutting themselves in. Li Qia shook his head. Young noble, how do you know about it? This came as a surprise to her. It's obvious. Gu Zun won't kill the others before having full control over the situation. After all, Zhangsuan's is an orthodox branch, then there's the Black Dragon Legion and the Little Sea Village too. They have authority to preside over the situation. If Gu Zun were to kill all of them at once, he would only gain infamy. At the very least, he wants to overthrow the Black Dragon King's status at heaven suppression. If the Legion is no longer of concern, he wants to take his time taking over Zhangsuan's branch. It would be best if this branch and the village were to fight each other. Right now, it is only a test for him. He wants to see if heaven suppression still has some unused methods left. Li Qia chuckled. Gu Zun wasn't actually scouting heaven suppression. He was testing the Black Dragon King and the Dark Crow, to see if these two beings were still alive. Right. The monarch didn't think Li Qiye could analyze the situation so thoroughly. A while ago, the sacred ancestors branch and ancestor Gu Zun's branch were equal in power. However, several ancestors from ancestor Gu Zun's branch had committed misdeeds by violating the sect's rules, so they were demoted. The other side, led by ancestor Shan, thought the time was ripe for a counterattack in order to seize power. In just one night, they exiled many ancestors and took over against the wish of the sect master. She didn't want to rush things, unlike the other ancestors who wanted to push their advantage. During this difficult moments, some ancestors and experts asked the little village for help. They said that ancestor Shan was eliminating dissenters and wanted the elders from the village to come and investigate. She sighed at this point. The village didn't have any real power at heaven suppression, but it did play a supervisory role. In a certain sense, legitimizing an action or promotion required the consent from the village. The village thought that they could use this opportunity to capture Gu Zun on top of removing his forces at heaven suppression. Li Qiye amusingly shook his head. That's exactly what Gu Zun wants. Akin to jumping head first into a trap, simply courting death. Yes. The monarch agreed. After worshipping the ancestors, they started a meeting in the Black Dragon Hall in order to keep quiet. However, the hall is still closed right now. No one knows what's going on. The disciples are restless, so they asked for Ancestor Yi to take over. This hall was an important location in heaven suppression. Once fortified, there was no way to break in, news wouldn't come out either. Because of this, many important decisions were made in this place. Well done, one stone, many birds. Li Qiye said, just like Gu Zun's wish to capture them all at once. But yeah, they won't die in there for now. Sect Master believed so as well. Maybe they can't open it from the inside either, but it's good that she didn't go in herself. However, since Ancestor Shan's group is trapped inside, many banished ancestors have come back now since the city is under Ancestor Ye's rule. She understood that this was a coup of sorts. In fact, before the meeting, she and Zi Queening warned Ancestor Shan, who was Zhang Xuan's oldest disciple. Shan's group assumed that this was the best chance to capture Gu Zun's group and expel the others as long as they had the consent of the village. They didn't expect that this would end with them being trapped in the hall. This allowed Jiuzhou to have a chance of taking over heaven suppression. Zi Queening had no opportunity to counterattack since she had no forces with her. The only place that would heed her call was Pearl City. However, this was the last option, so it wouldn't move unless there was no other choice. Gu Zun's talents are peerless. He can be considered one of the 10 Ionic geniuses and has figured out the way to control and lock the Black Dragon Hall. People won't be able to come out. Li Qiye understood Gu Zun's plan. The monarch was at a loss. Though the sect master was still around, Jiuzhou was in control, so they couldn't do anything. Have you ever met Gu Zun? Li Qiye asked while the monarch was silent. I've seen him. She answered, a very long time ago though. Ancestor Gu Zun participated in a meeting started by Ancestor Shan. That was my first time participating as well. I heard many ancestors said that he was sick due to a problem with his cultivation, so he has always been resting at home. Sick? Li Qiye laughed after hearing this. Do you know what Gu Zun's Grand Dao is? To put it bluntly, even if he turns into an idiot overnight, he could still easily cultivate with his Grand Dao. As if something could happen to his cultivation. No one in your sect can match his talents, and the same goes for the entire 9 worlds with a few exceptions. She had no response since she didn't know much about the famous Gu Zun. It was just a rumor at her sect that he has been recuperating. Ordinary disciples haven't seen him before while his own branch was under Yi Jiuzhou's order. She smiled wryly and said, I don't know much about it since I've only seen him from far away. Outside of Ancestor Shan's group, only the sect master has talked to Ancestor Gu Zun. She's quite suspicious of him. Li Qiye chuckled, doubtful about his identity. Zi Queening is smart. she knows who she is facing. The monarch quietly nodded, yes. She didn't go into details and only said that the ancestor was very strange and suspicious. Not surprising for Gu Zun. He has been waiting long enough for a chance to rise again. He knows that it will be either death or success. This is his last chance. Li Qie calmly said. Though the Black Dragon King had pleaded for Gu Zun, the Dark Crow declared that this was the last exception. If Gu Zun refused to repent in the future, there shall be no more mercy. The king himself promised that if Gu Zun didn't change, he would kill the guy himself without needing an order from Li Qie. So all along, Gu Zun has been waiting for just one chance. If successful, he would reach the top of the 9 worlds and could call for winds and rains. Thus, he was cautious and wouldn't do anything himself. Yi Jiuzhou, on the other hand, was his sword and potential scapegoat. Li Qie noticed that the monarch was hesitant about speaking and smiled. Go ahead. She eventually asked, young noble, are you a disciple of our sect? She knew that he was from cleansing incense, but the guy was aware of too many secrets from heaven suppression. Moreover, only ancestors were privy to these secrets. She didn't even know a few of them. Of course, she believed that her master wouldn't share these secrets with an outsider, so she speculated that Li Qie was a disciple secretly trained by the sect, a very high-ranking one, just like the Black Dragon Legion's members. You can think of it like that. Li Qie didn't respond directly to her question. She didn't pry any further and finally noticed that the island parked before them has disappeared. Young noble, what was that place? She became curious and afraid at the same time. There was no doubt that he got the crystal pillar from that mysterious island. Chapter 1576. Chapter 1576. Yuzhan. Li Qie smiled mysteriously. That island? An immortal lives there, so when I accidentally got there, he gave me the amazing lamp with a light capable of suppressing anyone. You're joking, how can there be an immortal in this world? The exceptional monarch naturally didn't believe him. After all, there were no immortals in the world. Anyone else could be tricked by him and begin to spread false information about immortals. He smiled again. The world is unpredictable, who can be so sure? Maybe there are immortals, but they don't want to be seen by ordinary people. Otherwise, what thing can instantly suppress you in this world? She smiled wryly and knew that he didn't wish to divulge the information. The same dreadfulness still existed in her mind while thinking about the pillar earlier. It didn't matter how strong she was. It could still instantly freeze her as if she was powerless. Fortunately, he didn't do anything. This made her quite surprised because anyone else wouldn't miss such a good chance. Are you staying at Pearl for now? She hurriedly changed the topic. He replied, sure, I'm thinking about going to Heaven Suppression to see Gu Zun later anyway. A grin showed on his face after saying this. He was interested in seeing what Gu Zun could do after planning for so long. Would it be a heaven-shattering scheme? As the two were about to return, a rumbling noise resounded with a ship cruising through the waves with lightning speed. It was a decent treasure with a large banner engraved with the word "Yu." It was sizable and embroidered with golden strings. It was glittering and overly dazzling under the sunlight. One could see it from the far distance. People from the Yu clan. The monarch was surprised to see the banner on the ship. Li Qie chuckled and responded, Yu clan from Discover City. He remembered a few things at this point. An aggressive youth stood on the bow of the ship with many powerful men standing behind the deck. The youth looked around 17 years of age with an imposing aura. He looked quite proud of himself and stared around with disdain. Hey, did you see anything glowing around here? He shouted at Li Qie once the ship got closer. Li Qie only smiled, too lazy to respond. Brat, I'm talking to you. You listening? The youth was used to this attitude in the Grand Sea, so he shouted at Li Qie again. The monarch answered instead, there was nothing glowing here. His expression turned for the better after seeing a beauty like the monarch. Nevertheless, he was still as arrogant as before because, in his eyes, everyone needed to show his clan some face, even heaven suppression. I heard a treasure has been unearthed here. This place is mine, so any treasure here belongs to me, he said proudly. Wuxia wanted to laugh and said, this is the Pearl Archipelago, not your Discover City. Better start playing nice for your own sake. It can be said that Wuxia rarely acted in such a friendly manner, but this youth didn't understand. He became unhappy and said harshly, so what if it's the Pearl Archipelago? This young master is here to find some treasures, who dares to say no? He came out to find a treasure to celebrate the old ancestor coming into being. As he was going through the archipelago, he heard people saying that there was a sudden light flashing in this region, so he went for a look. Wuxia glanced at him and said, while I'm in a good mood, scram or I'll wring your neck. The boy's expression turned ugly after hearing this. He might not know Wuxia, but the monarch did. Others might be wary of their clan in this region, but Fiercest didn't give a damn about anyone. He would kill whoever he wanted. Young noble, you, go back. There's no treasure here, the monarch kindly said. She didn't want further complication. If the young noble from the Yu clan were to die here, it would cause some trouble for Pearl as well. However, her presence only embarrassed him even more. He should have been even cooler in front of this beauty and showed off his clan's prestige. But now, after being yelled at by Wuxia, he couldn't back down at all. It would make him look bad in front of her. This was detrimental to his clan's prestige as well. Brat, stop shamelessly boasting. Do you know who I am? In order to show off before the beauty, he arrogantly shouted at Wuxia again. Wuxia smiled and shook his head, only a fool. You are throwing away your clan's reputation. The boy didn't take kindly to this lambaste. His face turned red while shaking with anger. He was young and hot-blooded, unable to bear such humiliation. Break his legs for me, let him know the fate of daring to insult me, he told a man standing next to him. Brat, you're too foolish to humiliate our young master. The man immediately jumped from the ship and lunged towards Wuxia like a tiger. The monarch shook her head after seeing this. She knew that these fools were about to die yet didn't wish to say anything. Fiercest was too notorious. Anyone who tried to stop him from killing might be killed as well. Brat, kneel. The other burly men wanted to catch him as well. Bang! Wuxia didn't bother looking at them. He casually swept his hand and all of them spat out blood before falling into the ocean. The boy named Yuzhan was shocked to see his subordinates being dealt with so easily and realized that he has messed with a master. Who's breaking whose legs now? Wuxia smirked and slowly walked towards the boy. Yuzhan was frightened and even took several steps back. However, he mustered some courage and took a deep breath to stand up straight. Brat, you're not bad, quite strong even. But don't be so rampant in the Grand Sea. If my Yu clan wants you to die, you won't live past midnight. Wuxia suddenly teleported before the boy and shook his head again. Fool. Stop throwing away your clan's reputation. Yuzhan was startled and immediately retreated. Alas, it was too late. Wuxia brought him down and stepped on him on the deck. The immobilized boy's face turned red with Wuxia's foot on his chest. He couldn't resist at all. This foot was as heavy as countless mountains. An ant daring to act arrogant in front of me? Take a look at yourself, a fool like you is worthy of being part of the Yu? Such a descendant is an affront to your old ancestors' prestige. I'm from the Yu clan. Brat, touch me if you want to die. It doesn't matter how strong you or your backing are, my clan will have revenge. Even if your master is a god king, my ancestral grandmother will crush them with one finger. The boy became emboldened after hearing about his ancestor again and cried out. In his eyes, his ancestral grandmother was an invincible existence under the 9 heavens. No one could oppose her. Matriarch Yu is still alive? The monarch became startled. She has heard of legends about this person before, like many others in the Grand Sea, despite not seeing the woman before. That's right. Yuzhan became somewhat smug in response. My ancestral grandmother is living for another generation. Her venerable will sweep through the world. Anyone who dares to touch the Yu clan's children, she'll wipe their sect out. Chapter 1577. Yuzhan had a cavalier attitude while talking about his ancestor, his pride. In fact, he has never seen her before and only heard about her tales. As he grew older, even the elders from Heaven Suppression, the so-called strongest sect in the Grand Sea, were very respectful when it came to his ancestral grandmother. They would tidy their clothes with great reverence before daring to talk about her. Because of this, she was forever unbeatable in his mind. Anyone in this region would need to show his ancestor some respect. Thus, as long as he brought her up, no one would dare to provoke their clan. This was indeed the truth. The peacock-bright monarch was startled to hear that the illustrious matriarch Yu is living for another generation. An old god king once said that if they had to pick 2 top supremes at the Grand Sea, it would be Guzun and matriarch Yu. According to her sources, matriarch Yu's lifespan was over, so she had to try for a death meditation. Everyone thought she would die during this meditation. Who would have thought that she managed to endure through it? Matriarch Yu. Li Qiye repeated. A current of emotions coursed weakly through his mind. That's my ancestral grandmother. Yuzhan declared, yeah, so touch me if you dare. My ancestral grandmother will come out and kill you no matter where you run off to. The monarch wanted to plead for Yuzhan. After all, she already had a hard time dealing with Guzun's branch. It would be even more unfavorable for Pearl City to provoke the Yu clan as well. But she knew that it would be useless if Yuzhan continued to be unwise like this. Fiercest had no qualm about killing anyone. Crack. His pompous attitude was met with swift retribution and sounds of bone breaking. Ah! A pitiful scream echoed with blood staining the deck. Li Qiye had stomped down and broke both of his legs. The pain made the boy cry out in anguish. You! After recovering from the initial pain, Yuzhan was still shocked. Normally, people would turn pale after hearing the name of his ancestral grandmother. He thought that this would be enough to scare Li Qiye so that the guy would release him. Alas, this ended with him having 2 broken legs. Crack. 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 Li Qiye didn't only break his legs but even grind down on them. More bones were crushed. You, the boy screamed again from the pain. Crack. Now it was his wrist turn to be crushed. No, such shrill scream was too eerie. As the adage goes, the 10 fingers are linked with the mind. One could easily imagine the pain the boy was experiencing. His face contorted with cold sweat dripping down. Little animal, I'll kill you. Yuzhan endured the pain and cried out. Crack. Li Qiye then crushed his other wrist, prompting Yuzhan to convulse repeatedly. His clothes were soaked with sweat. After a long time, the howling boy eventually calmed down from the pain. He was really scared this time and didn't dare to aggressively holler again. The monarch smiled wryly at this scene. The wicked will be cured by the same type. Others might not want to provoke the Yu clan, but this unlucky young master has met his match today in fiercest. Li Qiye stared at the guy who was about to faint from the pain and said flatly, "Still want to continue? No problem for me. Keep on acting insolent and rely on your clan and grandmother's prestige. I have plenty of time, so I'd like to hear more. Of course, each time you say something, I'll break a different bone on your body. Don't worry, I'm very skilled. Even if I dismantle your body one bone at a time, you'll still be alive and well." Having said that, he looked up and down at the boy as if pondering which bone to break next. Yuzhan shuddered with considerable fear. He felt cold under Li Qia's stare as if he has fallen into an ice pit. This was the gaze of a devil. "Kill me if you dare," he stubbornly said, but the tone of his voice betrayed him. He was no longer as arrogant and mighty as before. "Kill you? You are but an ant beneath my foot. I can crush you easier than crushing an ant. You think I will care about an ant's corpse stuck to my soul? I just need to wipe it off." Li Qia chuckled. The boy nearly pissed his pants after hearing this. "But, I won't kill you," Li Qia said with an indifferent expression. Yuzhan finally heaved a sigh of relief. This was the feeling of having survived a disaster. He suddenly felt that it was good to be alive. "I just want to let you and your clan know that in the future, when you see me, you better kneel and talk. It shall be your honor," he stated calmly. "You." The scared boy didn't dare to retort while stricken with fear under Li Qia's glare. Li Qia finally moved his foot and kicked him to the side. "Run back to your clan and tuck your tail between your legs. Otherwise, I'll crush your dog head to a pulp." With that, he turned and left. "You, remember this, I'll have my revenge," the humiliated boy claimed, unable to endure this anger. However, he quickly shut up after Li Qia turned around and didn't dare to say anything else while slightly moving backward. "Fool." Li Qia shook his head and gave up on this incurable person. Yuzhan could only watch him leave and couldn't handle being scared another time. The monarch had nothing to say either. This level of character couldn't get into Li Qia's sight. He could kill 100 Yuzhan easily if he wanted to. The two of them returned to Pearl City. She was staying in the most central location in Pearl. This was the mansion of the generational city lords, but the most conspicuous place was the Pearl Tower, not this mansion. It was actually in the center axis of the city and surrounded by the clouds as the tallest building here. The style was quite simple, built from many green bricks. At the top of the tower was a huge ball made out of rocks with a dark color. The name confused many spectators. Pearl Tower should be a treasure architecture with bright radiance. However, its appearance didn't match its name. Moreover, even the oldest residents here didn't know of its origin. It seemed that it was already there in the very beginning of the city. An old man even said that this tower might have been built even before the city. Who knows if this was true or not? Li Qia at the front took his time staring at the high tower. He eventually told the monarch, "Have you climbed the tower?" "Many times." The monarch replied, "The sacred ancestor said there are great mysteries here. But you have yet to grasp them," he said with a faint smile. Chapter 1578, The monarch looked up at the tower too and eventually shook her head. The mysteries of the tower are as boundless as the ocean. It feels like I'm just a single drop in the sea, completely insignificant and lost. Where do I even start? Li Qia simply smiled. Everything is hard in the beginning. It doesn't matter how vast the sea or how profound the idea, there is always an origin. One step at a time to walk 1,000 miles. Start from the bottom with the most sincere attitude towards the top. If it doesn't work the first time, do it a second time. If you fail again, then go for the third. As long as you persevere, you will see results. One step at a time to the top. The monarch had heard that the top of the tower was the most precious location from the sacred ancestor. Yes, the power of the tower is at the top, but without the support of the base, the top is only a simple ball. How do you know all of this? She wondered. Li Qie could easily reveal all of their secrets and Zi Queening couldn't have told him either. Despite being the sect master, she didn't have authority over Pearl and its secrets. It would be stranger if there was something I didn't know in this world. Try your best, it will be a lifetime of benefits if you can grasp the tower. He replied. Thank you, young noble. She bowed gently and stopped inquiring about his knowledge regarding her sect. When the two arrived outside the entrance of the Peacock Mansion, an attendant hurriedly came out to report to the city lord. He carefully looked at Li Qie standing by her side before whispering to the monarch, "City lord, the people from the sect are here." "Who?" Her eyes became serious just like her voice. "Elder son," the attendant replied. He paused and glanced at Li Qie before continuing, "Someone from Ancestor Ye's camp." "I'll go see him," the monarch replied. "City lord, should we prepare? After all, who knows what those people are up to?" The disciple made a cutthroat gesture. The people from Pearl were very wary of Jojo's group. "Let's go." The monarch entered the Peacock Mansion with hastened steps. Li Qie only smiled and didn't comment. He followed the monarch inside. There was an old man waiting in a typical robe with a sharp gaze. His aura alone made his power apparent. A skinny disciple stood beside him, acting as a tea server. 2 rows of burly men in battle uniform were situated to the left and right of the hall. They were experts from heaven suppression and gave off an aggressive aura. Since Elder Sun had brought so many experts along with him to Pearl Mansion, his intentions clearly weren't friendly. Elder Sun stood up and addressed the monarch, "Bright monarch, long time no see." Despite being a veteran elder, he was still below the monarch in terms of status and role. As the Pearl City Lord, she was on the same level as ancestors in spite of her young age. "Elder Sun, sorry to keep you waiting," she greeted with a nod after sitting down. Li Qie casually sat down on another chair. His eyes swept through the experts. They resembled drawn bows, ready to rush forward at the elder's command. Only the young disciple standing next to the elder was relatively timid. He occasionally peeked at Li Qie and the monarch while holding the teacup. Elder Sun found Li Qie's action surprising. He thought that the guy was only the monarch's attendant, but he didn't waste further thoughts on this. He stood in the middle of the hall and cupped his fists. "Bright monarch, I'm here to congratulate you under the sect master's instruction." "For what?" The monarch was unmoved. "Your rule at the Pearl Archipelago has benefited the people. The residents here have a peaceful life while all the tributary powers obey you without questions. The entire sect admires your meritorious service." The elders sang songs of praise. Anyone else would feel smug after hearing this and could picture themselves rising through the ranks to reach the top of the world. However, the bright monarch's expression remained indifferent. "Only a trivial matter, not a cause for celebration," she replied in a flat tone. No, you are too humble, bright monarch." The elder hurriedly shook his head. "All the ancestors appreciate your grand contribution. The sect master feels that it is a waste of your talents to just govern this area, so everyone wishes to promote you to a chief elder. You shall defend heaven suppression while aiding the sect master with management." She might be an ancestor right now, so this was a sizable promotion on top of being the sect master's right-hand man. This would make her stage even greater in the future and no longer limited to Pearl City. Her new playground would be all of heaven suppression and the Grand Sea. Is that so? She had no joyous reaction to this promotion. "Of course, this is the order of the sect." Elder Sun took out a scroll and spread it in front of the monarch. "Here are the official signatures from the sect master and ancestors." She simply glanced at it before smiling and shaking her head. "Elder Sun, you should know that as the Pearl City Lord, I don't need to accept this decree. I need to see a direct order from the sect master, not just this list of signatures. It is completely useless at Pearl." Her smile was replaced with a stern demeanor. This particular signed decree wasn't on the same level as a direct order since the latter contained the supreme will of the sect master as well. The elder coughed in response. Bright monarch, you should know that the circumstances are different right now. If you don't believe me, you can personally go to Heaven Suppression and meet the sect master. You'll listen to her, right? The monarch shook her head. Elder, the sect's rules must be upheld over personal relationships. First, only a direct order is effective at Pearl. Second, in order to command Pearl, the Black Dragon Legion, the Sacred Ancestors Branch, and the Elder Association of the village must give their signature as well. Otherwise, no one can command Pearl. With that, she continued on while looking at the elder, you surely know this as an elder? Without these two things, I won't go to Heaven Suppression or mobilize a single troop from Pearl. Elder Sun rubbed his palms together. Bright monarch, it's not like you don't know the situation right now in the sect. Many ancestors are trapped in the Black Dragon Hall, including the members of the Elder Association, so they can't give you their signatures. Don't worry, after opening it, they will add another decree so your promotion will still be in effect. You deserve it from all your hard work. She responded with a kingdom-toppling smile. This so-called promotion was only a diversion. Yi Jiuzhou's group couldn't control the archipelago right now since outsiders couldn't take over Pearl City. Meanwhile, the monarch's status was proper. It's not as if they could arbitrarily dismiss her even if Jiuzhou had full control of Heaven Suppression. Because of this, they used this promotion as an excuse for her to leave Pearl. Even if they couldn't insert a new city lord, they could still use her absence as an opportunity to wrest control over the city. Of course, such a promotion could be seen differently depending on the person. In order to have a higher status in Heaven Suppression, this was not a bad choice. However, it was different for the monarch. During this existential crisis for Heaven Suppression, Pearl City will remain as Heaven Suppression's last stand just like Z Queening has entrusted her. Chapter 1579, with her eyes peering at the elder, the monarch slowly said, Elder Son, it's not like I can't accept the promotion but I need to see Sect Master at Pearl first before considering. Yi Jiuzhou's group wished to transfer the monarch but she didn't let up. Due to the lack of communication, she was certain the Z Queening has been placed under house arrest. If Queening could go to Pearl, it would be a chance for the monarch to rescue her then counterattack together. Bright monarch, you're making this hard for me. The sect master can't come here right now since she's too worried about Ancestor Shan and the others being trapped in the hall. She's busy researching the mysteries of the hall and can't leave. If you don't mind, you can go to the sect and see her. The monarch interrupted him with a head shake. Elder, I have already given my answer. Either the sect master comes here to see me in person or bring a signed, official decree. The elder quickly responded, Bright monarch, why bother adhering to an old law? You need to be more flexible since this matter is very beneficial for your future. Just come to the sect and your potential will be unlimited. Elder, no need to waste more time. We'll do this by the rules only. She stopped him again. Monarch, this makes it quite difficult for me. If I go back empty-handed, how can I explain it to the sect master and ancestors? Such a trivial matter, is there really a need to go about in circle like this? Both Gu Zun and Yi Jiuzhou are too prudent right now compared to back then. Gu Zun used to be quite domineering with no qualm for anything. If this was him in the past, he would directly attack Pearl City. Why bother resorting to tricks like this? How disappointing. Li Qie laughed and shook his head. He had been quietly sitting there so Elder Son didn't pay attention to him. But now, he was boasting shamelessly right away to the visible annoyance of the elder. Brat, who are you? The elder immediately shouted. Li Qie didn't bother looking at the elder before grinning leisurely, just a nosy outsider. Bright monarch, what is going on? This is a confidential matter of our sect, how can there be an outsider here to steal our secrets? You know that he isn't part of the sect yet you still brought him here? This is blatant favoritism and lawbreaking. Okay, don't bother trying to assign some blame. Li Qia answered instead while waving his sleeve dismissively. To sum it up, you just want to seize Pearl City. Sigh, Yi Jiuzhou is old and Gu Zun is too timid now. Fine, come back, tell the two of them to scram. Junior, do not insult my ancestors. Elder Sun shouted, men, capture him. The 2 rows of experts stood up and surrounded Li Qia with a murderous aura. There was no intention of capturing him alive. Monarch, you need to give the sect an answer for this. The elder spoke gravely. They wanted nothing more than to escalate the situation in order to have justification for a military installation at Pearl. Rumble. All the experts went flying in an instant with spurting blood. With a series of loud bangs, they all fell outside of the hall and couldn't get up at all. Li Qia didn't move an inch. No one could see how he attacked earlier. I shall give you an answer. Li Qia spread out his hand before the elder could finish speaking. It resembled a monstrous mountain slamming down on the elder. The old man was aghast and immediately roared to summon his treasure for a direct confrontation. Boom! But the result was still the same as before. His treasure was impressive indeed, but it failed to protect him. He was blown flying by one palm attack and spat out blood as well. Master! The deserving disciple turned pale and quickly helped the elder up. Who the hell are you? As an elder from Heaven Suppression, he wasn't just all talk. However, he couldn't withstand a single palm strike today, so it was apparently just how terrible his foe was. This was definitely the strength of a god king. Such a person couldn't be nameless. Li Qia. Maybe you have heard of my name. Li Qia chuckled in response. Fiercest. Even someone as experienced as the elder faltered backward in horror. He was truly startled. Fiercest was too famous right now, and just his title alone could scare many people. He annihilated the Space Trample Mountain and banished Soaring Immortal back then. This battle record shocked all of Mortal Emperor, so everyone would feel dread when hearing his name. At this moment, everyone knew who Fiercest was. On the other hand, Li Qia stopped being used by others for a multitude of reasons. Heaven Suppression was illustrious at the Grand Sea, but the elder knew that Fiercest had wanton regards for anything. There was no chance he would be scared of their sect. Him being an elder wouldn't make Li Qia think twice about killing him. Good. Li Qia read his demeanor and chuckled. It's good that you know fear despite being from Heaven Suppression. I would have killed a naive fool otherwise. Elder Sun took another step back after hearing this. The disciple helping him tried to be brave but still stammered, Our Heaven Suppression isn't afraid of anyone. Elder Sun jumped from fear and quickly pulled the youth behind him. This was his youngest disciple. The kid has always been obedient, so he was very satisfied and didn't wish to see Fiercest kill him. What's your name? Li Qia smirked while staring at the youth. Elder Sun took another step back to shield his disciple and replied instead, Li Qia, our Heaven Suppression City has no grudges with you. Why are you interfering with us? Li Qia ignored the elder and looked at the youth behind him. What is your name? My name is Lin Qi. The boy found enough courage to eventually respond with his head held high. Li Qia was amused by this boy and eventually waved his sleeve. Scram, all of you. I don't want to see any of you again. Go back and tell Gu Zun and Yi Jiuzhou that I, Li Qia, have arrived. Elder Sun was an unpleasant sight to behold at this moment. He didn't trouble the monarch any further. The wisest thing to do against Fiercest was to run away in order to stay alive. Otherwise, regardless of how powerful one might be and their backing, it would all be useless. The elder immediately left with his disciples and the others with the greatest speed. Young noble, Ancestor Yi will have an excuse after this commotion. The monarch smiled wryly. So what? They want to capture Pearl City regardless of whether there is a justification or not. Li Qiye said flatly. She sighed softly in response and understood this logic as well. The only thing she could do right now was to buy time. I wonder how the sect master is doing. She worriedly said. The ancestors were actually safe being locked in the Black Dragon Hall. On the other hand, Zi Queening's life might be in the hands of Yi Jojo. You're worrying too much. Li Qiye shook his head in response, and you're underestimating her as well. Jojo is strong but Queening has the Black Dragon Spear. If she really wants to leave, he can't stop her anyway. She must have a reason for staying behind. I hope so. The monarch said feebly. She understood that the sect master was an insightful person and wouldn't have easily fallen into the hands of the enemy. Nevertheless, her perilous situation was still worrisome. Ignore these trivial matters. Come with me to discover, I'll let you meet someone. Li Qiye said flatly. Chapter 1580, Discover City? To see whom? The monarch was surprised to hear this. Someone who can help you and heaven suppression. A backer in the future. Li Qiye chuckled. A person who can be our backer? The monarch was astounded. She would have burst out laughing if someone else were to tell her this. Who was number one at the Grand Sea? Clearly heaven suppression. They would still be a top-ranking sect in all of Mortal Emperor. There were so many experts with invincible god kings like Yi Jojo. Moreover, a legendary existence like Gu Zun was unfathomable. In this region, they were others' backer, since when did they need someone else to be their backer? Thus, it was understandable for the monarch to be surprised. However, Fiercest wouldn't make a joke like this. Young noble, you are referring to Matriarch Yu? She mused about the possibilities and only came up with one person. Matriarch Yu was the only existence in this domain that could make heaven suppression wary. She was also the only one who was a match for Gu Zun. No. There is someone else outside of Matriarch Yu in Discover. Li Qiye smiled and said. Excuse my ignorance then. I have never heard of such an amazing person. She answered. They needed to be Emperor assailants in order to be heaven suppression's backers. Just because you don't know doesn't mean they aren't there. There are many experts in this world, or someone as powerful as Gu Zun wouldn't be tucking his tail for a generation. Li Qiye chuckled. The monarch wasn't in a position to make a comment. After all, despite the internal strife, she wouldn't look down on her own ancestor. Young noble, Pearl is very important, so if I leave, it would be very inappropriate. We'll be playing right into Ancestor Ye's hand. If you don't mind, I'll let the first elder from Pearl go with you. The monarch pondered before suggesting. If I don't mind? Do you need to ask me something like this? It is a great fortune to be favored by people standing at the peak. You think just any random guy could go along and be accepted? I'm taking you to him because you have been accepted by the Pearl Tower, so you have the ability to be great at heaven suppression. Others aren't qualified for this chance. Li Qiye refused. She didn't expect this response, but after carefully thinking about it, it made sense. A person who could become the backer of heaven suppression should be incredibly powerful. Not just anyone could be granted an audience or be favored by them. As for Pearl, leave it. If Gu Zun's group wants to come, let them. You think the Pearl Tower is only there for looks? It's actually good if they come so we can capture all of them in front of the tower. He smiled and said. Okay then. We can also see Matriarch Yu during this trip to Discover. If she is willing to help, that might be able to turn the tide. Rumor has it that she is from the Black Dragon Legion. She said after careful consideration. More than just that. Li Qiye said flatly and couldn't help staring at the horizon. Go get ready, then we'll go to discover," he told the monarch. After having made up her mind, the monarch stood up and suddenly realized something strange. Ever since Li Qie got here, he became the one giving the order. Moreover, it seemed so natural, as if this was how it should be and no one could resist him. She didn't understand the reasons why. She walked a few steps before stopping and looked back to say, "Young noble Li, why do you know heaven suppression like the palm of your hand?" Li Qie was privy to secrets unbeknown by ancestors. For example, after being accepted by the Pearl Tower, she had a little one in her mind. Too few people in heaven suppression were aware of this secret. "You should ask your progenitor, the Black Dragon King." Li Qie revealed a mysterious smile. The monarch suddenly felt a bit breathless after hearing this response. She turned and left the hall right after. After taking care of matters in Pearl, she left with Li Qie. However, she was very low-key this time and didn't let others know, so she took the guise of being Li Qie's servant. Discover was an old city in the Grand Sea with a rich history. Few cities were older than it. One had to talk about the Yu clan when they came to this place. It wasn't a great lineage at all in terms of territory. Moreover, they didn't have that many members either, unlike the imperial lineages. There might only be several 100,000 disciples. The direct branch would only have several thousand. In terms of scale, this was a second-rate sect at best. Nevertheless, the clan was immensely famous in the entire Grand Sea. Numerous talents appeared with countless experts. Among the young generation, there were amazing geniuses like Yu Yulian. As for the prime generation, the clan master was quite powerful. As for the upper realm, the Yu ancestors were quite dominating. It has been very lively at the clan. Countless powers came to visit with many big shots, including god kings. This was due to a recent incredible news. Matriarch Yu has made it to another generation. After the big shots calmed down, they rushed to congratulate her. Anyone would feel a sense of respect after hearing her name. Even the strongest would feel quite apprehensive. Ancestors from heaven suppression would call her senior as well. According to some sources, she was the best general of the Black Dragon Legion and has never been defeated. She joined this legion during Immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generation. She contributed greatly and was completely unstoppable. However, her battle record didn't stop there. One story told that after the emperor ascended, she even fought against him. Alas, outsiders weren't qualified to watch. Nevertheless, people said that after the end of the battle, one disciple asked the emperor how strong was Matriarch Yu. He simply said, capable of assailing an emperor. The world uproared before this revelation. It had a completely different meaning when an emperor was the one to say this. Although many people claimed to be emperor assailants in the 9 worlds, these were only self-boast. Some 9 worlds god kings would actually call themselves emperor assailants. Some people took it to the next level. For example, a few older characters took this title after just lasting 3 to 5 moves against an emperor in order to propel their own status. They certainly didn't have this power. This was not the case for Matriarch Yu. She personally challenged the emperor and never boasted about her own record. The emperor himself praised her great achievements. There was no reason to doubt its validity. Because of this, she was a well-known emperor assailant in the Grand Sea, one of the very few recognized by an emperor. This was her virtually matchless reputation. Unfortunately, even emperor assailants couldn't withstand the passage of time. During Immortal Emperor Tukong's generation, her lifespan ran dry and she had to try a death meditation. Everyone thought she would die with this last attempt, but no one expected for the Yu clan to announce that she has come out successfully. Because of this, the world thought that she could really live for a second life. No one would even dare to dream about such a thing, so if this was indeed the truth, it would be too shocking. Chapter 1581. After entering Discover, Wuxia and the monarch felt its ancient aura. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seemed to have been brewing for millions of years. Thus, a single breath brought along this boundless time period with an intangible sad melody. Discover City. He smacked his lips and commented, such an unforgettable feeling. Do you know about this one defining snack at Discover that people can't get tired of? He looked at the monarch who had the disguise of a servant and said. Defining snack? The monarch was caught off guard. The majority of cultivators weren't big eaters, especially at their level. There was no need to eat food and grains. But now, when Wuxia brought up this mortal event, of course, the monarch became surprised. Come, I'll take you. You won't be able to find it yourself. Wuxia smiled and continued on his way. There were many inhabitants in this old city. It was very bustling and busy at this moment. Characters from all over the world visited to congratulate the Yu clan. They didn't invite anyone to celebrate Yu Taijuan's successful death meditation, but big shots came anyway to see her. Wuxia seemed to ignore all of this and took the monarch from one street to another through the sea of people. She has been to Discover before, but Wuxia was much more familiar with each street. After taking many twists and turns, the monarch felt a bit dizzy and couldn't tell the direction. She only knew that she was still in Discover. They finally made it to a narrow and long alley devoid of light. It was very quiet with no one around. It looked like this was a slum with tattered buildings, many of which had been abandoned. Only old and feeble men lived here. They came to a tiny pub with a small entrance and a banner with the word "Feng." The word was fading from its age and virtually illegible. Even mortals didn't want to hang around this pub, let alone cultivators. Wuxia slightly smiled after seeing the banner before entering the pub. The monarch thought Wuxia would take her to an old restaurant to eat something special, not such a rundown pub. They found this place to be really small with only a few tables and some randomly placed stools. The counter was positioned inconspicuously in the corner with a faint oil lamp. It was so weak that just a small breeze could blow it out. Because of it, this tiny pub had some semblance of light. Otherwise, it would have been even darker. The old man was lying on the counter with a light green robe. It was quite simple without any ornaments. Who knows how long he has been wearing this robe? It was turning white from being washed too many times. Nevertheless, this old robe was still very clean without a speck of dust. It looked like the old man was very diligent with his hygiene. He had a very righteous appearance. Despite the wrinkles, his features were bold and strong as if he was carved from a powerful blade. He seemed to be sleeping peacefully, nothing in this world mattered to him. The monarch had no comment regarding this pub. She thought that there would be a separate domain inside, but this wasn't the case. Wuxia walked to the counter and gently tapped to say, "You have some guests." The old man woke up. He slowly opened his old eyes and stared carefully at Wuxia. Alas, it seemed that his aged eyes couldn't see Wuxia clearly regardless of how wide he opened them. Because of this, he had to rub his eyes. What, I have something on my face? Or am I even prettier than some beauties? Wuxia chuckled and said leisurely. The old man was silent for a moment before speaking dispiritedly, "Sir, what do you need?" "1 jar of Shaoxing wine and a portion of anise beans," Wuxia ordered before looking for a stool to sit down. "All right." The old man replied quietly and came to the back. A flurry of sound came about. The monarch was still at a loss about Wuxia's intention and had to take another look at the pub. "Okay, no need to look around. Sit down." Wuxia patted the stool next to him and smiled at the woman. She sat beside him without saying anything. A while later, the old man brought a plate of anise-flavored beans and a jar of wine to the table. "Take your time." He then went back to resting on the counter with his chin first to stare at the two, especially Li Qie. Li Qie ignored his stare and poured a cup for both him and the monarch. This is quite rare. Drink. He raised his cup and drank slowly. The monarch assumed that this would be very delicious and followed suit. Ugh. When the wine streamed down her throat, she immediately stopped and almost spat everything out. This might be the worst and cheapest wine she has ever tasted in her life. She garnered that only the poorest mortals would drink this type of wine, not even worth a single bronze coin. There were no words to describe this awful taste, even worse than drinking horse urine. The problem was that Li Qie had no difficulty drinking it. He took his time as if this was the best wine in the world, that it could turn someone into an immortal. She simply tried her best to swallow this terrible wine. Her scalp tingled and she put the cup down after one gulp. Li Qie relished the experience and eventually asked her, "You want to try some beans?" She had no appetite after looking at them and shook her head. Li Qie just smiled and grabbed a handful. He peeled before throwing them into his mouth and chewed with crispy noise. He took a sip then ate more beans as if they were delicacies. The monarch had no words while watching. Are these the special food he was talking about? Maybe Fiercest had some strange urges compared to others. The guy went on like a leisure immortal enjoying his meal. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper was still staring at Li Qie as if something about the guy was attracting his attention. He didn't care about the monarch at all. Li Qie didn't care like before and continued eating and drinking. Eventually, loud noises came from outside. Next, a group filed inside the small pub from the dark entrance. This tiny pub was filled right away with more than 10 newcomers. The group immediately surrounded the two. The monarch took note of their clothing and became startled. This was the Yu clan. "Fourth uncle, it's this brat." A youth pointed at Li Qie. Chapter 1582, The youth was Yu Zhan, who got beaten badly at the archipelago by Li Qie. He was much bolder this time and dared to stand before Li Qie, unlike being scared out of his mind at the end of their previous meeting. Li Qie put down the cup and coldly glared at the youth, prompting him to take several steps back before the middle-aged man. It wasn't because he was a coward. The pain from the torture last time left him hopeless. Without some amazing medicines from his clan, he would have needed to stay in bed for another year. Outside of the dozen of experts from the clan, the middle-aged man was his fourth uncle. He was muscular with eyes like lightning. He was fourth in line, but his cultivation as a powerful paragon was only weaker than the Yu clan master. The Yu clan couldn't swallow this anger from the beating, so after their disciples spotted him at Discover, Yu Zhan immediately asked his uncle to get revenge. "You're the one who beat down people from our clan?" Fourth uncle stared at Li Qie and asked slowly. Li Qie finally looked at him and said lazily, "So what?" Bam! The man slammed on the table and caused the cups to jump while shouting, "Good, it's good that you're admitting this. How do you want to settle it then?" "Why bother settling?" Li Qie smiled and said. To which the uncle responded, "Stop running your mouth. Our Yu clan does not pick on the weak. I will give you two choices right now. Kneel and admit your wrongdoings, or I'll return the favor by breaking your legs. And if I do not pick either choice?" Li Qie chuckled. Bam! He slammed on the table again, "Then you're courting death. Sir, please sit if you want to eat, but go outside for a fight." The old man quickly gathered the cups and plates on the table and told fourth uncle. Fourth uncle looked at him and casually threw out a gold ingot. "Old man, take it. Our clan will pay for breaking your items." The old man stared back without saying anything. Fourth uncle thought that this wasn't enough and threw out another two. "This is enough for your retirement. No need to keep the shop open later on." The old man took the gold and returned to the counter as if he was running from the trouble. Afterward, fourth uncle yelled at Li Qia again, "Junior, time to do this." "Fine." Li Qia smirked and finished his cup. Fourth uncle said coldly, "It's not too late to admit your mistakes before I personally break your legs." "How amusing. Okay, I want to see how much you have learned from your clan." Li Qia couldn't help but laugh. He sat there unmovingly. This made fourth uncle livid from being looked down by a junior like this. No one dared to treat their Yu clan in this manner throughout the Grand Sea, let alone on their own territory. There was no way he could swallow this anger. "Junior, I'll teach you a lesson in place of your seniors then." Fourth uncle shouted and reached for Li Qia. Crack! Bones broke as the uncle was still speaking. Ah! Blood squirted everywhere. His entire arm was torn off completely. The stunned uncle hastily retreated, but it was too late. Li Qia's kick was as fast as lightning and struck his chest. The man went flying out of the pub while vomiting blood. Yu Zhan and the other disciples turned pale from fear. A paragon like their uncle was taken down so easily. "I'll spare your lives today out of consideration towards matriarch Yu." Scram! Li Qia threw the bloodied arm at Yu Zhan and uttered coldly. The boy was scared out of his mind. He didn't expect his uncle to lose to a single move. After regaining his wits, he ran out of the pub. The disciples all rushed out and helped their unconscious uncle before fleeing like the wind. The monarch shook her head after seeing this. That group was just courting death. Fiercest would slay God if one stood in his way. "All right, show your real self." Li Qia sat down and blew the bean skin off the table. They scattered everywhere on the ground and actually formed a diagram. It immediately came back to life and turned into a crow. It flew towards the counter and stared at the old man. He stood up in astonishment instantly. The monarch was surprised. What was so shocking about a crow? However, she became astounded in the next second. The moment the old man opened his eyes, a terrible time-crossing ray came out. She felt as if a supreme true god was suppressing the entire location. She couldn't take a single breath and felt her chair being as cold as ice. There was no way she could stand up before this terrible glare. A storm surged in her mind. She didn't expect this old man to be such a terrible existence. "Okay, Zhengfeng, I've drunk your crappy wine. It's time to bring out the good one." Li Qia stretched and said flatly. The gaze disappeared as the old man's eyes became muddled again. He took a deep breath and walked forward with haste to bow. "I didn't expect you to come with your true body, Your Excellency. Please excuse me. Not your fault since you have been stuck here forever now." Li Qia smiled and shook his head. "Nothing can really interest you in this world, rise." The old man finally stood up straight after being granted permission. "After so many years, you haven't changed at all. However, I'm a bit surprised that you don't care for your descendants. Are you not afraid of me killing all of them?" Li Qia chuckled. "Do it if you want to, Your Excellency. Only a bunch of ignorant fools." The old man calmly answered without a care. The monarch was startled once more. This old man was actually from the Yu clan. "Looks like you have traveled quite far on this path, breaking through the limit already. I'm afraid even immortal Emperor Muzhua didn't reach this level after creating this art." Li Qia commented with emotion. "You're too kind, Your Excellency. I'm only an old man, bored and waiting for death." The old man smiled leisurely. "It is a type of happiness to be able to await death. At the very least, time is still affecting you. Nothing is better than this," Li Qia said with a smile. The old man forcefully smiled, not knowing how to respond. "All right, bring out your good wine already," Li Qia said. The old man entered the cellar and brought out a different jar with more beans for Wuxia. He personally poured it into the cup as well. A fragrance filled the pub completely. It was easy to tell that this was the best of the best with just the smell. Of course, the monarch could only stand to the side. She had no luck to enjoy the wine from a character of this level. Wuxia drank it all in one gulp and slowly chewed his beans. He eventually said, "You're still as skilled as before." The old man quietly filled another cup for him. Bright monarch, meet the greatest genius of immortal Emperor Qian Li's generation. He is Matriarch Yu's older brother. Wuxia finished another cup before telling the monarch. She didn't dare to show the slightest snub and lowered her head. This junior is a disciple from Heaven Suppression, currently the Pearl City Lord. Greetings, senior. The old man glanced at the monarch before looking back at Wuxia. He smiled wryly and said, "Your Excellency, I'm only a ghost now, I know." Wuxia waved his sleeve and said flatly, "You don't care for mundane matters for a very long time now. However, Gu Zun will die in the future, so someone needs to look after Heaven Suppression. I think that in the Grand Sea, you will be living the longest, so I'll leave this to you." "Very well, my clan owes you this, Your Excellency." The old man agreed right away. "Your clan has paid off its debt already." Wuxia smiled. The old man nodded, then told the monarch, "Just come and find me later. Zhengfeng is someone who has lived for 3 generations. Do not bother him with trivial matters. If Heaven Suppression faces an existential crisis later, then you can ask him for help," Wuxia advised. Chapter 1583, Someone Who Has Lived for 3 Generations. The monarch gasped with a coursing chill after hearing this. She had always imagined just how wondrous these top existences would be, but it still shocked her all the same. Such a being was beyond her imagination. Though many God-King ancestors have lived for a long time in mortal emperor, they were always buried underground, not a real type of living. It was more apt to call it a hibernation to suspend their lifespan. Even God-Kings and emperor candidates would only live for 1 generation at best before dying. Thus, living for 3 was too terrorizing. She has heard about the legends. There was only one person who has lived for 3 generations, her progenitor, the Black Dragon King. The old man naturally could see her demeanor. He calmly spoke without any pride, "I'm only a wandering soul living a borrowed life, in no way comparable to a supreme talent like the Black Dragon King. Our situation is not the same." "Stop it, Zhengfeng. No need to be humble. You might not be the Black Dragon King's match, but you are still an existence that could only be counted on one's fingers in the 9 worlds. When you fought immortal Emperor Qianli back then, you actually survived under his true imperial massacre. That's an exceedingly rare achievement." Wuxia smiled and said. This stunned the monarch completely. She even shuddered and understood just how powerful this being he had just introduced her to was. A true imperial massacre could only be unleashed by an emperor when they channeled the power of their heaven's will to unleash the ultimate blow of a life treasure. Keep in mind that for millions of years now, many have claimed to have challenged emperors. Despite their defeat, it was still a commendable feat. In fact, during these challenges, the emperors only used ordinary methods to fight them without utilizing the heavens' will due to the unimaginable power of the latter. Alas, this old man was able to survive a true attack from immortal Emperor Qianli. This was quite a feat. It's because the emperor didn't wish to kill me. The old man sighed. His humility didn't diminish his achievement. Even an emperor assailant would die before a true attack like this. The monarch finally regained her wits and bowed again towards the old man. Words were meaningless at this point. Wuxia waved his sleeve at her and said, "Leave for a bit, I have some personal business to discuss with Zhengfeng." The monarch quietly nodded and left with her mind still shaken. This old man was definitely powerful enough, yet he still acted so respectfully towards Li Qie. Who the hell was this guy to make a peak existence treat him in this manner? Li Qie smiled and said after she left, "No need to be so reserved. Sit. Not too many are left now. I can only have some nostalgic conversation with you and your sister." The old man bowed his head before sitting. He was only a junior before the Dark Crow in spite of his considerable power. "Your Excellency, you're here for Guzun?" he asked. "I suppose. That, and I want to take back Heaven Suppression. I don't necessarily have to kill him because of the Black Dragon King, but a punishment must be in order. If he obeys, then I'll throw him into the eye of the sea, but I will kill him if he is still unrepentant." Li Qie smiled. "Guzun's achievement is incredible, but he's still only a worm before you, Your Excellency. If you give the order, I'm sure there are 3 to 5 beings who will capture him for you," the old man said. Li Qie gently sighed in response, "I know. Heaven Suppression is not only the effort from Lil Blackie, I put a lot of work into it as well. Guzun's talents are supreme. Unfortunately, he was born with the bones of a traitor. Blackie tried hard back then, so I gave him a chance. Oh well, if he gives up, I'll imprison him again. If not, then death." The old man remained quiet. Guzun might be considered an invincible character, but the Dark Crow far exceeded him. Li Qie didn't even need to personally take action to destroy Guzun. This topic wasn't worth discussing. "Your sister made it out of her death meditation," Li Qie commented. The old man nodded, "Yes, she's still not stable for the time being. Just need some more time. Then I won't go see her so soon." Li Qie nodded. "It's not easy for her either, but she had been working all this time. You are different. When you reach the end of your path, it'll turn you into loathful being. It's not good at all. Even the heavens do not want to take me out of disgust. I'll have to keep living like this." The old man smiled, but his expression was gloomy. "People in this world are bounded by love." Li Qie gently shook his head. "Qianli has her own path and you your own. To tell the truth, I can't judge you. You've made your own choice after all." The old man sighed in response, "I can understand why the Emperor didn't like me. She can persevere on this path unlike me. Someone as amazing as her can go much further. Your talents are countless times better than her. It's not a problem of perseverance either, just your heart." Li Qie pointed at his heart and said, "In the beginning, you didn't jump out of immortal Emperor Muju's Grand Dao and only fallen deeper within." He paused for a moment. "I'm not saying that his Grand Dao ruined you. With your talents, you could have jumped out of it, but you chose otherwise. Because of this, Qianli became Emperor and you are here. I don't know what to say, you're just wasting your time and waiting for death right now." "Your Excellency, you tried to guide me back then," the old man smiled and said, "but I'm too stupid to shine. I have let you down. Like I said, everyone will have their own path and will." Li Qie disagreed. "As for shining, your achievements right now are great enough. Few could even reach your level right now, but the world could have been your playground. Ultimately, you chose this small pub instead. I don't know what you are choosing." Li Qie said lightly. "Choosing to wait for death then?" The old man calmly said without sadness. "I can't comment then. Keep walking with your choice." Li Qie had to smile back. "You have always been like this, Your Excellency. It is a shame that I couldn't help the Black Dragon King in that shattering battle," the old man said with a tinge of emotion. "I am sure Lil Blackie didn't care. The two of you embarked on 2 completely different paths, so I can't see you two together. He's more domineering and aggressive. If he saw your lifeless and gloomy appearance now, he might have kicked you flying to the horizon. You're right, that's why he never cared for me even when he visited the Yu clan, so he never went here. Sigh, I don't want to see him either, or I'll just slow him down. Forget it, it'll just end with a fight given your personality and his. Wuxia laughed. Of course, when the two of you were younger, you boys were two hot-headed kids, always helping each other. You, Blackie, and Xianli. Honestly, it was quite gratifying to see three amazing talents. Though you didn't come from my tutelage, I was happy to hear people refer to your group as the three heroes. Wuxia sighed at this point. Yes, those were some memorable years. The old man recalled, I was a step ahead and couldn't join your camp, but I have never forgotten about your teaching. In my heart, you are still my master. Alas, I have let down your high expectations, failing to become an emperor like Qianli and a tyrant for 3 generations like Blackie, just a nobody in the end. He still smiled without any regrets. Chapter 1584, Wuxia was glad to see the old man's calm demeanor. The choice of each individual determines their future. This can all happen with a single thought. It certainly did for the 3 of you. He sentimentally continued. Qian Li's background was a bit worse, same with her conditions, but her confidence never wavered. She knew she would become a dragon one day to obtain the heaven's will. That's why she became an emperor. As for Lil Blackie, he loved challenges. Such a madman who only wanted to fight. That's why he ruled for 3 generations. He broke through his own limit in each of them while taking a different path each time. He stared at the old man and said, As for you, Xiaofan, you are either hiding or just plain weary of it all. That's why you don't want to leave your nest and ultimately became a shopkeeper with only this lamp as your friend. I agree. Qianli had her imperial path while the Black Dragon King had his tyrannical Tao. As for me, I probably can't defeat my inner demon. The old man said. Inner demon? Others might have this but not you. This path leads to being loathed by the heavens. What inner demon can you have? What is scarier than being unwanted by the heavens? That makes sense too. Xiaofan smiled leisurely. Wuxia only shook his head and drank the fine wine. In his eyes, Xiaofan didn't have that many flaws. It was just that his chosen path leads to darkness. Yu Xiaofan was Matriarch Yu's older brother and was from the same era as the Black Dragon King and immortal Emperor Qianli. When he was younger, the Yu was only a minor clan. His sister back then suffered a terminal illness. All the famous doctors gave up on her. In order to save his sister, he tried his best at cultivation to become an invincible being. The karmic nature of life willed it so. During an adventure, he found immortal Emperor Muj was supreme grand Tao. Henceforth, he embarked on a peerless path. There were geniuses everywhere in that era. He, the Black Dragon King, and immortal Emperor Qianli were always together because of Wuxia. Others praised them as the 3 heroes back then. Later on, Xiaofan fell in love with the emperor. However, she was hellbent on her imperial path without looking back while not having any feelings for him. Xiaofan eventually lost to her in the competition as well. This made him dejected. Despite having the power to challenge an emperor, he grew bored of the mundane world, so he returned to Discover to open a pub and spend his day doing nothing. As for his sister, the Dark Crow back then gave him the right treatment. However, the materials required were too difficult to find since they were immortal medicines. Thus he had no choice but to seal his sister until immortal Emperor Qianli found the mythical immortal medicines. Xiaofan then asked Wuxia for help and they finally cured Matriarch Yu. A bit later, Matriarch Yu joined the Black Dragon Legion. This was when Xiaofan completely shut himself from everything and the world forgot about him. No one knew that there was an incredible master hiding in this tiny pub. Your Excellency, I admire you the most out of everyone. I don't know how you keep on going, I certainly can't do it. He took a sip after pouring another cup for Wuxia. Just have to keep walking. Li Qie drank and said with a smile. He smiled wryly, easier said than done. You have been walking for millions of years now. That's a very long period. You must have suffered endlessly, bidded farewell to many loved ones and even buried them, yet you didn't go crazy or became a devil. You were certainly not a saint either, nor choose to hide from the world. You are yourself after the arduous time, never changing your determination regardless of the perilous challenges. The winds and rains accompanied your journey with the stench of blood. Black Dragon King once said that if he had experienced so much pain like you, he would have started to hate the world and become a monster. Your Tao heart isn't something we juniors can compare to. He finished his cup in one gulp before letting out a long sigh. Li Qie actually didn't know what to say and continued drinking quietly. The guy was right. He has sent away and even buried many loved ones. He had many friends and loyal confidants once, but ultimately, he was the only one left. Numerous had died from old age while he continued to live on. The most painful thing in life was not death. It was watching those close to you die one by one. At this point, death became sweet relief. There's a fair amount of people who have lived just as long in this world. Li Qie said flatly. Zheng Feng disagreed. I know, you have told me about them, but they're not actually living, only sealing themselves by sleeping. It's not the same as you who tread on the mortal plane for generations. Time and mundanity washed your body, but they can't break your will and heart. It's good to be alive. Li Qie answered. It wasn't the perfect response since he didn't know how to help the guy. Zheng Feng understood all the logic and rationalities right now. If he wanted to jump out of his Tao, he must rely on himself. The problem was that he didn't care for it, so Li Qie couldn't help him at all. Zheng Feng nodded and drank silently. The two continued drinking. After a while, Zheng Feng slowly said, I saw Immortal Emperor Mu Zhuo on the Grand Tao. Li Qie pondered for a bit before smiling wryly. Sigh, the Emperor has too much of an influence on this Tao. At this moment, he might be better and had walked further than you, so that's why you can see him. He can't leave it and is just walking around in a circle. If you go on, you'll be just like that stubborn guy. Li Qie shook his head. He's already an emperor, why is he going back on this path? Zheng Feng found this puzzling. Li Qie elaborated, who knows? Just him, probably. The guy has always been a controversial emperor, different from the others. Even after ascending, he kept to himself. Maybe in his mind, he's too far removed from the world. It could be fate then. The emperor and I are somewhat similar. Zheng Feng answered. Li Qie said earnestly, perhaps. The two of you have failed in love before, but this isn't the reason or the end. The path is still beneath your feet. It was created after he became emperor. He didn't embark on it during his youth. Moreover, his heart remained unchanging despite romantic frustration and pain, that's why he could still become emperor. But as for why he returned in the future, it might not be related to worldly matters. You and Mu Zhuo are not the same. Li Qie stared at Zheng Feng and finished. Immortal Emperor Mu Zhuo was a very reclusive and mysterious emperor. For many emperors, they would shine after ascension. Moreover, there would be many friends and followers both before and after. Many were willing to fight for them. Immortal Emperor Mu Zhuo was an exception. He had always been fighting alone, for that was his nature. Maybe he's lonely. That's why he returned to this path. Zheng Feng speculated. Not necessarily. Li Qie denied, he had 2 marriages on top of many lovers. His heart shouldn't have been too lonely. He was born in a declining family. Because of this, his fiancée betrothed to him at a young age married a richer husband later on. This inspired the emperor and he started to rise and become a famous hero with sufficient power. This allowed him to marry the prettiest girl in the region. Unfortunately, tragedy struck again. His wife had an affair with a peerless genius in the 9 worlds. It was quite a blow to the emperor. He gave up all of his wealth and dissolved his sect before slumbering in a forest away from the world. After skipping a generation, he came out and shocked the world once more to eventually become emperor. With that, he found many lovers and eventually married one world's most beautiful woman. Such achievements were the lifelong pursuit of many people. However, the emperor felt life was dull and left quietly. From then on, no one heard of him again. He didn't create a sect nor pass down his grand Tao. Though future generations cultivated his emperor laws, he wasn't the one passing them down. Chapter 1585, Xiaofan drank his wine and eventually spoke. I really want to know why the emperor chose to return on this grand Tao. He also cultivated the grand Tao left behind by the emperor. However, this was not one the emperor used for his ascension. The name of this Tao was World Weary, created by immortal Emperor Mu Zhua after his ascension. He didn't cultivate it either and only left it behind. Xiaofan came across it by chance later on. You can go ask him. Wuxia smiled and said, the 9 worlds might not have anything that piques your interest, but you can leave this pub and broaden your horizon. With that, you can personally ask the emperor why someone as invincible as him chose to walk on this grand Tao. In a sense, the emperor was invincible and his life was perfect. There was no reason for him to pick the world-weary Tao. No one would be able to understand his choice. Xiaofan contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. I don't want to know then. He is him and I am me. Wuxia took his time before replying, do you want anything else besides waiting for death? Yes. Xiaofan smiled, to die here in the same place that birthed me. That's all I want. All right. Wuxia smiled wryly, you win. There's nothing I can do since it's your choice. No matter what, I am still grateful to you. I'm aware that you have tried several times to change me during my stay here at the pub. I can only let you down though, all I want to do is remain here. Xiaofan said. Wuxia took another sip. No, maybe you have the right idea. After all, to die in your birthplace isn't bad, just like the leaves falling down towards the roots. A momentary silence filled the air. After a while, Wuxia broke it. Yes, dying in your birthplace is nice, but for me and many immortal emperors, it is too out of reach. Many of them thought about returning one day to die here, but they can't. I can't either. It's good that you can enjoy this. That's why you are great, same with the emperors. You all want your death to be meaningful and worth it. That's why you guys insist on struggling without a moment of respite. Xiaofan freely laughed and said, emperors were able to become emperors and you were able to become the eternal Dark Hand, it must have something to do with your charisma and personalities. I, on the other hand, can only die at home. I hope so, for a meaningful death, that is. Wuxia laughed as well. Xiaofan poured another cup for him while he gulped them down. Wuxia said, okay, let's not talk about these things any longer. The second reason why I'm here is because I want your fire spark. I have a cauldron for weapon refinement that is missing a fire spark, so I need to borrow it from you. You want the world-weary flame? Xiaofan asked. Wuxia nodded in response, you certainly have the purest world-weary flame. Xiaofan quickly went to get the spark for him. Finally, it was time for Wuxia to leave after achieving his purposes here. Before leaving, he stared at Xiaofan one last time and smiled, brat, the days are long still, so keep waiting to die. Maybe I'll die before you in the future. Your life is eternal. I will definitely die before you, Your Excellency. Xiaofan smiled back. They had many things to say. At their level, it was hard to find someone to talk to, but before the departure, words couldn't come out. After Wuxia left, Zheng Feng went back to his counter and curled up, then slowly closed his eyes into a slumber. The tiny fire inside the lamp was still jumping like before. This faint light illuminated his face in a surreal fashion. It was peaceful for this old man in his small pub residing in the little alley. It seemed that no one would pay attention to it until the day of demise. The monarch who has been waiting outside quickly caught up to Wuxia. She had to look back at the entrance after taking several steps. She couldn't understand why a supreme master was hiding away from the world in this place. Though there were many reclusive masters in the world, they would pick paradisiacal and picturesque locations instead. Alas, this great character was hiding in such a rundown pub. No one would believe such a story. No need to look. Wuxia shook his head and sighed while walking. He'll stay there forever. Won't be easy to get him to come out. After a long time, she couldn't contain her inquisitive mind and quietly asked, "Young noble, who is stronger between Matriarch Yu and this senior?" Needless to say more about Matriarch Yu. She was someone who fought against immortal Emperor Yin Tian and was recognized to be an emperor assailant. As for the old man, he was Matriarch Yu's older brother who has lived for 3 generations. You think he's too unknown, right? Power can't be measured by prestige. Matriarch Yu indeed has the power to assail an emperor, but Yu Zhengfeng, he's much stronger. Stronger than her, even? The monarch was shaken and eventually asked for elaboration. Rumor has it that those who could survive 100 moves from an emperor are considered assailants. Wuxia laughed in response. 100 moves as the baseline? Which idiot told you that? Too many people would be assailants then. Plus, not all emperors are bloodthirsty. They actually love talents and juniors, so they go easy on the challengers. He shook his head and continued, this belief emanated from a few fools who are trying to increase their own worth and reputation. Then what's considered a real emperor assailant? She said with great curiosity. She has heard many things about this title. The most popular belief was the 100 moves requirement. An assailant isn't that easy to come by. Wuxia explained, the normal standard is that against the regular power of an emperor who is not holding back, they just need to last 1,000 moves to be qualified for this title. Regular power? She didn't understand this. It means not using the heaven's will. Wuxia continued, the standard is strict, so emperors can't go too easy. They have to take it pretty seriously against the real ones. For example, the ones who can last 100 or 200 moves were usually young talents, and the emperors went easy on them. He slowly recalled, when Matriarch Yu fought against immortal Emperor Yin Tian, the emperor actually used a life treasure and nearly shattered the world. Matriarch Yu relied on her own incredible strength to last more than 1,000 moves. The emperor recognized her strength and bestowed her the assailant title. The other self-claimed assailants can't compare to her at all. She has heard of Matriarch Yu's legends before, but no one knew the exact details of the fight or how long she had actually lasted. But now, this revelation took her like a storm. Matriarch Yu actually made it to the 1,000 moves mark against an emperor using a life treasure, the Grand Tao, and not holding anything back. Even without using the heaven's will, each strike could destroy the world. Thus, one could imagine how mighty Matriarch Yu used to be. Chapter 1586. The peacock bright monarch had never seen an immortal emperor before, but she could imagine their wondrous strength. Just think about it, these were the existences who won after battling the entire 9 worlds. They were matchless during their own generation. Matriarch Yu's strength was indeed enough to walk proudly across the 9 worlds. The monarch eventually calmed down and said, "Then what about Senior Yu?" She glanced back at the pub after saying this. Wuxia said that Zhengfeng was much stronger than Matriarch Yu. Zhengfeng. Wuxia said, if we were to separate the levels, he is considered an emperor contender. Emperor contender? What's the differentiation? She was puzzled. You think there are only emperor assailants around? Ordinary people can only make contact with this level. The truth is that the real powerful beings at the top can be divided into 3 levels. They consist of top god kings and emperor candidates in the following order: assailant, contender, rival. He chuckled after clarifying. The world only talked about assailants. In the eyes of cultivators, assailants were the strongest below immortal emperors. This wasn't the case. People at this level understood that there were dividers with great disparities. Because of this, the existences further classified themselves into the 3 levels. What's a contender? She asked. Whenever people talked about emperor assailants, they were full of reverence. In fact, being exposed to characters of this level alone was already amazing and worthy of pride. On the other hand, she rarely heard about contenders, so she had no understanding of this concept. Very simple: if you can last 1,000 moves against an emperor using the power of the heaven's will, then you're a contender. Of course, there's another standard. If you can survive against a true imperial massacre, then you're also a contender regardless of whether you used your own power or relied on a treasure. Li Qiye said flatly. If an emperor was already invincible, just how powerful would they be with the heaven's will? She wasn't aware of the latter but knew just how impressive it was to last 1,000 moves under these conditions. It still counts when you use a treasure to survive the true massacre? She had to ask. It's not that easy. You think you don't need strength just because of some treasures? Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. You think the heaven's will is a joke? If you're not strong enough, the treasures won't do. Even if the treasures can survive the blow, just the impact and shockwave alone could render you to a mist of blood. Only top existences could actually resist this. Excuse my short-sightedness. The monarch felt that she had underestimated the power of the heaven's will. It's not surprising because you haven't seen the heaven's will yet. Even if you do, you won't think much of it, not until it truly erupts. That's when you'll come to realize how frightening it is. It's the condensation of the energy and essence of an entire generation. Li Qiye smiled and said. She finally had a clear concept about an emperor contender. Then how many moves did Senior Yu last against immortal Emperor Qianli? This prompted her next question. The 2 of them fought for a long time for the heaven's will before his eventual defeat. After she became emperor, Xiaofan wanted a final fight before she left. He still lost in this battle, resulting in his bad choice in the future despite creating a supreme grand Dao for himself. Li Qiye became dejected after saying this. The guy gave up his own Dao and maintained immortal Emperor Mujua's world-weary Dao instead. He could have escaped from it instead of hiding in the pub. Alas, he had no intention of doing so. The monarch quietly listened to this old tale. Despite not hearing the exact details, she could faintly guess that they were tragedies of sorts. Li Qiye eventually smiled wryly. The emperor prepared for the battle because Xiaofan was her greatest rival. She used the heaven's will right away in that world-destroying bout. He lost after more than 2,000 moves. More than 2,000 moves. The monarch shouted after being indescribably shocked. Matriarch Yu lasting more than 1,000 moves against immortal Emperor Yin Tian was impressive enough, but Xiaofan lasted 2,000 moves against the heaven's will. Only one word could describe his power: invincibility. It's to be expected. Li Qiye gently shook his head. He has been on this dark path for a long time. Didn't you see his current appearance? Completely cursed and loathed, even the high heaven doesn't want to look at him. That's why he can only wait for death. There is a price for everything. Waiting is even more agonizing than death itself. He finished. Waiting for death? She glanced back at the pub again. You may not understand the meaning behind this. Let me give you an analogy. For example, even the most delicious meal tastes like wax. Your heart is a dead tree, no love nor hatred towards anyone. You're basically living like a piece of rock. That's the meaning behind waiting for death. The monarch was slightly stunned after hearing this. Living in life without any emotions, that's just a walking corpse. That's why waiting for death is very painful. Wuxia lightly said, he hoped that the emperor could kill him, that would be a meaningful death, so he asked her to go all out with a true imperial massacre. He used his most brilliant strike to fight against it. That move was his pride, so he could die with dignity, going out in a blaze of glory. The massacre rendered his body to ashes instantly. However, being loathed by everything like him allowed him to live under the attack. Afterward, the emperor couldn't bear to attack again, not that she couldn't kill him. Wuxia sighed again. The world-weary Dao was a path towards despair. In Xiaofan's mind, to be killed by his crush's true massacre was a good death. That would be the perfect ending for him. Alas, he still survived the ultimate attack, and the emperor found it tasteless to continue aiding someone in suicide. Since he has grown tired of the world, he doesn't want to do anything anymore. Otherwise, even if it is a sea god with the trident, he could still take them on. Wuxia softly said. She finally understood why Wuxia entrusted her in heaven suppression to Xiaofan. Someone of his level was indeed qualified to be the backing of heaven suppression. Chapter 1587. The monarch took her time absorbing the information before asking the next question. Then what is the requirement to be an emperor rival? This one isn't as easy. Wuxia smiled and shook his head. For eons now, few characters of this level have appeared. If there must be a requirement, then a rival has to fight evenly against an emperor. The monarch immediately thought about someone after hearing this, their progenitor, the Black Dragon King. The king reigned for 3 generations before fighting against immortal Emperor Takong. He was the shining star in the heart of all disciples from heaven suppression. So many in this region grew up hearing about his tales, including the monarch. That's why she was proud of being a disciple of heaven suppression. Yes, the most famous among them is probably the Black Dragon King. Wuxia continued, he's indeed an emperor rival. The monarch couldn't help but say, but I heard immortal Emperor Takong is dead. Our progenitor killed him. She heard about the battle with Space Trample Mountain before. The emperor's corpse was annihilated by someone from Wuxia's side. There are strong and weak emperors too. That's why I consider the Black Dragon King to be a rival. For example, immortal Emperor Xiaofan, Empress Hong Tian, or immortal Emperor Fei and immortal Emperor Hao Hai. If he were to fight against these emperors, it's hard to say. Immortal Emperor Takong isn't among the most elite group. Then how does he rank among the emperors? She was full of curiosity. After all, he was a well-known emperor and the only person to have been killed after shouldering the heavens will in everyone's mind. Wuxia gently shook his head, hard to say. The emperor still had a lot of room to grow. We can't look down on him just because he was slain by the Black Dragon King. I can only say that he was too anxious. If he kept on walking down the imperial path, who knows what kind of achievements he would have up above the 9 heavens. It's no coincidence for someone to become an emperor. He was the most excellent on this path in his generation. Talents, origin, merit laws, weapons, the most powerful protectors, all of this does not guarantee your spot as an emperor. A firm Dao heart is also necessary. One would have the chance to reach the Grand Dao as long as they do not give up. However, if they don't have the courage to persist, all of the prior advantages are useless. An emperor must be able to withstand all obstacles and resist all temptations to ascend and bring about storms in a larger world. He stared at the horizon and continued, disciples from heaven suppression shouldn't look down on immortal Emperor Takong. His achievement proves his exceptional abilities. During his period, He wasn't the most talented and didn't have the greatest background either, but why did he become emperor in the end? Was it out of luck? He shook his head and said, "Emperors aren't made from luck. Others might be able to accomplish great things due to luck and favorable circumstances, but this is not the case for emperors. The moment they embarked on the heavenly path, it meant that the whole world was their enemy. Numerous opponents who wanted to push them towards death. Challenges and assassinations along with the perils that accompany cultivation. Each emperor was battle-hardened and walked on countless bones and blood. Even if they had an invincible protector in the shadow, they must experience these challenges. Otherwise, they would only be sheltered flowers, unable to create their own supreme grand Tao or being accepted by the heaven's will. A life of battle and never giving up, that's an emperor." Li Qiye spoke solemnly. Although immortal Emperor Ta Kong opposed him, he truly appreciated the guy's imperial qualities. As for his personality and morality, that was a different matter. Each emperor has their own admirable quality, they are role models for future descendants. Thus, you cannot look down on immortal Emperor Ta Kong just because he was your progenitor's enemy and was taken down by him. Do not think that he only got lucky to become an emperor. The monarch was stirred after hearing Li Qiye's explanation. She took a deep breath and bowed, "I'll carve your words into my heart and won't forget them, young noble." In fact, Li Qiye's statement was very reasonable. In recent years, everyone heard about the emperor's corpse, so they knew the Black Dragon King killed him. The fate of the king remained unknown. Being the slayer of an emperor was worthy of pride. This was an insurmountable achievement. Because of this, many disciples in heaven suppression became arrogant. They thought that immortal Emperor Ta Kong wasn't much at all. So what if he had the heaven's will? The guy still got killed by their progenitor. This sentiment was prevalent in heaven suppression. Li Qiye's guidance today was a warning for the future descendants. They weren't qualified to look down on immortal Emperor Ta Kong even though he was their enemy. If the emperor wasn't much, then what were they who couldn't become an emperor? Nobodies like them weren't qualified to look down on a person who experienced countless hardship and battle to become the only emperor of a generation. This elucidated the monarch's mind even more. The path towards the Grand Tao was different from their imagination. It wasn't only about chasing the strongest merit law and treasure. The most precious thing was their Tao heart. You still have a long way to go. In the future, heaven suppression will require your service. You need more than just talents and insightful decision-making abilities. Make sure to have a firm and understanding Tao heart. With that, I'm sure the sect will prosper under your control." Li Qiye said slowly. "You think too highly of me, young noble." The monarch smiled and shook her head. "Sect master is wiser and more talented than me. Her Tao heart is firmer as well. The only thing she lacks is experience, but she is still young. Her future will be much better than mine. No, Zi Queening has her own mission and path." Li Qiye shook his head. The monarch was confused and didn't understand the relationship between these two. Of course, she didn't know that Zi Queening wouldn't be staying at heaven suppression. One of these days, she would leave the 9 worlds completely. This was the reason why Li Qiye told the secret of the immortal blood spear to her. One day, she would continue its legend above the 9 heavens. The two of them traveled around Discover without visiting the Yu clan right away. They took their time wandering randomly. "Young noble, we're not visiting the Yu clan?" This prompted the monarch to ask. "We will, but no rush for now. Matriarch Yu has just come out, so she needs time to stabilize. No need to bother her." Li Qiye chuckled. "The Yu clan will let us see her?" She blurted out but quickly found this question to be unnecessary. Despite Li Qiye's assault on the clan's disciples, even Yu Zhengfeng was so respectful towards him. It wasn't difficult for him to meet Matriarch Yu at all. The idiots. Li Qiye shook his head. killing one or two of them will be for their own good so that they will stop relying on their ancestors' fame to bully others while not having any skills. This is to let them know how vast the world is. Plenty of people are not afraid of their clan. The monarch found the statement reasonable. If Wuxia had any insidious thoughts about the Yu clan, he would destroy it given his temperament. This was only a lesson towards Yuzhan's group, a type of tough love. Chapter 1588, Wuxia and the monarch strolled through the city because Matriarch Yu still needed time, so they weren't in a hurry. "Young noble, where shall we go?" she asked while accompanying him everywhere. "There's nothing too special at Discover." The 12 scales can be considered one. "Okay, since we are here, let's go so you can see it." Wuxia smiled and said. "The 12 scales. I have heard of it but never in person. Rumor has it that the scales can judge someone's potential. The higher the step, the greater the future. It's only a point of reference." Wuxia answered, "It's not completely accurate. Of course, it is still very significant because each step is a test for someone's learning capability, determination, and Tao heart. Life is always surprising, so it's not like success is guaranteed after walking up the steps. You can try if you want." Wuxia shook his head and smiled before glancing at her. "With your Tao heart and talents, reaching the 10th step isn't a problem. 11 might be hard, no chance for the 12th. The monarch didn't find this surprising. She calmly smiled, "I'll just be an idler in my own domain, no chance of competing against the heroes of the world and especially not the wise sages." She spoke as a matter of fact without arrogance or a hint of inferiority. "You can do whatever, let's go." Wuxia led the way. Nevertheless, the monarch still became interested. "If you go up the scales, how many can you go?" "I think all 12 shouldn't be a problem." Though she has never climbed it herself, many people have said that only supreme geniuses in history could reach the 12th step. Wuxia smiled leisurely, "Just 12? No, if I were to do it, I'll reach the top." "The top?" Her pretty eyes widened in response. "Well, I heard the 12 scales are under the restriction of the Grand Tao. Rumor has it that only an emperor with the heavens will that has broken all Tao shackles can easily climb the 12 steps. Otherwise, even the strongest wouldn't be able to. Even our ancestor Gu Zun has only reached the 12th. It wasn't due to her lack of confidence in him. Keep in mind that their ancestor Gu Zun was an exceedingly rare genius, yet he only made it to the 12th step. In a way, it has nothing to do with cultivation, just your perception, determination, and Tao heart. If you are keen enough, you will be able to hear the note within the step and lessen the pressure. Of course, it's fine if your perception is no good. With a stronger determination and an unyielding Tao heart, you can still move forward." Wuxia smiled and shook his head. "The note of the step attacks your mind, not your cultivation. This is the key. So for me, no need to understand it. Just my unchanging Tao heart can let me climb without any resistance." "The Tao heart," she said softly. Ever since she followed him, he has mentioned the Tao heart several times. As a top expert, she understood how important it was. However, he seemed to emphasize it more than anyone else. "This is where I'm different from the others. You think I'm exaggerating and placing too much of an emphasis on the Tao heart?" He noticed her demeanor. Well, she didn't know how to answer. Of course, she felt that his logic was reasonable, but he had too much of an attachment towards the Tao heart. Wuxia smiled. "All along, many sects and experts, when choosing their disciples, look at talents then comprehension with the Tao heart last. In fact, this belief has wasted many talents." He continued on leisurely, "Look, there have been so many incredible geniuses in history but very few could become emperors. We'll talk about the 10 Ionic geniuses. How many of them made it to the throne?" "Just 3. As you can see, even the 10 greatest couldn't all become emperors, let alone the others in spite of the quantity. The majority of them died on this path. Why is that? Li Qiye pointed at his heart. There's one problem, their easily shaken Tao heart. For geniuses, everything happened too easy for them, so they couldn't handle failure or temptation. Is that really so? She couldn't help asking. We'll keep it recent with immortal Emperor Ta Kong. After his ascension, people sang songs of his talents. That's just flattery. In fact, the young emperor was only above average at best. He wasn't as gifted compared to cleansing incenses Mu Shaodi, the stone medicine world's stone dragon god, or even his strongest general, Xiaoqing Tian. But the last one smiling was him. Do you know why? Li Qiye stared seriously at her. His Tao heart. She replied. That's right. Li Qiye continued on, you might know the answer but not the actual reasons. For Mu Shaodi, his talents were excellent with a record of 3 wins and 3 losses against the emperor. But this was his unbecoming. He thought that he could take a shortcut in cultivation. After losing to the emperor, he couldn't resist the temptation of taking the easy way out by using an external force. This eventually led to the near destruction of cleansing incense. For the stone dragon god, he was quite haughty at a young age and chased immortal Emperor Ta Kong out of stone medicine like a dog losing its master. He was quite imperious until losing 3 times in a row to the emperor later on. With that, he was completely frightened and didn't dare to come out again. His Tao heart tasted fear. With that, he paused for a second, and Xiaoqing Tian, he has an amazing affinity with the saber, a natural-born user. His saber seemed to have its own life in his hand. Unfortunately, the emperor's shadow engulfed him and he couldn't break out of his own shackles, being only 1 step away from success. This is due to a weak Tao heart. Then what about the emperor? She asked. In fact, she was very interested in his past since this was her progenitor's enemy. Immortal Emperor Ta Kong had countless ups and downs in his life. So many people have defeated him including Mu Shaodi, Stone Dragon God, and Meng Zhentian. Nevertheless, he never drowned in despair or faltered before losing continuously. He rose again and again while learning from each loss. Because of this, he was the last one smiling due to his unshakable Tao heart. Thus, remember, each emperor is extraordinary and amazing in their own way. Li Qiye meaningfully preached. So, Tao heart first, then the rest like talents. For ages now, how many geniuses have actually cultivated the eternal physique successfully? None, with the exception of a little girl with an unwavering Tao heart for millions of years. Her pure heart allowed for her to create a unique miracle. The Tao heart is first. She murmured to herself. Geniuses are in abundance but not those with a movable Tao heart. That's why it is much more important than talents when wanting to train a future emperor. This is the reason why your heaven suppression's Gu Zun can't become an emperor. His talents are even more amazing with people listing him as one of the 10 Ionic geniuses. He looked at her and said. Why? She had to ask. People believed that her ancestor Gu Zun was one of the most gifted beings in the world. Some disciples from the sect actually claimed that he was the greatest of all. Big shots from the older generation said that he was definitely top 10. However, even such a talented man didn't become emperor in the end. This made her very curious. Chapter 1589. Li Qiye stared at the horizon for a while before answering the monarch's question. His Tao heart is not firm. Not firm? The monarch couldn't believe it. That's impossible. I heard Ancestor Shan and the others said that perseverance is his strong point. That's 2 different things. Li Qiye shook his head. You think that it's only about wavering before difficulties? No, temptation is another test. Gu Zun is a very patient person. In order to reach his goal, he can endure everything. However, his Tao heart has two flaws. First, greed, second, treachery. Li Qia's eyes turned profound. Greed and treachery? She murmured. Ambition is good, but when it becomes greed, that's no longer the case. Li Qia explained, Gu Zun has a greedy nature and wants everything, like an ant wanting to swallow a big cake but not one crumb at a time. Instead, he wants it all with one bite. The world isn't that easy though. Li Qia smiled and said. What about treachery? She asked. After all, Gu Zun was still her ancestor. The word treachery was quite harsh. In order to obtain his goal, Gu Zun could sell everything. He didn't mind betraying everything, including the Black Dragon King. He stared straight at her and said. That's impossible. She shouted. The king was their progenitor and pride. In their eyes, Gu Zun wouldn't betray him no matter how evil he was. Really now? Li Qia smiled. What kind of person do you think Gu Zun is? He's not the Black Dragon King's disciple or child. His status is on the same level as Lu Zhongsun, as one of the 10 Ionic geniuses with an amazing cultivation. Why didn't the king give him the successor role? Why did he take away all of Gu Zun's position, leaving him with no responsibility? If you are the Black Dragon King, would you waste such a talent? The king was already merciful enough by not killing him. The monarch shuddered after hearing this. She has thought about this issue before too but didn't dare to pry further. Ancestor Shan's group didn't wish to talk about it either. Just think about it, their ancestor was an exceptional candidate, so why didn't he receive the great responsibility? Why did he need to wait till Lu Zhongsun died before seizing power? Someone as insightful as the Black Dragon King wouldn't bury a talent for no reason. Gu Zun would be highly valued and utilized in any lineage, but the Black Dragon King went as far as removing all of his roles. Lu Zhongsun himself had always been vigilant of Gu Zun as well. This meant that Gu Zun had committed an unforgivable mistake back then. But the Black Dragon King was a benevolent person. What kind of mistake was unforgivable? Then she thought about what Li Qia has just said and come out with a shocking answer: betrayal. The monarch became suffocated. Though in this internal vie for power, Gu Zun was Elder Zhangsuan's opponent, he was still their ancestor. No one was right or wrong in wanting power. However, betraying the Black Dragon King was a scary matter. If the disciples were to find out that Gu Zun had betrayed their progenitor before, they would never forgive him. Immortal emperors have certain standards. Li Qia said flatly, there is one more crucial requirement outside of the Tao heart, an imperial ethics. Imperial ethics? She became attentive right away since this was her first time hearing the term. It's a very vague concept, but if I were to be more specific, betrayal is not one of them. An emperor can slaughter millions and wipe out clans, but not betrayal. Why is that? She asked. Li Qia continued on, emperors can be merciless but they must have their own rules. For example, the emperors from the ancient Ming race, they massacred so many, including their own, as their darkness engulfed the 9 worlds. However, they will not betray the ancient Ming race and their soul as its member. This betrayal will forever haunt an emperor. As for those who have yet to ascend, this will become an inner demon that might swallow them. He said seriously. I heard that immortal Emperor Yi Ti has massacred many people. His sword is always stained with blood. She couldn't help but bring up a different story. Immortal Emperor Yi Ti. Li Qia smiled in response. Before becoming an emperor, he really killed many people, even those close to him. However, betrayal never happened, only cruelty. After becoming emperor, he committed even more atrocities, but strictly speaking, they weren't betrayal either. He didn't betray his heart but simply severed it. He stared at the monarch and revealed, but there's something you don't know. He paid a very price for his actions. He might be the emperor that had suffered the most miserable death. Most miserable death? Even emperors would die so pitifully? She became startled. Keep in mind that even immortal Emperor Takong's death couldn't be described with these words. It's indeed hard for emperors to suffer this type of death, but immortal Emperor Yi Ti met a very tragic end, a fate worse than death. For an emperor, nothing could be more miserable than his end. A fate worse than death. The monarch shuddered. It was understandable for ordinary people to be victims of this fate, but for an emperor? How terrible was it? She simply couldn't imagine it at all. That's why emperors must adhere to certain rules, or they'll pay a heavy price for their actions one day. The villainous heaven might not kill anyone. However, the judgment of the world has never spared anyone. She was stupefied before finally commenting a while later, even an emperor can't do whatever they want. That's how it is, even the villainous heaven is subjected to this. That's what a rule is. Even if you can surpass the high heaven, you will still need certain rules and guidelines, or that height is impossible to reach. Gu Zun is very talented with a patient Dao heart, but he doesn't follow the rules necessary to become an emperor. Li Qiye said slowly, even though the Black Dragon King favored him, he still couldn't become one. In the end, the Black Dragon King personally cut off his fortune. Hearing this secret left the monarch stunned. She didn't know what Gu Zun did back then, but to earn such distrust from their progenitor meant that the sin was beyond salvation. Okay, no need to talk about old stories. Let's go to the 12 scales. Li Qiye smiled and said. The monarch hurriedly followed him. Nevertheless, she still couldn't calm down since Li Qiye had revealed too many things to her. The 12 scales weren't just 12 steps. To be more precise, it was a fair-sized mountain. It was located inside Discover with surrounding mist and clouds. A stream came from the summit and flowed around the mountain to eventually form a lake. There were many hills in the vicinity with pavilions and corridors built next to them. It was a very popular place in Discover. Visitors would come and visit at least once to test their own future. This was not a natural mountain. Rumor has it that it only showed up at Discover during immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generation. Another tale told that Matriarch Yu and the Black Dragon Legion used a supreme method to move the scales into this city. Some believe that before it became a property of the city, it used to be a divine mountain for a godly race and served as its barrier. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.